Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day two. As per yesterday, we're just starting a couple of minutes before the live feed starts. So we've got some new faces in the room today. So I'll just repeat about the in the room today. And we're going to be kicking off the first session. So Nawazi's looking after us this morning on session one. But a warm welcome, and you know what the CropLife team looks like if you have any questions. Enjoy your day.
Everyone, as Rod has said, it's been nice with day one. Now we're on day two, and hopefully it will be as interesting as yesterday. My name is Nolwazi Mkhize from Corteva Agri Sciences. I'll be facilitating this session, and the topic is still about stewardship compliance. I will introduce soon, which is advisor.
Good day, everybody. My name is Gideon Hefer, and it's a privilege for me to discuss the topic. Something will be the responsibility of the crop advisors, specifically relating to crop advisors, and then concluding with a summary. The role of the crop protection industry is to ensure safe, sustainable food production and also sustainable farming practices in South Africa. However, to fulfill this, there are significant challenges that need to be overcome. First of all, climatological aspects need to be taken into account. Ever-rising input costs are posing huge challenges. Pressure from markets, both locally and international, regarding MLLs, standards, etc., are ever-changing. There are pests and challenges that need to be taken into account. And then also resistance management. And lastly, perceptions from consumers and retailers. And we can expand on this list. It can be very long and very comprehensive. The responsibility and the accountability of the different role players in the food value chain need to be clearly understood. And we as a distribution channel, especially the crop advisor, need to understand our responsibility as the advice and the inputs that are being given at farm level are key in overcoming some of these challenges listed above. A crop advisor is seen by the industry and by the farmers as an expert when it comes to aspects associated with crop protection. To understand what an expert means, we need to look at the definition of an expert. And that is defined as a person who is very knowledgeable about or skillful in a particular area. And with crop advisors, it's to do with crop protection products and the application of it. We can ask a few critical questions regarding the above comments to think about as part of our introduction. Can you really be an expert without the necessary experience, knowledge, and training or qualification? Will you classify yourself as an expert? What do you think about the current status of our industry? How do you think people outside the industry look at our industry? Do you understand the responsibility associated when acting as a real expert? And do you really understand the impact or potential impact of your actions on humans and the environment? If we look at systems thinking, I want to tell you a short story based on true facts that happened in the 1950s in Borneo. There was an outbreak of malaria in Borneo. The people of Borneo contacted the World Health Organization for assistance. And the WHO sprayed large amounts of DDT to kill the mosquitoes, which seemed like the obvious thing to do back then. However, there were some side effects that they did not take into account. The first one was roofs of houses collapsed, and the question was posed, why? Then they discovered that the DDT killed wasps that controlled thatch-eating caterpillars. In turn, geckos ate the dead wasps and the DDT remained in their system and accumulated. Something else happened, and that was that cats ate the geckos and died due to low resistance to the DDT. The result was the population of rats multiplied in Borneo, and that caused another lot of problems. Borneo called the WHO again to come and assist with the rat plague and the destruction of their grain stores. And there was no easy answer for that, not a simple one. And the next thing that happened was that they parachuted 14,000 live cats into Borneo to eradicate the rats. And that was called Operation Cat Drop. Now, why do I tell this story? Well, I think there's a couple of reasons that I can think of. Firstly, if you don't understand the interrelatedness of things, obvious solutions often cause more problems than actual solutions. Simple questions often require complex and reflective thinking if good solutions are to be found. It is always better to manage by design than by default. And that's also true of our industry. If we look at the crop protection industry, we need to have a life cycle approach to product management. And the life cycle approach starts with the R&D of new molecules to design new products. After it's being commercialized, then it's being manufactured. Then it needs to be stored and transported to distribution. As part of integrated pest management programs, it's used at farm level. It should be used responsibly. Then another question comes with container management, and lastly, the management and disposal of obsolete stocks. Now, the crop advisor plays the role in the following aspects. From storage and transportation, integrated pest management, responsible use, container management, and disposal of obsolete stock. So we can see that the crop advisor actually plays a very significant role in the whole life cycle of a product. Now, if you look at stewardship, we can define it as such for our industry. It is a life cycle approach to crop protection product management to ensure safe production, transportation, storage, handling, application and use of the product, as well as proper disposal of the waste. It's obviously very comprehensive, and we as a distribution side of the industry need to take note of what our real responsibilities are. To be a responsible crop advisor, there are obviously a number of requirements. Firstly, you need to provide the best solution advice to a farmer or stakeholder. And you have to do it in a responsible and sustainable manner based on good agriculture practices. To achieve this, the following aspects are really important. You have to take into consideration the specific crop. Then the pests, that's the insects, diseases, weeds that can cause damage. The different solutions that are available, including your IPM approach. The different products and how to position them in a technical manner that's suitable for the circumstances. You also need to take an integrated view towards crop production, meaning take into account what seed or cultivar is used, what's the plant nutrition that was applied, and also the interaction of the crop protection with the former two aspects. The history of the previous year's results, the products used in the specific orchard or field also needs to be taken into account. And then lastly, but very important, is market access, specifically to do with food safety and consumer preferences. We can see that if you have to take into account all these aspects, that the marketing and sale of crop protection products is much more complex than meets the eye. Now, to do this effectively, there are a number of aspects that are really important. The following aspects are important when you want to comply with the above. First of all, good quality training to stay up to date with all the mentioned technical aspects. And that includes training from the distributor, suppliers, external institutes, and research-based institutions. Assessment and evaluation of crop advisors play an important role as part of the training. Programs and initiatives like the Continuous Professional Development Program of CropLife is also crucial in ensuring that individuals meet at least the minimum criteria. Trials and data remain very important, and that's the only real way to obtain insights in how products work under which circumstances. Nowadays, technologies start to play a much bigger role than previously to assist in effective decision making. The crop advisor should also have a long-term approach towards sustainability, taking into account for years to come. He or she should be solution-driven and not product-driven, meaning that the whole package, the holistic approach, should be taken into account when recommending certain products. It should be backed up by good quality technical support and also follow-up after the recommendation and the application to ensure that it's actually working the way it was meant to work. In an industry like ours, there are obviously laws and regulations that need to be adhered to. The first one relates to recommendations in accordance with Act 36 of 1947, which clearly states that the label is a legal binding document. We should refrain from participating in any off-label recommendations, whether it's verbally, written, or even just suggesting off-label use of products. The next aspect is also very important, where recommendations should be in writing, and the crop advisor, as being a professional, taking responsibility for these recommendations, obviously within reason. Transportation of dangerous goods is also becoming more onerous. We as an industry travel literally millions of kilometers every year with chemicals on our vehicles, from suppliers to distributors, distributors to crop advisors, and then the last leg from the crop advisor to the farmer. And that's where the biggest challenge remains, is between the crop advisor and the farmer. Because the legislation is complex, it's onerous, but we should still adhere to it. There are many legal aspects associated with transportation, and we should ensure that proper training is given and received for all people handling and transporting these type of products. Storage has also come under the spotlight over the last 12 months with an unfortunate incident happening in our industry. We should ensure that we comply with all the legal and health and safety aspects that are applicable to the storage of dangerous goods. There are many documents that clearly state the depot standards that we need to adhere to, and we should comply with that and ensure that all our workers know what the standards are and also comply with these standards. And then lastly, but not least, the insurance. Because life happens, and we need to ensure that we are properly insured in a case of such an unfortunate incident, because it can have very significant financial implications as well. On farm level, responsible use is crucial. Training, again, is an important aspect, both for our own staff, being a crop advisor with the staff at the depot level, but also staff on farm level handling these type of products. There are a number of safe handling courses that are available, and we should ensure that all staff members handling these products understand the labels, or at least the basic of the label. Monitoring of spray actions are important to ensure that the spraying and the application is done in a proper way, and also that the product is applied in an efficient way, that efficacy is obtained. I know many of our crop advisors are involved in calibration of spray equipment, which is necessary to ensure that the right amount of product reach the target in the right way. There are nowadays technology also to assist in this, like Dropsite, which has been introduced to the market over the last couple of months, which can assist on farm level to determine the efficacy of spray deposition. And then lastly, there are independent consultants that can assist with spray audits and evaluating of spray equipment. All these things are very important to ensure that the right amount of products are used and that there's no waste or unnecessary use of crop protection chemicals on farm level. The last two items are sticky items, and I know, because if you talk about empty container management, many people shy away. But we need to be more responsible. We need to be cognizant of the impact of the environment. So receiving back of empty containers that are triple rinse remains a very important responsibility from the crop advisors. And we as an industry should improve the number of outlets where we can collect these empty containers and send them away for recycling. Obsolete stock management is also becoming more and more of an issue, not just on farm level, but even on depot levels. And we need to make sure that the inventories are properly managed. There are proper inventory management systems like first in, first out, that we monitor the dates which stock expire, and also on farm level, and that we take into account what products are on farm level available when we do certain recommendations, that the products on farm level is utilized and not being left alone until it expires. Training again plays an important role in the handling of the stock, and then obviously programs to manage the stock and to dispose of it in a responsible manner is crucial for all of us. I know there are still some practices in certain areas which is not responsible, and we should assist as an industry to be responsible also with the management of these items. To conclude, stewardship is everybody's responsibility. We can't just look at multinationals or suppliers or distributors, but we as crop advisors have an important role to play throughout the life cycle of a product. We must always remember what the nature is of the products we use. And it's easy to forget because we get used to our industry, but we should be cognizant of these products that are really potentially detrimental if used incorrectly or disposed in an irresponsible manner. Make sure that all aspects are in place to ensure that you can do your job in a professional, sustainable, and responsible manner, from training to infrastructure, right through the chain. But then certainly one of the most important things is attitude. If we have an attitude to improve our industry, to improve the professionalism of our industry, then we're going to move forward much faster. On the flip side, if we have an attitude to try to cut corners and to shy away from responsibilities, it's going to have the opposite effect. So we need to have an attitude to really improve the industry and also the sustainability. Let's avoid another Operation Cat Drop, because that can happen if we don't take into account what the knock-on effects of certain actions can be. We as an industry, we as crop advisors have a critical role to play. So I challenge you, ask yourself, are you a responsible crop advisor? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gideon, for such a nice presentation there. I think you have laid a very nice ground, for all the crop advisors out there. And I like what you have actually showed with the DDT story, that there is a connection. What you do wrong here, it may affect another. Thank you so much. We are actually going to move now to our next speaker, which is Derek Matthews, who is a very well known and very experienced person who's actually going to share with us about the producer aspect from the distributors. Thank you.
Thank you very much and good morning. Just by means of a short introduction, who's Derek Matthews? I'm a fourth generation grain farmer from our farm's name is Silverton. It's about 60 kilometers west of Lichtenburg. My great-granddad settled in 1879 and the family have been there since. I've been on the farm since 1983 and it's primarily a crop farm. It's a mixed farming operation with livestock and crops, but primarily a crop farm. Traditionally a maize farm, but if you all know what the realities of maize production is now, the higher value crops like sunflower and beans are starting to take up the lion's share of production simply because of economics. So I've been asked to share with you this morning what does a producer need from a crop advisor / distributor. And I think therein lies the problem, the crop advisor / distributor. I only need two things. I need sound, independent advice on any pest, whether it be weeds, whether it be insect or diseases. So I need reliable, sound, independent advice. That I need. The second thing that I need is I need cost-effective supply of solutions. So what is the current situation in South Africa at the moment? That person is the same person. That brings about a very, very heavy reliance on the integrity of that person. If that person, Gideon shared with us now, how important it is for that advisor to give the right advice and to give the right solution. Now, I'll tell you, I'm going to be sharing a little later on what my personal experience has been over the number of years that I've been farming with regard to the advice and the supply of solutions. Why is it so important that we have to address this subject? Crop protection makes out a huge part of the input cost into a grain farm. And if we start looking at conservation agriculture systems, regenerative agriculture systems, it becomes even more. I remember so well the day that my wife, after changing our farm onto going into 100% no-till system, and she saw the chemical bill and she said to me, "What on earth are you guys doing? You know, how can you be spending this amount of money on chemicals? It's just totally ridiculous." The problem is, if you're in a no-till system, and you get advice and you apply a solution and the solution doesn't work, what do you got to do? You got to buy more chemicals. And if for some reason that doesn't work again, what do you got to do? You got to buy chemicals again. Because that's the system. And it becomes really problematic. So on our farm right now, crop protection probably makes out second to fertilizer, makes out the lion's share of our input cost. So this is why it's critically important that we take a look at this. Our experience to date. A previous crop advisor of mine or distributor, I don't know what would the correct term be? My chemical rep. Yeah. The previous one who used to serve me, he had a little app. He developed a little app, and he was quite proud to show me the app on his tablet that he did that. And his advice that gave me in the center of his app was a big red block, and that was based on profit margin. It was based on profit margin. So I have to ask myself the question: is the advice I'm getting the best advice for me? Or the best advice for him? So you understand where I'm getting at? When you have it being the same person, you rely incredibly heavy on the integrity of that person, on the integrity of that advice. Because if it's the same person, is he only providing a solution of products that he has in his portfolio? Or is he providing you with the best solution? And yesterday, the last speaker in the first session, I forget his name. Is it Carl or Rod? I can't remember the person's name. Forgive me. But he mentioned something that we should go to a system like the medical industry is, where a doctor prescribes, and you walk out of the doctor's room with your prescription, and you go to whichever pharmacy that you see fit, and you go and acquire the solution. So understand the level of advice that you're getting from your advisor. And I'm telling you now, as a farmer, I would be prepared to pay for that. For that peace of mind that when I have a problem on my field, I can pick up the phone, and within reasonable time, I have somebody in the field, boots in the field, that can give me the proper advice and can recommend a solution. And then I can go out. And then I need a competitive industry where I know that I'm going to be able to acquire that solution at the most cost-effective manner. Now, I was listening to Gideon's presentation just now, and Gideon, in one of your slides there, you've got links in the chain. You've got supplier, you've got distributor, you've got crop advisor, then you've got farmer. Now, as farmers, we can't afford all those links anymore. And I'm going to tell you why we can't afford them anymore. In 1989, after my dad retired, I'd been farming with him since 83, and in 89, I wrote up my first budget where I did everything on my own. And it was difficult. We'd come out of extended droughts of the early 80s, and there wasn't much money going about. I hadn't had time to build up any kind of reserves or any kind of collateral. So I was literally an emergent farmer, a start-out farmer with nothing. No access to funding. You know where I'm at? No access to funding. The co-op wouldn't help me, the bank wouldn't help me, and my dad wouldn't sign collateral for me. So I had to, but there was a government, the Agricultural Credit Board, Landbou Krediet en Grondbesit. And I wrote out my first budget on an A4 paper, couple of lines, I wrote it out. And Alkachir loaned me 61,000 Rand. And with that 61,000 Rand, I went ahead and I planted 600 hectares of maize. 40 hectares was sunflower, the rest was all maize. My gross income, my yield was 1.8 tons a hectare on the maize, and my gross income was 114,000 Rand. So if you make a deduction of that, that leaves me with 53,000 Rand. 86% of next year's inputs were cash funded out of 1.8 tons a hectare. So we fast forward 2018, my son joins me after studying on the farm at Stellenbosch, joins me on the farm, and we did the same calculation. So yields have risen fantastically. We're at 4.3 tons a hectare. What do you think the profit of 4.3 tons a hectare can make? We don't make 9% of our inputs. 4.3 tons a hectare does not make 9% of our inputs. So what is my ability? I can live on a 9% margin, 10% margin. I can survive. I can carry on. It's profitable at least. But what is my ability to survive a drought or any kind of natural catastrophe? It's non-existent. You cannot. We no longer have any safety net in South Africa. So the farmer is totally reliant on his own reserves, on his own resources to survive any kind of catastrophe. And with those kind of margins, we simply cannot do it. So when I talk about the links in the chain and never mind only the number of links, let's look at the balances in the links. So I've asked farmers from Limpopo down to the Cape, from Swaziland to Middelburg, across the country. For the last 2 years, I've asked them the same question. I said, who in your area are the guys that are buying farms, are buying livestock, and driving new vehicles? The answer is the same across the board. The crop advisors. It's the same. You're going to ask them. So which are the companies that can afford to book out the MSC and take their customers on a trip? Which are the companies that can afford to fly in numbers of their customers, of their stakeholders, to exclusive lodges for a product launch? I'll leave you with those questions. So, what do we need? We need highly skilled, reliable, independent advice, and we need a cost-effective supply with good competition for the solutions. I thank you.
Thank you, Derek. I almost feel your pain because it really sounds very painful. What you are sharing with us and very truthful. It actually means that we must try and do something differently to help the farmers, from what you said, in that integrity, must be there when giving advice, not just to push the product, because as advisors, we want to make money. We must also think of the farmers' challenges, and we must be solution-based. I really, really like that. I think our panel session will be very much interesting, because that is where we will actually get into the deeper, discussion about this. Thank you, Derek. Now we are going to call our next speaker, Vutlare Shauke, who's actually going to be representing emerging farmers, and she's also going to be sharing her pain. Thank you, Shauke. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you're thinking, yes, this one looks like a model. She doesn't look at all like a farmer. I'm sure I get that a lot. And it's because I think agriculture is changing. Back in the day, there were a lot of, we call them the older generation, let me put it like that, who are the ones going into agriculture. But some of us young people have seen the opportunities in agriculture. We want to get into the space, but man, oh man, is it a tough industry to crack it in. So my name is Vutlare Shauke, like she's introduced. I'm the owner and CEO of VT Harvest. Because I'm still an emerging farmer, I'm the production planner, the supervisor to the irrigation, the delivery person. Sometimes I'm the person who buys the fertilizer, but most of the times I need to make sure that every seedling that we grow in our farm grows to its optimum potential, so that we can have the highest yield. And the experiences that I'm going to share today are based on my journey as an emerging farmer. I think he said I must press this button. Cool. There we go. So just to give you a brief background of who VT Harvest is. So 5 years ago, I was like, you know what, I'm done with corporate. I'm a girl from Limpopo. I saw my grandmother take a tomato from the house. She would throw it in the vegetable garden. A couple of months, we were having tomatoes. So I thought, agriculture sounds like one of those industries I'm not afraid of. We've done this at home. In my house, we've got tomatoes, we've got mangoes, we've got all sorts of fruits and vegetables that you can think of. And I thought, you know what, agriculture is an exciting industry, and I wanted to really go into agriculture. So because I'm from Limpopo, I didn't have land in Johannesburg, and that entailed a lot of driving around for me until I could find a farmer in the Tarleton area who would lease me tunnels in his vicinity. I was quite fortunate to find a farmer who was also willing to provide me with mentorship, because I knew nothing at all about agriculture. So when we started, am I pressing the right place? There we go. So when we started producing high-value crops because we didn't have a big space. So we were growing fancy lettuce and herbs. So the lady that you see on the side there, that's our wild rocket. We were growing wild rocket, we were growing coriander, we were growing mint, but we're also growing lettuce. And because I've got product development and new business development experience. I was willing to go out to the different customers in the industry, knock on their doors and say, hey, I'm a new farmer in the industry, I'm growing fancy lettuce, I'm growing herbs, please buy my produce. And because the quality was really good, we're able to gain those kind of customers. 2 years into the journey, we entered a competition with SAB. They had a program called the SAB Urban Agri Program, where they were inviting young people to enter, and as part of the winning prize, SAB would then find a hydroponic solution for the farmers. So it was a nationwide competition. We entered and we were part of the top 9. So before the SAB program, really, the only thing that I knew about agriculture were my herbs and my fancy lettuce. And then as part of the SAB Urban Culture Program, then they said, why don't you grow tomatoes? So I was like, okay, tomatoes sound interesting. Sure. Didn't know what I was getting myself into, hey, or else I would have chosen a different crop. But I mean, they said to us, you know what, we're going to pay you with a technical team. There'll be people that will be helping you with the fertilizer program, with the chemical program. So you should be okay. And I thought, why not? Okay, so if they're footing the bill, let me go for it. What can I lose? At least it's their money, not my money. And that's when the journey started. Fortunately for us, and I'm just giving you this brief background because this will form part of my presentation going forward. So fortunately for us, this funding came at the beginning of 2020, and it came just before the lockdown happened. So had I not had these tomatoes, then really that would have been the end of me, because now my fancy herbs and lettuce did not have a market towards the end of March. So we planted our tomatoes a bit late in the season, so which meant that at the beginning of winter we had some kind of stock to harvest. Just to give you an indication of our area there. So we're really still a small company. We have 10 tunnels where we're planting tomatoes hydroponically. We're using a cocoa peat growing medium. So since the beginning of 2020, we've been using the SOM growing medium. And I'm sure in your mind you're thinking, oh, there must be lots of hojas already growing in there. Precisely. And that's why I'm putting it up there. We've been using the same growing medium since 2020. And just to make sure that we've got cash flow, tomatoes are really a summer crop. So we've incorporated still the fancy lettuce, we've incorporated the herbs to make sure that we remain afloat. And already what you can see here is that from the different, there we go. Can I use this one? Okay, cool. All right. So what you can already see here is that because we have a mixed farm production, whether it's Bagrada bug, whether it is Tuta absoluta, whether it's whitefly, whether it's red spider mite, we've got it. So when I come to someone who's a crop advisor, I'm coming to help me manage my whole ecosystem there, because I've got the tomatoes, but I've got my herbs and my lettuce, which I need in order to survive when the tomatoes are out of production. And just to give you just another brief background there, it said next 50 meters from my tunnel, there's another farmer who is growing cucumbers in his tunnel. And another 50 meters, there's another farmer who's also growing tomatoes. And we all practice different solutions and system when it comes to controlling pests within our agri park. We're based in the agri park, and I didn't know that this is a potential for not a good neighborhood solution, because when they don't spray their tunnels, then we have a solution. We have a problem at our agri park, but that will touch on as I continue with the presentation. So for us, it's a mixture of really high-value crops and crops that have a short production life cycle. My lettuce, really from planting to harvest, takes me about 4 weeks. My herbs, from planting to harvest, it takes me about 3 weeks. So already when I'm coming to you as a crop advisor, I'm saying I'm looking for a solution that I can spray on my tomatoes, on my herbs, on my lettuce, and it must be very quick so that I can make sure that I meet my withholding periods. I know it's very difficult. And the reason I'm saying this is because when we come to you as emerging farmers, we're not looking for a salesperson. as emerging farmers, most of us, we have not received funding from a bank because we are high value, not high value, but then high risk type of farmers. So it's very difficult for us to get funding. So if you don't self-fund your production, chances are you might not even start with the agricultural journey. So in our experience with crop advisors is we're coming to you because you are the expert in helping me understand the kind of crop that I'm growing, and you are the expert who's going to help me to make sure that I can achieve the highest possible yield. So as I'm talking, I will share my experiences from my own operation, but also experiences from other farmers that I get to engage with on a weekly basis, other farmers that are also in my area, and it will actually show you that there's a huge information gap between the crop advisors and the farmers. Because the crop advisors, you've got the technical knowledge, but what we get to implement once you leave us with that chemical program is completely different. And that's where we're saying that we are not looking for salespeople, we're looking for someone who will help us, who will hold our hand and help us understand how do we manage resistances in the different crops that we're growing in our production areas. So when I started my journey back in 2017, so I found a beautiful place to lease. They had tunnels, and I thought, that's a good place to start. We did an Excel spreadsheet in Sandton. The Excel spreadsheet said that if I planted lettuce, within 4 weeks, I was going to make maybe close to 100,000 rand. But what the Excel spreadsheet didn't tell me is that the soil had root knot nematodes. So now those sums that I was expecting didn't really materialize. And also, I think at best, my yield was sitting at 40, maybe 50%. And it was so discouraging because I thought, but you said when we were doing the spreadsheet, you as my mentor, this is my yield potential, and that did not come about. And he said, you know what, we just need to keep on planting different crops in the soil, it will get better. So, long story short, we tried planting different crops in the soil, but that did not help really our story until I moved to a different location, and that's when I was able to realize that as emerging farmers, the minute we find land, we think, hooray, now I can start planting. But we need a crop advisor, someone who has worked our journey to say, okay, hang on. When you do a soil sample, it's not just for the nutrients, but you can also test the soil to check if maybe there are pests, there are pathogens in the soil that can really shorten your journey on becoming a commercial farmer. Because if you use your own money to start your production and there's nothing coming in, really a year is good enough just to take you out of business. So for us, also, I know you're not seed experts, but I'm also going to share from my experience. So the first year, SAB paid for our seeds for tomatoes, and you know most tomato seeds are very expensive, the good ones, that is. So because the first year, I mean, we made, it was okay, the income that we received, but it was really not enough to fund the next production cycle. So now I had to make a decision. Okay, I'm running a hydroponic. There's a lot of my fertilizer bill is already through the roof. Now, where are areas where I can start saving costs to make sure that we can just kickstart the next production? And the first place was seeds. And I learned later that that was really not a smart move. I wish I had had someone to say, you know what, if you're really going to skimp on buying good quality seeds that have some kind of a defense mechanism in them, then you really might be signing up for a very, very difficult run. The reason I'm saying this is that a lot of farmers, when we need to select seeds, we go for the bottom, the entry-level ones. But I believe if you have a crop advisor who can say to you, you know what, you're not just buying seed. A seed is a promise. So try and understand as a farmer what kind of defense has been embedded on that particular seed. So in my area, whitefly is a serious problem. And 2 months into planting that entry-level seed, I won't mention names here, entry-level seed, I had, is it tomato mosaic virus? That one, where you know it, where when the tomato is supposed to be that tall, it's that small. And really, those tomatoes were not marketable. The tomatoes were not marketable. It was really it was a very, very painful experience. And lesson learned is if the crop advisors, and I liked one of the presentations that was shared here, that sometimes we're looking for solutions, and sometimes we think that the cheapest solutions are the ones, but then really they're not. For us, when it comes to crop advisors, start with us from the beginning to say, have you tested your soil? What kind of seed and cultivar are you going to plant? Because we assume that you have come to our farms, you understand the type of weeds that are prevalent in my area, you already know my neighbors, you already know what kind of potential challenges I'm going to face. So when I'm about to make a seed decision, say, okay, hang on, look for this type of seeds. Don't tell me which brand to go. I'll go and do my own research, and then I will see what I need to do. For us, as emerging farmers, you know, we get chemical programs, the ones that are printed on paper. And it says week 1, you spray 1, 2, 3. Week 2, you spray 1, 2, 3 chemicals. Week 3, week 4, week 5, until so forth and so forth. What we don't get to understand is that yes, it's a chemical program, but then you also need to manage the environment if you can, the temperatures if you can, especially if you're growing in the greenhouse. So me and my neighbor who's planting cucumbers, I remember the one time, it rained for the whole week, and we thought, shoot, these tomatoes are cold. And he thought, shoot, on his side, yo, these cucumbers are also getting cold. So we closed our tunnels for the whole week. We didn't open the flaps, we didn't open the doors, because we thought, you know what, if we open these tunnels, our produce is not going to grow. So let's just close the tunnels and keep our plants warm. A week later, he had powdery mildew on his cucumbers, and I had early blight, red spider mite, you name it, I had it. For us, yes, you've given us a chemical program, but we need you to come back and check whether we're applying it correctly. Give us information that is not written on paper, which you think everyone knows, but probably don't know it. So if someone has said to us, you know what, if you're growing in a tunnel, you need to manage the temperatures. Have a thermometer in your tunnel. Check what is the temperature in there. If it's 30 degrees, don't be applying these chemicals in your fields, because you're probably not killing anything. You're probably just building up resistance in your farm or in your tunnels. Then probably would make different decisions. And the reason I'm saying this is because as crop advisors to you, it's common knowledge. But for someone like me who's still starting out, it's like, you know what, my guys need to spray. They want to go home. It's 30 degrees. So let's just turn on the machine and start spraying. For us, what we're looking for is for you to give us solutions. I like the word that has been uttered a lot today. It's about solutions and not just brand loyal solutions. Because our yield, what we make today and tomorrow, decides whether we're going to be farmers in the next year or not. Because every cycle that is a loss, it becomes a dent to whatever savings that we might have had to kickstart our operations. I had an experience where so SAB gave us funding. I think they gave us close to 150,000 Rand to buy chemicals. This was at the beginning of, just before the lockdown. No, I think it was before the lockdown. And the supplier who was given the contract to give us chemicals really dumped a lot of chemicals in my farm, if I have to use the word dump. Because I had a budget of 150,000 Rand, there were all sorts of chemicals that were delivered at my farm. So because some, you know, a chemical program will say, you need to spray Mulan on week 2. Because Mulan was not available, then another chemical was recommended for us to spray. When we open the label, this particular chemical is not registered for tomatoes, for example. This chemical has 100 days withholding periods for pecan nuts. because now these chemicals have come into my farm, the crop distributor said, no, sorry, I can't take this back. Because now they've been at your farm, I don't know what temperatures they've been stored in, so you'll need to see to finish what you're going to do with this. And I said, this was funding for me to kickstart my hydroponic project. Now you've left me with these chemicals that I can't use. What am I supposed to do with them? So for us, like I said, I'm going to share experiences from myself, then yeah, we can talk. For us, help us to manage chemical resistances. I know, and because crop advisors would be loyal to whatever brands that they're working with, I feel that sometimes we don't get the best advice as farmers. Because if I'm looking for a solution for Tuta Absoluta, and you only stock Steward, for example, but then there's another chemical that can help me manage Tuta, are you going to tell me about it? No. Chances are you won't tell me. If I don't go and ask my friend next door, what other chemicals are you spraying for Tuta? Because we all know that Tuta is a very high chemical resistant. That thing is, let's not even go to Tuta. If then that particular chemical is not part of your portfolio, the chances are I'm not going to find out about it. I've had experiences where, not that I'm bashing you guys, hey? I will say good things at the end. I promise I will. I will say good things in the end. We're looking for solutions. If it is a cost-effective solution, please recommend it to us, even if it's not part of the brand that you are selling or distributing. Because for us, we are trying to have the highest yield possible. And for us, we're trying to stay in the game to build enough reserves so that we can at least make our way to becoming commercial farmers. For some of us who are supplying customers who might want some kind of certification, local gap, global gap, that was such a painful experience for me, really, because there were so many requirements that we needed to adhere to. And the focal point for the auditor was the chemicals. One of the biggest challenges that I've had to experience was to take my products for MRL testing. So I'm following the chemical spraying program. I'm very confident that when I take my produce to the lab, it's going to come back clean. There are no residues, not on my tomatoes, and we're good to go. I had to take my product 3 times back to the lab, really. And that is a very painful and a very costly exercise. And then I said to my crop advisor, why is it that I'm following the chemical program and there are still pesticide residues on the tomatoes that I'm taking to the lab? I'm sticking to the withholding periods. I think the other one was you'll help me, you guys know this. Pyroclostrobin, what's that? But you know which one that one is. Yeah. That one was really difficult to just overcome. Because I remember the first sample that we took to the lab, we had sprayed like 2-3 weeks before. It went to the lab and it came back positive. And those levels were very, very high. And someone said, no, but you must understand there's something called chemical breakdowns. I don't even know what that is. Something called chemical breakdown. You need to understand what's happening with the different chemicals that you're spraying on your produce, and then it breaks down, it becomes something else. I don't know what that is. So when you drop off the chemical program, also help me understand what's happening with the chemical breakdowns and the residues and, so that I can learn. The one point, like I was giving an example for Tuta Absoluta. So I got advice from my chemical program and my crop advisor to say for Tuta you spray Ambligo. Someone said Ambligo is that chemical bomb that you want in your farm. So second month into our growing cycle, I see that but this Tuta is becoming a problem. So I launched bombs every week, Tuta every 2 weeks, and that Tuta went nowhere. And why? I had listened to my crop advisor, and he recommended other products. I was spraying them, they were not working. Then I thought, someone said, Ambligo is the chemical bomb. So sometimes you give us advice and we don't listen, hey? Like I said, I'm going to say good things also. Sometimes you give us good advice, and as farmers, we don't listen to them. We're not being responsible. Sometimes we're thinking, I just need some solution to get rid of this problem, because if I don't get rid of this red spider mite, this is between me and making it into the next cycle. Registered chemicals are always an issue. I think this one you already know. I'm sure you've talked about it in the conference as well, to say sometimes you find that there aren't enough registered products to last us through a cycle. The tomato growing cycle really is between 6 to 8 months. It took me going through the labels after burning 2 times to understand, okay, this chemical says you cannot spray for more than 4 times in a growing cycle. This one says you can only spray once in a growing cycle. This chemical says you can spray every 14 days. The chemical program that I had only had 4 spraying cycles. So which means by month 4, by month 5, I was really now going out of the threshold which have been written in the label. What do I do? So I continued spraying what the crop advisor gave me. And you know the story. We didn't win against Twitter. I remember the one time, sorry, can I mention brand labels? I don't know the active ingredients. I'm not there yet. We'll get there yet. I remember my chemicals program said for red spider mite, there's this particular product called Parzec. I'm not promoting anyone. Parzec says, and when I read the label after I got burnt, it said you can only spray once in a chemical in a growing cycle. My chemical program said every 3rd week I must spray Parzec. That's what I was doing. So, and the reason I'm saying this is, chances are you're going to leave us with the chemical program. Most farmers don't even read the programs. They don't read the labels. And I feel like sometimes maybe the crop advisors just encourage the farmers to say, also read the labels. Read the labels. If you don't understand, come back and ask us, then we will help you understand the labels. Because my farmers next door, our water pH at our farm is 8.2. They don't put buffer when they're spraying. Our pH is 8.2 at the farm. So when they're busy spraying chemicals for their tomatoes, they don't put any buffer in there. They just put the chemicals and then they spray. And you know what? Most of the crop advisors that have been coming to my farm have been saying, but you and those guys, you planted tomatoes at the same time. How come you still have tomatoes and they're gone? I'm like, no, they've got someone else who's advising them. I don't know who the advisor is. So I don't know whether that crop advisor really follows up on that particular project to make sure that, you know what, are you putting a buffer in your water before you start spraying? Because you need a buffer to reduce the pH so that the plant, but you know that story. For us, what is common knowledge to you as crop advisors? For someone who's an emerging farmer, it might just be, no, it's just the luxury of this thing. I don't need it. But if the information and the importance of why you need to put this chemical, why you can't mix this chemical and that chemical, can help us avoid disasters in our farm. I remember the last time, we had a chemical burn at the farm, hey? You know what, it had been raining, and then we took copper count, it was hot, and we sprayed. You know what happened? My crops burned. Yeah. And it was like, you know what, I wish sometimes after we buy these chemicals, or after you tell me, buy this one, you can spray on your farm, also highlight to me, you know what, don't spray this one when it is 28 degrees. Wait for when it's cool. Spray early in the morning or late in the afternoon, or if it's not suitable, just don't spray at all. What I'm trying to explain is hold our hand. As emerging farmers, we need you to hold our hand, because most of this information we do not know. Our ignorance, really, we should be reading labels, but I think if there is also additional advice coming from the crop advisors, it could really save us a lot of heartache. I think I've already touched on if there are other interventions that we can implement in our farms to make sure, because these chemicals are really not cheap, eh? 1 liter, we're spending like 3,000 Rand. You can only spray it 4 times in a growing cycle. In my experience, I was given chemicals that were going to expire within a couple of months. And now I was stuck with chemicals that were, I think they were going to expire in about 7 months. I was given, I think it was like 20 kilos of different chemicals. They're going to expire in a couple of months. And now I can't use these chemicals in my next cycle because now the expiry date was, we're approaching the expiry date. So in my case, it was, okay, I've got these chemicals that have been provided to me. Do I use them or do I throw them away? Do I throw them away or do I do? And it was a very difficult decision. I used them, and yeah, no, you know what happened. Some were effective, some were not effective, and we burned. For us, when you recommend chemicals, please bear in mind also the cycles. Please check your expiry dates in your own distribution, your own depots, so that if you're going to give me a chemical that costs 4,000 Rand, and I only have a few months left, then it means I have to chuck it away and buy it again. It's not helping us as commercial farmers. I've always wanted to ask this. You know, when you go to chemical or sprayer training, they say to you, no, after your guys, we need to look after our employees. After your guys have sprayed, you must give them milk so that they can drink. Others are saying, no, don't give them milk, just make sure that they're wearing protective clothing. Maybe I can find an answer here today, because at my farm, I'm still buying milk. And I'm not sure if it's helping or not. They're drinking milk after spraying, yes. Also, the last part is really, if they are post-harvesting solutions that can help us to prolong our produce once it is harvested, please tell us, even though it's not part of your own brand. I'm growing lettuce, and there is this chemical that you dip at the bottom of the tip of the lettuce so that it doesn't go brown and pink very quickly. I didn't find that out from a crop advisor, I found from someone else. But if you are aware of post-harvesting solutions that can be implemented in our farms, please give them. Apparently, there's a way in which you can make tomatoes go red very fast. There's that chemical, you know it. I don't know, what is it called? Stem or something, I don't know. It could be. Advice is awesome. I really want to say, the crop advisors, the distributors that I've been working with, they've been great. They've helped us to really have good yields. In some instances, we've had challenges in other instances, but we think that with more information that is being shared by holding of our hand, it can really go a long way in making sure that we can use the chemicals responsibly. And also, if the chemicals have been obsolete, give us advice on what we do with them. The empty containers, really, what do we do with the empty containers? That has been the biggest challenge for us as well, where we now have these empty containers. We want to be local GAP, global GAP certified, and we can't get the certificate for safe disposal. So that one also becomes a key requirement for us. And in conclusion, we need more information. We need you guys to hold our hands so that we can grow money in the soil. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chauke. Very nice presentation that you've shared with us, with a lot of challenges as I see and opportunities. And the way I see it, it's opportunities for the whole industry to do something, not only for the advisors. Because when I think about even absolute stock that you've just mentioned, that some that will be provided to you that would be expired, that becomes a problem, not only for you, but for us as an industry. I think let's move to our panel discussion, because I think that's where we're actually going to dig more about this and find solutions, because there seem to be a lot that still needs to be done. Over to you, Kronye. Thank you.
Thank you, Nolwazi. Thank you to all the panel members, and I think your presentations were very presentable. We had Gideon from a distributor to a crop advisor side. We had commercial farmer Derek. We had developing farmers and Nolwazi, although you, the panel leader, you are from the manufacturing side. So we have basically the whole spectrum, yeah. I think conferences and congresses are designed to look at solutions. We have heard the buzzword here today is basically solutions. So I made a few notes here. Agro-crop advisor, we've heard about stewardship. What I've heard is value creation, value addition, expert, sound, independent advice. There's a difference between a salesperson and a crop advisor, a solution-driven. We in the grain industry is currently busy with food safety passport systems. Therein, the most important part is probably everything that's got to do with Act 36, where agrochemicals, or the way I was taught when I started at Grain SA was to use the word crop protection products and not agrochemicals or gif as some people called it in the old days, but so I use crop protection. So I think before we have questions and maybe answers from the panel, then is there additions, Gideon, after you have heard all the other panel members that you might want to add to your presentation that would add some value to your presentation?
Thank you, Corné. Yes, after listening to the other presenters, it is very clear that there are different expectations from different segments of the market. And I think the one-size-fits-all approach can't do in our industry. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I know there's a lot of pressures in terms of input costs to commercial farmers and emerging farmers. And it's really a challenge for all of us. And unfortunately, there are perceptions about income levels in the crop protection industry, which some may be true and others are definitely not true. But the perceptions exist, and we have to take note of that. And I think that the fourth thing is just that the responsibility on us as an industry, and especially in terms of crop advisors, are huge. The old days where the guys made a quick sale, or there were a couple of products that you could use season after season after seasons, those days are long gone. You need to evaluate your client, his farm, the issues, and under that circumstances, make the best possible technical recommendation. And again, economics play a role, because sometimes there is a ultimate solution, but it's for that farmer not cost effective. So you have to take into account. So I think listening to the needs of your client is crucial for us as an industry. And I think the CPD type of programs that CropLife has introduced over the last couple of years, additional training, not just technical training, but also business training in terms of the soft skills with your customers, are becoming more and more important for our industry. So we're definitely not there yet. We're improving, but I'll be the first one to stick up my hand and say there's still much more room for improvement that we need to do.
Gideon, before we give the others a chance, I've got something I pick up regularly from our farmers, is that there's a difference between a distributor and a crop advisor that adds value to the farmer. And I think that was what I've heard. You get still in the industry, you get a distributor, or what we call him, a agrochemical agent that doesn't necessarily add value, but he distributes, he do the logistics. Where do you see that in the future? Is that still contributing to the value chain, or I would just like to get your opinion on that, because from a grain farmer perspective, I think there's definitely a difference between a crop advisor that adds value and the one that's only sorting out the logistics.
Corneille, you're 100% correct. And I think the approach of the industry is to, and Derek also referred to it, if there's a link in the chain that does not add value, that link cannot be afforded in future. So a crop advisor should always be in a position to add value in terms of advice, but physical inspections, and also, again, understanding the customer's needs. So sales agents just purely distributing the products to the farms, that can be done in a much better and efficient way. So I think, in my opinion, and I know this is maybe a very contentious issue, but I think there are still individuals in the industry that's not adding the real value, and that the individuals that add value are being affected adversely by these non-value adding persons in the industry.
Yes. I think that's a very, very important point that he's talking about there, and I think we can maybe have more discussion about that. But Gideon, thank you so much for that. Derek, any thoughts after you've heard everyone's presentations?
Yeah, Kunai, thanks. I think what's critically important, you mentioned earlier that we are busy in quite an extensive process looking at food safety and regulations and a grain passport system. Now, farmers are quite prepared to sign off on things within their control. Now let's just take this back to the chemical. You know, I'm prepared to put my name on a piece of paper with regard to what I've done with that crop. So now I've relied on advice from somebody, and I've applied that advice, and based on that advice, I sign a declaration that I've signed off on the quality of that crop. What happens if that advice wasn't sound? What if that advice wasn't correct? It puts something. Farmers simply cannot do that. It makes it impossible for me then to take that responsibility. When I was listening to our colleague next door to her presentation, I keep thinking of the deficit of agronomists in South Africa. We have very few, we have way too few agronomists in South Africa. In my view, it should be, we talk about a doctor prescribing. What is a doctor's qualification prescribing? He has huge liability when he's written that prescription. And if I, as a farmer, am expected to sign off on a passport with regard to the food safety, then I expect the guy that gave me the advice to have the same responsibility as what a doctor had when he wrote those prescriptions. Otherwise, I cannot sign off on it. Yeah. So I think the days, and I have a number of years in this industry. I've seen where a guy comes out of school, you give him a bakkie and a tablet, and a price list, and off he goes. In the first days, it wasn't even a tablet, it was a bakkie and a price list, and there you go. That's all you needed. Yeah. You understand? So we just simply cannot do that anymore. Sure. And I don't mean to deny anyone in the industry, in the chain, a place in the sun. We've just got to, each individual one has to take their own responsibility and make sure. And ultimately, the farmer takes responsibility for his bottom line, for his survival, for his sustainability, his economic sustainability. And that depends on all these other members in the input supply chain. So this doesn't only just count for the crop protection industry. In the grain business, it counts for everyone in our supply chain.
Yeah.
Thanks, Corné.
Thanks, Derek. Thank you for that contribution. I think what I hear is we are partners in the same industry. We need to see it that way. If one link in the value chain doesn't add value or doesn't pass his expertise to the next person, there's a problem in that link. So we need to acknowledge that partnership and your responsibility in that link, and you need to own that.
Yeah, they're going to take full responsibility of that.
Yes.
Of that part. Yeah.
So we've heard from a commercial side. Vutlari, thank you so much for your story and your presentation. After you've heard everyone else talking, you have spoken last, but is there something you would like to add to what you have presented?
I'm just I'm grateful that there is work that is being done from a conference like this to try and really provide additional support to farmers. I think conferences like this, that's where I guess you get to brainstorm as an industry and see how better you can provide solutions for us as farmers. So I'm quite positive. Really, there are good crop advisors that have come our way that have assisted us. But like you're saying, they are just breakages in terms of linkages, and that can really be corrected with the right focus. So I'm quite positive that you can do something positive to help us.
Cool. Thank you. Nolwazi, I'm going to try your hand. After you've heard the panelists, their presentations, have you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Corné. I think coming from, representing one of the manufacturers, I mean, I worry, from what I'm hearing, because from what I'm hearing is that our products are actually not used the way they should be, and the recommendations that are out there are not actually, to do, the solution for the farmers. It's about pushing numbers. Yes, we are in the business of agriculture where we need to make money. But, integrity, the way Derek actually mentioned that we need to have integrity in this business. And going back to Kobas's presentation yesterday, where he actually mentioned that there are secondary standards, when the products are being sprayed incorrectly, like Chauke has mentioned, the issue of maximum residue levels. And when I think about that, I also go further to say, these secondary standards are actually going to affect our molecules, because some of these products, when they land in Europe, for example, they are like red flags that they are actually exceeding. They are not at the levels where they should be. And us as companies, we get targeted, on such things. And when we look at, we are actually sitting on thin line. Looking at the EU Green Deal, looking at the farm to fork, all those things, the reduction of chemicals, this can be one of the reasons, we are actually asked to do so, because we are seen as we are creating products, and these products are not used responsibly, and it actually lies to us as manufacturers. So I look at all those links, Corné, and I am sitting here and being worried, but at the same time seeing that there's an opportunity, for us to go out there as companies to do more work, stewardship training. As Chauke was saying, it was scary when she actually mentioned the issue of drinking milk after using our chemicals. I don't think there is any recommendation on our labels where that says so, nor in the Act. So when I hear about those things, it's like, it's scary. I'm like thinking we need to do something, because we are actually looking at food security, sustainability, all those things. If we don't do it now, we will end up with nothing, and we will have bigger problems to solve. So that's, I can stop there. I have more, but I'll stop there.
Thanks, Nolwazi. I think it's a very big responsibility we have as an industry, and I know some of us might smile about stuff like we heard now as examples, but it's a real responsibility, and I think we shouldn't take something like stewardship lightly. It's something we need to take really serious. The consumer trusts us in the value chain, and everyone in the value chain should take up that responsibility to be able to produce safe food, to be food secure in South Africa. So yes, I think if we've heard everyone adding something from the panel, are we ready for questions from the floor and from our online visitors? There's a question at the back.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. My name is Pieter Brewer. I'm an agronomist with Langfontein Seeds from Wakkerstroom. We're part of the BP Greiling companies. This is my son Etienne. He's an honor student in agronomy at the UFS. He's one of only 8 students doing agronomy, and that is part of the problem that you just mentioned. I want to say to Mr. Matthews, I like your story about the doctor. Spot on. In agriculture, everybody wants the prescription, but nobody wants to pay the doctor. So this is our problem. When it comes to qualified advisor, experienced advisor, everybody wants the advice, but nobody wants to pay us. This is why we sit with schoolites with a tablet and a Alex Bakkie, trying to take over and trying to replace us experienced agronomists, the qualified people, because nobody can afford us. And then we sit with the situation. I am confident to say, if I go and I do a proper planning for your crop, and you do, let's say, 1,000 hectares of maize, which is a relatively small crop farmer, that I can easily save you 200 rands a hectare on your crop protection bill, I think. So that's 200,000 rands. And I would easily add value in the total management of your farm of maybe half a ton of maize, I think, with my experience. Apart from the value that I can add to your crop, that's 200,000. It's fine if you pay it in the first year. Let's say it's 200,000 you pay me to manage your farm, your crops for you. And the second year is fine, and the third year is also fine. But what happens in the fourth year? If everything goes well for 3 years, and you follow my advice, or the qualified advisor's advice, and it works, what about year 4th, when you have to write the check or do the FT? Farmers are only willing to pay for qualified advisors when there's a problem, but not in the years when they have good yields. And this is where our problem is. Then I have to go look for the next client to start managing his disaster. Up until he gets to a stage when he's got a proper managed crop. Then I have to go to the next guy. Forgive me if I sound arrogant. I'm not saying this because I'm arrogant or trying to be clever. I wrote a thesis in 2020 about this very same subject. And my research has shown that on the Eastern Highveld, the vast majority of commercial crop farmers were not prepared to pay for qualified advice. They want the mannetjie with the kannetjie for free. So the guy who does the plant nutrition management, he must be from the supply company, and he must not charge me, because that's what he does. I'm also busy currently with a PhD research on exactly the same subject. And I hope that I can create an awareness in the whole crop farming community of South Africa in a year or two's time, to let them know that we are on the way to a disaster. What's happened in our country, it used to be a public extension service. It's now in a transition phase to a private service. And this is where farmers are in a vulnerable stage and get exploited by so-called expert disseminating pseudoscience. So we need to address this thing, and we need to create awareness amongst farmers and the advisors, and to make sure that the guy who comes onto your farm, who arrives at your farm, is properly qualified, properly experienced. And he can manage the whole. So I'm very glad to hear about the passport system. That's the only system that can work. Are you properly qualified? Are you properly accredited to say what you say? Thank you very much.
Peter, thank you so much for that contribution. I think what you said, the value addition is actually the right terminology. When I talk to my members, which is mainly the grain farmers and the oilseed farmers of South Africa, they are willing to pay for someone that adds value for him on the farm. And as Derek said, we want to give everyone their piece of the sun. And I think the talking point is those that doesn't add value, what are we going to do about that? And I think what we're touching on is you get the crop advisor that's adding value. That's a green flag, I would say. That's good. But that guy that is just passing the buck, he's not adding value. So I think that's where the importance of an independent agronomist can add value to the system. I'm just thinking of the Australian model. That's exactly what Derek has described, using an independent person to come to your farm. He sees what's going on, what's needed. He puts out the script, and the farmer goes directly to the manufacturing company. I'm not saying it will always be the case. There will always be the need for a crop advisor, even in this case. But whether it needs to be linked to a certain company, I think that's the question. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Marius?
Thanks, Corné. I really enjoyed the discussion, Derek, and I think Peter, really put that forward, is that we have a huge problem. We don't have enough agronomists, trained agronomists in the industry, and getting over that is a huge challenge. My question, though, is within CropLife we have the CPD and the accreditation scheme. To what extent are the farmers aware of that? And are we, as an industry, failing in really punting that as the way that we want to manage this?
I think if I can take that, we're becoming more aware. I know that it's not something that just started last year. It's something that's been, the CropLife qualification has been around for quite a while. If you had to ask me today, when an advisor, when a rep arrives when a bakkie Maniki Medikaniki arrives on the farm, do I ask him, are you CropLife qualified? No. It's never been like that. For me personally, I'm not in that environment. I've got, we built a relationship. I've had, in the 38 years of farming, I've had 3 people. I'm on the third person. So it's a trust relationship that's built up. I just explained to you how I went about it. When I changed to no-till, I went and found a man who has had thousands of hectares of no-till. He has serviced thousands of hectares of no-till. So it was very difficult for me to change from our traditional guy. But he didn't have the experience in those systems. So that's how it worked on my farm. But I think there's a hell of a lot to be done with regard to setting it straight, to getting farmers to understand that. When I heard the maniki with the kaniki now, I immediately say, why do farmers go for the maniki with the kaniki? Because we don't make money. If there was enough in it, then I would want the best solution. I want the most cost-effective solution. Thanks.
Thank you, Marius, for that question. We've got a question there at the back.
Yes. All right. No, thank you so much for this conference. At a personal level, there's a lot that I have learned, and I'll definitely be taking it back to some of the emerging farmers that I am working with. So I'm part of an organization where initially our goal was to work with the farmers to convert organic waste into biogas, because most emerging farmers do not get infrastructure services from the local municipalities. We all know the problem that we have with the local municipalities, and it became so expensive for them to actually manage their organic waste. So what we quickly notice is not only the organic waste now, is the other type of waste that Chauke was also referring to, the chemicals. We were so shocked to see the volumes and volumes of chemicals that are sitting with emerging farmers. And I was a bit curious to try and understand, where do these chemicals come from? And the manner in which they are stored, I thought is very dangerous. I mean, personally, I'm a sensitive person myself. If something is kept not in the right way and I smell it, I start feeling funny. So then when we were asking the emerging farmers, did you buy this yourself? How did you acquire these chemicals? We noticed that the different government departments, they have some procurement spend that is going towards emerging farmers, assisting them with a buying of these chemicals. And I was also curious about who's selling them these chemicals, because I have a background in entomologist, even though I ended up doing other things. But then we quickly noticed that these chemicals are obsolete. If you look at the label, most of these chemicals have expired. They are not stored in the safe way, and they don't know how to read the labels, exactly the things that she said. And I thought maybe this is a very disservice to the emerging farmers. And if you look at most emerging farmers, probably most of them, I can say they lose almost like 50% of their yield. And I was just asking myself, it looks like from our experience with just the small group of farmers we're working with, there's just spraying. They are spraying chemicals that are obsolete, and I've seen sometimes, they will be spraying insecticides on weeds to try and manage weeds. But I'm thinking that there's a whole lot of problems in terms of educating the emerging farmers, giving them technical advice. So it all goes back to what I think Gerard was saying yesterday, the whole thing about stewardship. That is not something that you should be told, but it should be your own internal values as a person, that when you're giving another person that particular product, honestly, really, you're not giving that person the right product. You know that that product is not going to help that person become a better farmer. So that is one thing I just wanted to bring to the attention of the industry. And it's one thing that we will be communicating to the procurement departments in various government departments to say, when you procure, have you consulted the experts? Do you know the industry bodies in this area? Because chances are that you're not procuring the right product. And we're doing that not because we're being funny, but we're doing that because we know something is wrong. And if we can just, share our voice to say there's a better way of procuring these chemicals from people who are from companies that are registered, and we need to start doing things the right way. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that input. I think what I hear is knowledge transfer is just as important as the correct recommendation. So thank you so much for that comment. I'm going to take one or two comments that I have online, then I will get back to the floor here. This is more a comment than a question, but but maybe Gideon, you can maybe assist here. It's from Lamas. Pest scouting is essential. Therefore, the advisor should let the farmer understand that too, not just following the program that could develop resistance quickly.
Correct, yes, that's very true. I think scouting is one area where we can improve dramatically. Some of our export fruit farmers have very good systems in place where they do scouting, because it's just impractical for one person to scout a whole entire farm. So you need a scouting system, you need properly trained scouts, and you also need the tools to measure whether you're above certain thresholds, whether to apply certain products or not.
Like an early warning system?
Or maybe not to apply certain products, because that's just as important. And you know, where there are true integrated pest management systems, we've seen that export fruit farmers on a commercial basis is in a position to produce zero residue fruit for export. So it can be done. But it's a total different mindset from the conventional, just a normal spray program with normal intervals.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you, Gideon. We've got a question there from the floor. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. It's Rob Dawson from New Farm. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I think in the world you will always find opportunists, and there will always be somebody who's trying to sell you perhaps the right thing, perhaps the wrong thing at the cheapest price. So what I would say is, from a farmer perspective, try and educate yourself and read as much as you possibly can about your crops, your pests, your products that you need to use, and obviously going along with that, choosing the right crop advisor and somebody that is trustworthy, I think is key. Secondly, I wanted to say that I would be very interested to see the decline in the profitability of a farm in South Africa versus the depreciation in the rand. Because the challenge, and I'm speaking from a agrochemical producer side, the challenges for us, and believe me, we have loads of supply challenges currently this year, but all the agrochemicals are priced in US dollars. So, and I've seen this across, I've just done a long trip throughout Africa, and believe me, this is not unique to South Africa. There are places like Sudan, like Kenya, like Egypt. Egypt has just had a 25% depreciation in their currency. So you can imagine what that does when all your products are priced in either euros or US dollars. So I'm not abstaining from any responsibility to say that there's got to be some sort of compromise where there's got to be reasonably priced chemicals. But the challenges are also within a continent where the currencies are under pressure compared to international currencies. Thank you.
Rob, yeah, thank you for your comment. I don't know if somebody wants to add to that.
Thanks, Corne, if I may, Rob. I think the exchange rate and the depreciation of that situation is very real. As a farmer on my output side, I have to manage it, and I have to do my hedging. I've got to put things in place. It's extremely difficult for me on my input side to do that. But whereas your manufacturer, which are predominantly multinational companies, and then your supplier, first link after the manufacturer, are in a far better position to hedge out exchange rate risks than what a farmer would be I mean, I think it's just one step too far to expect a farmer to hedge that exchange rate risk as well. I know it's not an example in the crop protection industry, but in one of our other input suppliers, where a company is South African-based multinational is not prepared to do hedging, forward buying, not prepared to do it. They're very comfortable, they're in a comfort zone, and they can pass on that risk to the farmer. We've been, and farmers absorb input cost inflation. Every link in the input supply chain has the opportunity, has the privilege. When they experience an input inflation, they pass it down to the bottom line. They maintain their margin, and it goes down. The farmer doesn't have that. The farmer doesn't have that opportunity. We're the last, and that sponge is now full. We can't anymore. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Derek. I think also from my side, our exposure and our dependence on imports is maybe something we should also discuss. Is there something we can do in the crop protection space to maybe look at producing more of it ourselves? Currently, basically 100% of our product is being imported, and that exposes us extremely. Before I take another question from the floor, I've got a question here online. Graham Harding is saying or asking, can a crop advisor be company bound? Most companies carry a wide range of products, whether generic or patented, having the whole spectrum of options, but the incentive and the margin drive the product of choice. And I think that have been said from our
that's our
farmers.
experience.
Yeah.
You know, it's not something. It's not an allegation we're making. That's our experience.
Yes. So what we're hearing is, how do we get the right solution, not the right price or the right profit margin for the advisor himself?
Corné, maybe if I may comment on that, and it's unfortunate, and I don't dispute what Derek says at all. However, there are very fierce competition in the market, and in my experience, a person that outprices his products or programs are very quickly caught out. So I think competition, market forces will sort out those type of problems, maybe not immediately, but that's got a very short shelf life. And so I think it's, and to the question of Graham, the crop advisors are company bound, because that's where you do the training, the assistance, the support, your supply chain logistics. So our role as an industry should be to get the product as cost effective on the farm as possible. So there are a number of initiatives to eliminate costs in the supply chain. Rob referred to it. Unfortunately, the last couple of years have been very, very challenging, not just in South Africa, across the world, with container cost, in some instances are being more than the products inside the container. So it's actually getting ridiculous, and we're sitting, there's the mic back, and we're sitting in a position where we all face this challenge because we're such a small player in the international market.
Yes. Thanks for that.
Yeah, Gunnar, I think Gideon touches on a lot of important things. The problem is that you can't see this in isolation. I mean, we can't expect industry to sort of, suppliers to sort it out. We can't expect. It's got to be a solution that farmers and industry sit around the table together and find. And it's. I don't know. I just don't know how we can cross this bridge of when your advisor, when the guy doing the script, the guy giving the advice, when he's company bound. I mean, that company will also only have agreements or have an offering. You won't have the whole thing. How do we cross that bridge to get to where the advice is actually the best advice to the thing? If it's not in his, is the integrity of such a level that if the solution isn't within his portfolio, that he's going to refer you to somebody else? I don't think so.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Derek. There's another question from the floor there at the back. Thank you.
Yes, Emmanuel Sminga from BSF. And my question is to Butari. I think she raised an issue about MRLs, where she says it's a question to you, like you followed all the programs, but you still had residue issues. So perhaps this also touches on what Nolwazi also brought up about secondary standards. So my question to you, and then maybe Nolwazi can comment, is was this based on the primary standards, the MRLs, or secondary standards when you had the residue picked up on your crop, for instance? And if that's actually the issue, maybe the question would also be, most of the residue trials that have been done, which are determining the withholding period for different crops, are done on the MRLs as the primary standards. How do we harmonize this issue as an industry? Because secondary standards are coming up, and these are driven by the market. That's the customers or the supermarkets, especially for the export market. If you can comment on that, and then Nolwazi. Thanks.
Okay. I think from what I heard from Chauke, is that she says that she would have done the right thing. And I also want us to think not only for export, because can you imagine what we are eating ourselves in South Africa? Because when you talk about secondary standards, it's all the export. Now, if she has followed the right thing and we are still having these residues that are high, I mean, the question would be, one, did we apply it at the right time? Is it even registered for this particular crop? And what do we need to change in the following season? For example, you know, us as companies, when we receive such information, we do an investigation where we can actually share, you know, breakdown curves, you know, that can assist the farmer, because we get worried when you actually get MRL exceedances, because this affects us at the end, you know, because that molecule gets flagged, you know, for the wrong reasons, and because it has been applied incorrectly, probably in some cases. And we have actually having, you know, questions even from the Department of Agriculture, where they would actually ask us, you know, we've actually had this report on this farmer that this product has actually exceeded. What can we do? We do advise the farmers, you know, on what has happened, because we actually get to understand what you have done, and then we actually give training, you know, what you can do to reduce that. But that can differ on molecule to molecule, because when you are applying a program, it's a mixture of molecules. We do not know whether there could be synergies or issues within that mixture. It's something that it needs to be discussed in industry.
Could I ask a question just here? As a manufacturer, are you not concerned at the number of links in the chain? Your responsibility and your product that you're producing. You've got so many links now, and if those links are not responsible and if there's not integrity in those links, aren't you at risk?
We are very much at risk, and as it has been mentioned yesterday during the REC presentations, where resistance have been mentioned, we are actually asking ourselves, because I mean it takes a lot of years for us to even create that molecule, to make that solution available for the farmer. When it is not being used properly, it actually puts us at risk. So what we are trying as a company now, before, training was actually being done with the crop advisors, but now as a company we are taking even further responsibility, where we're actually even going to the farms to actually make them understand, you know, what these molecules are there to solve, and the kind of risks if they use them, you know, the opposite way that they should. So we are taking that further step as a company. Actually, it's very worrying for us when we hear what you've actually been presenting.
So what I'm hearing is that we're a lot closer to a solution than what we think. If I as a farmer can go straight to the manufacturer, then you can carry out your responsibility, and I can carry out my responsibility.
Well, not completely, but as a manufacturer, we actually work, you know, with the farmer by giving them technical advice when there is a need, you know, for them. But we are not also keeping out the crop advisors, because we must understand that sometimes the crop advisors would have done the right thing, but the farmer would decide to do the wrong thing. So, but as manufacturers, if we get any question, we do take that upon ourselves to actually help the farmer.
I'm not cutting out the crop advisor or the agronomist at all. So I identify a problem on the farm that I don't know. I get an agronomist in, and I get a certain advice. my advice is go to product X, I go to the manufacturer of product X, and then manufacturer of product X can be responsible, can check that I'm doing what I have to do as well.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not about denying anybody in the supply chain their place in the sun. It's about, who picks up the can when things go wrong.
I think things wouldn't go wrong if we have done it right at the beginning. That's what I'm actually...
Yes, good discussion.
Yeah, maybe
Thanks.
Corneille, if I can come in here, I think especially in the export fruit industry, again as an example, the crop advisors and the distributors are taking full responsibility for the recommendations, for the programs. If there's any problem with MRLs or fruits that are rejected on the other side, and there was a problem with the program, then there is accountability. And the same applies for grain. So I think maybe, and that was a question that Marius also posed, maybe we should do more work in presenting from a CropLife perspective who are accredited CropLife members, one, and that you make sure that the person that's on your farm is accredited, that he or she is properly trained and can do the job that you expect, taking the responsibility that you expect. Because I must come up for the suppliers. All the reputable suppliers do proper training of their products at distributor level to crop advisors. And again, it goes into selection, and Dani said at the back, the problem is with farmers being under pressure, the cheaper solution can create a cat drop at the end of the day. And that's the issue. So there's always a knock-on effect. So the cheapest is not necessarily the best.
Yeah.
Agree?
Yeah. I think this is a very fruitful discussion. We've got a comment here from Gary Latham. I think that's on Derek's point. He says manufacturers also sell to buying groups and large farmers directly, often bypassing the agronomist or even their own agents. But the question is if that's responsible and there's also the stewardship involved there, is there something wrong with that? If there's that stewardship already in that linkage, are we really bypassing a stage where we are now taking shortcuts? Well, maybe it's an unfair question now, but if there's... Do we have any other questions? Henk?
Comment regarding the MRLs. So if you want to discuss this topic first and then come back to the MRLs, that's fine. I just want to ask Mr. Matthews whether he buys his Massey Ferguson trackers from Massey Ferguson headquarters or from Massey Ferguson in Lichtenburg. And what value do they add? But you can go back to the first discussion.
Very good question.
And then I'll come back with a comment on the MRLs.
Well, we can take two questions at a time from you, Henk.
So you can multitask. Okay, that's good. The fact that there are MRLs, of course, is not necessarily a problem. The problem only exists if the MRLs exceed the levels listed for the particular product. And that should never happen if the label is followed carefully, because there are huge buffers built into the establishment of MRLs based on ADI for a very specific active ingredient, the use pattern, etc., etc. So I just thought maybe there was a misperception that we have to produce crops with zero residue. That's virtually impossible to do.
Thank you. Yeah, Henk, I agree with you. In the product development itself, that should already be set. So I agree with you fully.
For registration, the issue of ADIs, and that goes back to your PHI.
Yeah.
If you exceed your PHI, if you exceed your dosage rate, then there can be a problem. But there should never be a problem if the label is adhered to strictly, because it costs a lot of money to establish a residue profile, to establish a MRL, etc., etc.
Yeah. So anything from the panelists on the MRLs before we tackle the Massey Ferguson example?
Yes. I just want to find out from the house. So, sometimes you'd read a label and it'd say it's compatible with, you can mix with this particular group, you can mix with other. Those labels there, when they say a product is compatible to be mixed with another product, or this one, it cannot be mixed, can we take that as a final gospel? Because sometimes someone will say, you know what, in your particular week, mix this one, add it to that spraying program, then it will solve your problems. When I start mixing chemicals, does that affect the efficiency or the effectiveness of those chemicals to be effective in managing the pests and diseases in my crops? So yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. It may very well, and especially if it's specified in a label that a product is not compatible with another product, you should definitely follow that. So the label still remains the legal binding document. Anything that's done outside the label causes risk for you as a farmer and also for the crop advisor. So always stick to the label.
Yes.
Definitely.
What I've learned from Dr. Gerard and Rod is the label is the law.
Yes.
So if it's on the label, follow the label first.
Thanks.
We've got Chris Thompson here for a question.
Thank you, Corné. Both Voltari and Derek have given the crop advisors a bit of a knock today, I think. So I feel I've got to come up for them a little. Derek, you spoke about the margins that you are under pressure with. A lot of our crop advisors operate on less than that. If you look at, and I must answer Peter back there in terms of his referral to agronomists, there are crop advisors and there are crop advisors, and there are agronomists and agronomists. And with respect to you, Peter, if you choose your crop advisor properly, you should not need an agronomist. Everything we've spoken about today, MRLs, monitoring, empty container removal, not selling obsolete chemicals, MRLs, all that sort of stuff, your crop advisor should be providing that service for you. And for him to operate on a 9 or 10% margin, as you farmers have to, with his deliveries, with his weather stations, with his monitoring, with his PPM, precision farming programs that he does, I think there's a definite place for a proper crop advisor and a proper agronomist.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Chris, for that. I think, Derek, now it gets to both Henk and Chris's opinion on whether the manufacturer or the company and the agent and the dealership example comes in.
Yeah, okay. So just in immediate reply to Chris, my statements are out of experience. This is how we've experienced. This is what we've lived in the past. You know, it's not something that it's not accusations that we're just making. These are realities that we've lived with. So it's highlighting pockets of disintegrity, if that's a word, you know, of lack of integrity within a situation. So I agree 100%. If there was total, and that's what I said in my presentation, the current situation in South Africa necessitates extreme reliance on the integrity of that person. So can we guarantee that? On the economic side, we look at, you know, all the links in the chain, and can we afford it? You know, is there not room for me to go and buy from a manufacturer? That's the thing. With regard to the Massey Ferguson answer, that situation has changed in the last 3 to 4 years. We now find that the suppliers, the manufacturers, are actually taking over the distribution channels in South Africa. So yes, right now, the equipment I'm buying direct from the manufacturer out of the US.
We've got Chris. We've got 1 or 2 questions that we can take, and then last comment from the panelists. Then we can wrap up.
Just quickly, thank you, Corné. Derek, I think they are specialists in their fields, and where Noazi at Corteva's example, they specialize in registering and manufacturing new chemistry. If they want to have our 6,500 farmer accounts, a lot of them for good reason, who can't pay and want to run with that admin, they are welcome to. But we are specialists in what we do as distributors, just as the manufacturers are. We would love to help you and cut out a link in the chain, but if you have the proper people at each level, I think there's no space to take someone out, unfortunately.
Okay.
Chris, I think before I give him Derek a chance, I think that's the key. If every link in the chain adds value, there's no need to cut out someone. So I think that's just the important thing we want to let the conference hear is if there's still links in the chain that just pass through product or organize the distribution or the transport, I think there's no fat in the value chain for that anymore. But for someone that does the same as agronomist, I think, and other value addition is definitely there will always be space for that person in the agricultural value chain. So, Rod, we've got a question there from the floor.
Just a comment corner, and I'm not going to deny people from their caffeine and nicotine, so I'll be quick. When the organising committee pulled this session together, we didn't quite know what the outcome was be, but I'm extremely pleased with the outcome. This was all unscripted. We gave no guidance to the presenters today, but I think it's brought out exactly what the organisers hoped. People need to talk. We have our annual debates with Grain SA, and we hear stories back all the time, which we share with our members. But this is the first time we've had all people in the value chain together in a room. So I'm extremely pleased what everybody has done. Thank you. But for me, it highlights, and I think some of you all touched on it along the way, it's joint responsibility. So sorry for Derek, but you cannot expect the crop advisor to take full responsibility. You have to take responsibility of what gets put on your farm as well. The distributors cannot throw up their hands and say, oh, well, it's the supplier's problem. They manufactured and put on the label. Sorry, you've recommended the product to the farmer. And if you've made a mistake, take it on the chin. And the suppliers also, you need to know where the hell your product's going. Don't just put it into the distribution chain and forget about it. So we're back to stewardship. It's back to responsibility. It's back to doing the right thing that Gerard punted. It's down to your ethics. And it's joint responsibility is the summary I want to put down. It's from manufacturer who registered it, to the distribution, to the crop advisor, to the farmer. So thanks, Corné. It's been an awesome session from my point of view. Thank you.
Rod, yeah. Rod, thank you so much for that comment. I think what I hear is partnership, responsibility of each chain member, and stewardship right through the value chain. That's definitely a very good summary that you made right there. I'm going to give a last chance for a panel member if they've got something burning to say. Gideon.
Thank you, Corné. Yes, I want to add on what Rod said is, we as an agriculture sector must see each other as partners. We're not opposition. It's not that one sector wants to exploit another sector, but we have to keep each other accountable. So I'm all for that. But we need to work together to find solutions. We're just too small to work in isolated islands to be successful. So, and where there are issues, let's put it on the table. Let's address it. Is the industry squeaky clean? No. Have we progressed? Definitely. So there's room for improvement. We want to improve. We need to hear the issues. I think there's a much bigger issue, structural issue for emerging farmers. The agriculture industry is just part of the solution. I think mentoring, other services are in dire straits and needed to get on the farms. But it's good that we place these things on the table, that we hear each other. Because I think there are prejudice in some instances, and a forum like this can clear it. And as soon as we enter into dialogue, we can discuss it and come to a solution. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you so much, Gideon. Derek?
Thank you, Corné. I think it's quite obvious we can't work in silos. We depend on each other to ensure good quality, safe food for the customers. We depend on each other for sustainability for every link in the chain.
Yeah.
We depend on each other. Without a farmer, the manufacturer doesn't have a client for his product. And the crop advisor, the supplier, distributor, crop advisor doesn't have a client. They don't have a reason to exist. 100%. We depend on each other.
For sure.
And I get a lot of flack from farmers saying, don't regard your input suppliers as your friends or as your partners. You know, they want to see them as adversary. That's not where I'm at. We're not adversary. We depend on each other. We've got, you know, I need the best products. And this is where I think of yesterday's discussion on Act 36 and all the backlogs and the incredible challenge that we have with that. There are so many good solutions that are out there that we don't have access to.
Yeah.
We've got to fix those kind of things. And I can't do it as a farmer on my own. And we can't expect the industry to do it on their own. So we just got to rely on each other. It's about a collective
partnership.
effort.
Yeah. Ms. Voetlaar.
I think on my side, what I really wanted to echo today was the requirement for proper training from an emerging farmer's perspective, where you're able to assist with training as crop advisors, as manufacturers. That part will really, really welcome. But also, just to add that, like they've said, it's all an ecosystem. If you take one part out, then the whole ecosystem fails. For us, we might be the future commercial farmers.
For sure.
But for you to be, we are. And for us to walk a journey with a crop advisor, help me out when I'm still small. Respect me as an emerging farmer. Give me the right information when I'm still emerging, then we get to walk the journey with you. He said he's had 3 at least, we're not going to make it 10 or 12. Yes, but we're quite excited. I think we've received a lot of assistance, especially for emerging people like myself who jump from one industry and go into another one. We've found reputable crop advisors who have managed to hold our hand and help us in the journey, and we're quite grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone has heard that message quite clear. Wazi, a last word from you.
Thank you, Kone. I think I want to thank CropLife for organizing this, because I think it's something that we needed to do, because we've been talking about these kind of things in the corners, and now this has given us a forum to bring them out, because they've been there burning and they are waiting to burst. So, and having spoken about these things, we actually need to have a plan. How do we solve them? Because there's no point of actually talking about them but doing nothing after. The important thing is, what do we do after this conference? Is it a conference to just bring issues? Are we going to do something about those issues? And I can tell you now, myself as a manufacturer and a stewardship lead, I am actually going to be probing Rod and Gerald to say, what do we do? Here we are as manufacturers. How can we work together? How can we partner? Because these are our molecules that we need to look after. These are the solutions that we think we are bringing to the farmers. If they are not being used correctly, we are going to be left with none. Yeah. So that's my take, Kone, for today, is that we should do something. We should drive it. Yeah.
Great. Wazi, thank you so much for that. As I know the leadership of CropLife, not only including Rodney, but I see them as implementers and changers, and I think this discussion won't stay here. From a Grain SA point of view, it definitely won't stay here, so we're going to try to meet each other and change where changes need to happen. I want to thank every one of you for being hunters today. You shot quite straight today, but thank you for that. That's needed. We need this. We need to talk straight to each other, and thank you for CropLife organizing this good panel discussion. Thank you so much, everyone.
is no planet B. We are all completely reliant on the environment we live in for basic life, but also for quality of life. It's our duty and our responsibility to safeguard our environment through careful resource management, but also by developing scientific solutions to maximize those resources.
I'm Professor Marijke Lawaskagni. I'm a professor in plant breeding, and we have the Saatchi Chair in disease resistance and quality of field crops. Myself and my family love hiking, so we love going on hiking tours and seeing nature and experiencing that. We live on a small holding where we also have a vegetable garden, so we love being outdoors and seeing plants and nature.
In protecting the environment, we have incredible tools at our disposal. Scientists are at the forefront of fighting climate change and resource depletion through innovative solutions.
Plant breeding is manipulation of plants, but it's all for the good of humans, but also for the good of the environment. For example, we are breeding by conventional breeding for resistance, for example, to insects and the resistance to diseases. What is the alternative is to spray a lot of organophosphates, which goes into the soil and which goes into the soil water, and that's very unhealthy for the environment. So we can prevent this by improving the crops and making them naturally resistant or tolerant to all kinds of pests and diseases. So we are doing a lot of work on biofortification, that is the genetic improvement of nutritional value of crops. So we are improving the zinc content, the iron content, some essential amino acids, and also things like provitamin A. And at the same time, we are looking at it in the context of global warming. So while we are doing the nutritional improvement, we are also looking at drought tolerance and heat tolerance of these cultivars that we are developing as well.
Continuous innovations in plant breeding contribute to sustainability by creating cultivars that require fewer resources, like water and chemicals, to produce enough food to feed the nation. These innovative solutions will ensure that future generations can enjoy food security while at the same time protecting the environment.
I've been at the university for some decades now, and the technology has changed hugely. All over Africa you have conventional breeding programs now, but you also have the new technology like gene editing and things coming in all over Africa. We need to produce more food, we need to produce more safe food, nutritious food, food that can grow in very adverse conditions, which we are seeing happening all around us with climate changes. And if we can change those genetically, I think that is what we are all striving for.
Because we all care about the environment, our collective goal is to produce safe, affordable, nutritious food in a responsible, sustainable manner that preserves resources and protects the environment. For more information, visit croplife.co.za. CropLife, supporting responsible food production for a better future. Mzansi. This is our pantry. Sometimes it is bursting at the seams with goodness, but other times the cupboards are bare.
I wanted to be a farmer because I had a desire and a passion in terms of food production. That was the first thing. The second thing was also making a meaningful contribution to food security as a commercial farmer in my own right, and also ensure that around me, through the farming operation I envisaged to have, was to make a meaningful contribution to those who are trying to farm and developing in their own right with regards to production. So those are the reasons that drove my farming passion. Rural communities are being hit hard by climate change because they are in a position of not having crop insurance, for example. You're in a position where contouring or water harvesting methods aren't being made available or have deteriorated, which is infrastructure that needs to be improved. One infestation could wipe out, an entire crop, and farmers can never bounce back from that, or it becomes an extremely difficult thing for those farmers in particular. All these challenges that farmers face have also impacted my operation as well. And some of the steps that I've taken are to farm more precise in terms of precision agriculture, crop rotation, and cover crops, which are ways that can improve heavy impact towards climate change. With Eastern Cape, you've got a province that's got over 300,000 hectares of arable land lying underdeveloped. With aspects such as increased technology investment in those areas, you've got a province that can really turn around the production level with regards to food production in South Africa or for the agricultural industry as a whole.
Our farmers bear the heavy burden of ensuring food security for all of us. But our farmers do not only produce food, they are responsible for producing safe, nutritious food, and doing so sustainably. New breeding technologies like genome editing can help farmers achieve this.
One of the leading technologies out there is plant breeding, and that will increase food production, it will mitigate exposure to climate change, and it will be a sustainable way to ensure sound food production at national and or developing level. And one of the benefits of plant breeding is that at a community level, you position the farmers to be producing quality food, safe food, and nutritious food, therefore mitigating the big problem of poverty at household level. And that's what plant breeding can do for you as a technology to mitigate climate change. I'm farming currently in Ugie, Eastern Cape. I'm a commercial grain farmer, maize, soybeans, sorghum and wheat. And part of my farming strategy has always been to absorb and appreciate technology. And part of those technologies that I've brought on the farm is that I've got a lot of precision agriculture. So my technological aspect in terms of tractor usage is very, very precise. I've also ensured that I do a lot of crop rotation, and I use top quality genetics with regards to the type of seed and the fertilizer that I'm exposed to. So adopting these technologies have obviously helped me overcome challenges that affect a lot of farmers. So for example, in terms of making sure that I work within the sustainable environment of my farm, I'm in a position now where I'm less exposed to insect infestation on the farm, which is ways that have improved through the technologies that I've absorbed at Rocky Park Farm. I've seen what poverty does at household level. I grew up in a rural area, and it's an impact that a lot of farmers and households cannot sustain. So my work through the rural development work that I do is to change the household food security level. It's to ensure that at least we are impacting or denting the poverty level, but also a situation of production at household level. We need to be in a position where we're taking the household farmers, but also the potential commercial farmers in communal areas to the next level. As farmers, we're producing a food secure South Africa all the time. It's a lot of hard work, and as consumers, it's important that we embrace that and we support that, and we continue understanding that farmers are the bread basket and the foundation of our daily lives as people of this country.
Because we all care about our communities, we support the production of safe, affordable, nutritious food, using sustainable methods to protect the environment. For more information, visit croplife.co.za. CropLife, supporting responsible food production for a better future.
I work in the food industry or the plant science industry. Therefore, I know the importance of safe food. I have 3 kids, and my family means the world to me. I want to make sure that whatever they eat is safe, and whatever they eat is nutritious, and it can build them up to be healthy human beings. People think food starts when you sow the seed on the ground, but actually it takes about 5 to 7 years, sometimes even longer, to get that high quality seed onto the farmer's hands. There's a lot of research and development that takes place in the background before one eventually goes to buy a bag of seed.
Good nutrition is essential for healthy living, but it is just as important that while we take care of our own health, we also take care of our environment.
Genome editing is one of the latest techniques that's used today to produce high quality seeds. What genome editing entails, it entails using different kind of techniques like CRISPR-Cas. CRISPR-Cas is a new modern technology that enables scientists to edit genes. One can be able to delete, to add, and get the best plants possible out of that genome editing scenario. Genome editing should not be confused with GMOs. Genome editing does not necessarily lead to transgenic traits, so this is something completely different. In the area where I work, we produce different types of crops that come as a result of research in agricultural biotechnology. Before those products can be commercialized, they have to be tested according to regulations as set out by authorities in different countries. We have to test the impact of those crops on the environment, the impact on human health, the impact on animal health, which we broadly refer to as food and feed safety tests. So we are very much certain that by the time they get to the market, the food is safe.
Regulations governing safe food production are there to protect consumers and are adhered to very strictly to make sure advances in science and technology are applied correctly to produce nutritious food.
Buying groceries can be overwhelming because there's different types of food in the market. You can see sometimes on the label they say this food has been produced using organic farming practices or conventional farming practices, or produced using sustainable agricultural practices. But for me, the critical factor is that the ingredients that are in the food, they must be safe for our children and they must be safe for us as adults. The key point for me also is sustainable agricultural practices. Once the food has been produced using sustainable agricultural practices, then it gives me confidence that it was produced using practices that won't have adverse impact on the environment. Those are the major considerations: safety as well as sustainable agricultural practices. I trust the science that goes into food production. I trust the food and feed safety tests that are being conducted. And I can also say, I trust the production practices for most of the growers who are producing this food in South Africa. And I urge you to do the same.
Because we all care about our family's health, we all want safe, affordable, nutritious food produced in a responsible manner that protects our environment. For more information, visit croplife.co.za. CropLife, supporting responsible food production for a better future.
I grew up in a community that is very poverty-stricken. There are many households that struggle to make a living. So they saw farming as an opportunity to make a living for their own families. And also it is something that has been passed down from generations to generation in my community. I am studying agriculture because I want to pass all the knowledge that I've learned to the young members of my community so that they can also learn how to make their own money, start their own businesses.
Farming is not just a job, it's a way of life. Farmers are not just producing crops, they are ensuring food security and enriching lives.
My grandmother is the one who exposed me to the world of farming. So we used to plant vegetables in the backyard, in our garden. Apart from eating the vegetables ourselves, some of the vegetables were sold at the market or door to door in our community. In the old days, many households practiced
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to our second session of our CropCon 2022. I love that name, Larissa. My name is Nomfundo Mfeka. I'll be facilitating this session today. We're going to have some live presentations today. We're also going to have a pre-recorded presentation from one of our panelists who's coming from virtually. So just to introduce our panelists, we are going to have Elriza today, who is the Marketing and Communications Manager for CropLife. She's going to be taking us through a topic called Industry Knowledge Transfer Resources, and I think that's based on the first session. I think this is a great topic to have now. And then we will have Shauna Lee, who is the Agri Intel Manager. She's going to be taking us through the Agri Intel developments that have come through. So that's also going to be quite interesting, Shauna Lee. And then we have good old Gerard Verduren, who is the Operations and Stewardship Manager for CropLife SA. He will take us through a topic called Working Group Success Stories for Small Packs. So I'm definitely looking forward to that, Gerard. And then we will have virtually Brian Karen, who is the Agricultural Liability Loss Adjuster. So he will be taking us through a topic that I think is going to be really interesting called Where Does the Responsibility Buck Stop? And I'm expecting quite a bit of a debate during that session. And then, of course, we have Gerrit Bazedinghout, who is a multi-award-winning journalist. We're really glad to have you, and he'll be taking us through a topic called Responsible Journalism in the Agricultural Sector. So welcome to our panelists today. Just to explain, it's going to be a bit different from the first session. We will have a presentation. After each presentation, then we'll have a Q&A session. So we will open the questions up to the floor, as well as to our virtual audience after each presentation. All right. So to take us off, I would like to present Elriza to start us off with the first topic. Thank you, Elriza. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think I'll start off with answering a question that I'm sure everyone wants to know the answer to, and the answer is yes. Shauna Lee and I did coordinate our wardrobes today. Right. So I'm quite excited to talk about today pretty much everything. I keep myself busy already, but from a different angle. So I'm probably going to show you now what we're doing from CropLife side. So I thought I'd give you an update just about 3 of the major areas that CropLife South Africa drives in order to ensure that knowledge and resources in the industry is disseminated and shared with those who need to know. Right. So I'll start off with marketing. In 2021, CropLife South Africa published 29 digital articles, 32 print articles, and participated in 20 television interviews and 32 radio interviews. Now, perhaps this may not sound like a lot, but if you break it down monthly, it becomes quite a bit. I'm not showing these numbers to show how great we are at marketing, because we don't sell products. We're a non-profit. We're not in the game of chasing profits. All these efforts are aimed at education and information to do the right thing. And they are made possible because we have great industry and media partners like Grain SA, like Plus Media, who understand the importance of getting the information to the people who need to know it. And in South Africa, we are very blessed with the level of expertise of our agricultural journalists, who don't necessarily chase any sensational story, but who, in most cases, do their best to get the technical information and the context right. Unfortunately, that doesn't always taper down to the general media, and Gerrit will go into responsible journalism a bit later. My colleagues have seen how my blood pressure goes up sometimes when I hear the name of a certain prominent and quite respected consumer publication who always refers to us as lobbyists. I always get my back up because we don't lobby. Okay. And I always think to myself, if only they actually took some time to see what it is that we do, the education, the training, the sharing of information, all in the name of stewardship. And we create resources that can be used by our members or the public for whatever purpose they see fit. In 2021, CropLife SA created 30 videos, 14 information infographics or posters, and 4 newsletters. We also created a summary document to make it easy for our members to access the information based on whichever topic they feel they need to address, from container management to resistance management, you name it. So then, if I really have to think about it, perhaps we do lobby. We lobby for people to be responsible, to educate themselves, and to do the right thing. Julia and Laurie mentioned yesterday that a better word is advocacy, which coincidentally is the theme of the session. But that's what we do, and we will continue to do that, to ensure that our industry continues to give access not just to safe and nutritious food, but enough food. And you can only do that if you protect the food. So, that's what we're doing for the people out there. But we also have a big focus in the industry itself to ensure that those who recommend and sell these crop protection solutions remain up to date and develop themselves professionally. Which is why we drive the CropLife SA Continuous Professional Development, or CPD program, mentioned in the previous session. Now, the CPD program can be compared to cats. You either love it, or you hate it, or you tolerate it because someone brought it home and now you can't get rid of it. And, of course, there are bound to be a couple of hairballs. And with the CPD moving to a new platform in the current cycle, it's not just 1 or 2 hairballs. Right? But this is just what happens when you have over 1,000 crop advisors from 36 companies learning to master new technology. Just because there are a few hiccups, it doesn't mean we throw the cat out with the bathwater. Some of the functionalities of the new system include real-time view of crop advisors' progress from both the facilitator and the crop advisor side, so they can manage their time, take responsibility, and ensure they get the required points throughout the year. Another feature is the digital cards, so we'll no longer be printing cards, but those who are compliant will receive their cards immediately once the cycle has come to an end. Before the card is distributed, though, the crop advisor will need to agree to abide by the CropLife SA Code of Conduct, and to only recommend and sell products that are registered in accordance with Act 36 of 1947. So, we will continue to make these improvements because we share your frustrations. Remember, all your frustrations come down on us, so trust me when I say that making the process as seamless as possible is a top priority for me. But it can't be watered down, it must mean something, it must have a certain standard. So in CropLife, a major focus is to create resources and training sessions of a certain standard. The online modules created in-house so far that can give a crop advisor the following points. For Category 1, 10 quizzes equating to 48 points in total. Category 2, 1 quiz equating 20 points. Category 3, 6 quizzes equating to 80 points in total. In addition, and this will certainly increase now that we're approaching the end of the cycle, our members have submitted 619 training instances that qualify for points. Something to remember though, when it comes to CPD, there is a difference between doing your job and going further and learning, upskilling, and developing yourself to do your job to the best of your ability. This is the difference between just doing what is necessary and doing the right thing, which is often going above and beyond just what's expected. The last area I'll discuss is training. I touched on some of the training that we offer to the crop advisors as part of the CPD program. And one of these modules is the Responsible Use module by Gerard, which is basically a train-the-trainer module. So the idea is to give our members and crop advisors the resources to pass on to their clients and the farm workers who are working with their products on farm level. And Gerard mentioned how many people have been trained with this module yesterday, and the number is not insignificant. And then, of course, we have the basic crop protection course, which will now also be hosted on a new platform. My colleague Nadia is now busy testing it, and we're in the final testing stages as we speak, and we are aiming to launch the new system in the next couple of days. Some of the new functionalities will include the ability to register at any time throughout the year and completing the course at your own pace, providing that it's within a 12-month period. We've also added 3 new modules to the IPN section to introduce biotechnology as a crop protection tool, and we are aiming to review and revise all the material to ensure the students are up to date with the latest information pertaining to the crop protection industry. So, in conclusion, while it may not always be that obvious to everyone, advocacy and knowledge sharing is a major part of our focus. And these are just some of the ways in which CropLife South Africa is working not only to ensure that the necessary resources are created to begin with, but also that it reaches the intended audience that needs it the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Alriza, for that informative presentation. It's really great to see all the work that CropLife is putting in to really transfer the knowledge. You touched on, I'll start and then I'll pass it on to the floor. you touched on 3 major areas. I know on CPD, on training, and of course on the marketing that you guys have been doing as CropLife. And you made a comment of we are not a lobbying group, which I like, because my first question to you then is, as a communications and marketing manager of CropLife, for instance, last year there were a number of articles that came out about the crop industry, about CropLife SA in South Africa. For instance, I'll be specific. There was one from the Mail and Guardian that came out in May that I will read specifically, which talked about a wall of silence, where CropLife SA was referred to as a lobby group of pesticides in South Africa and a group that was not willing to share information with other stakeholders, referring to our Agri Intel database. So my question to you on that is, based on what you've said today, is how does CropLife communicate with these secondary regulators? You know, how does CropLife try and influence these narratives that come out from these stakeholders? As the communications manager, how do you manage that?
Good question. Look, it is difficult, and it takes some doing not to take it personally, because as I said, we know what we do. We know the good we do and the effort we actually put into doing the right thing. On that particular instance, it was quite interesting because we actually shared our stance with the journalists, and it was pretty much ignored, which is unfortunate. It does happen. Sometimes I get the feeling they only approach us so that they can say they've done their due diligence, and they don't take. They already have the agenda in their mind. So then sometimes it becomes a losing battle, and it is what it is. But this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And as long as we as an industry carry on doing the right thing and we start sharing those stories and telling people, we've been silent quite long, we've been sort of reactive. It's time to become proactive. It's time for us to go first. Guys, this is what we're doing. We're not just selling product. We are training. We are educating. We are going the extra mile. And I don't think that's something we've done enough. So that's my comment. The time is now to really not just CropLife.
Yeah.
CropLife is doing it. That is our marketing strategy. It's a major focus for us.
Yeah.
Our members need to do it as well. I think they need to hop on board and include it in their marketing strategies and their con strategies and really get that message out there.
I think that's a good point. And I'd actually like to call in Gerrit in here, because you are an agricultural journalist. And I would really like to get your input on that, on how can CropLife sort of control or get in front of these types of narratives and perceptions that come out about our industry. So it'd be really interesting to get your point of view on this.
I think the opportunities to bring your message across and to communicate your point of view has grown so vastly over the past, say, half a decade. I mean, in the past we were limited to basically print, and now, I mean, the whole world is your stage. Yeah. I think with Elrisa saying the time to be proactive is now, and I think in terms of CropLife, I think that the platforms should all be embraced. Social media, print. I mean, we are sitting here, we're talking to the whole world. And if you grab those opportunities and you come as yourself and you bring your own a message, and you don't just rely on, say, a second or a third party to disseminate it, your message will become so much clearer, and you can speak directly to the targets that you're aiming for.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Rob, do you want to come in?
Please. I would just like to comment on Agri Intel. Agri Intel is a wholly owned piece of proprietary information that belongs to CropLife South Africa. It was started off as an MRL tool for export farmers, and it has evolved and grown over the years. It costs a significant amount of money to develop. It costs an even more significant amount of money to keep it going. It's actually the mandate of government to keep a register of every product that is registered under Act 36. The onus and responsibility should not sit on the industry. Yeah. So the fact that we have developed this database for the benefit of our members, all of our members have got free access because they pay membership fees. So the subscription fee for non-members is only fair. We've got journalists in the room. I mean, there's well-known periodicals these days. You pay to access them, even if you're going online. So we have no apology for charging for access to our database for non-members, because it costs a lot of money to develop, to maintain, and to pay salaries of our staff. So if people have a problem, I think they should direct it to government and say, why do you not have a publicly accessible database of products registered, rather than giving us grief?
Thank you, Rod. I think that's very clear. I'll pass it on to the floor if we have any questions for Elreza or virtually. Or I'll move on to my next question. Gerard? Yes, sorry.
May I add a bit of a comment and observation on what Elreza spoke about now, and call it the lobby part of the media. I'm not talking about the hardcore, honest and agricultural media, but the lobby media published some articles about CropLife that were quite scathing in the last 2 years. Despite us being proactive and giving the right information, they don't listen to that. So it seems to be bad for CropLife SA. Let me put it into context. We've done, if I say us, actually Elreza is the conduit for all our communication. We've done communication about certain issues. And take just for example, those topics in the public arena that carry momentum versus the topics in the public arena that don't carry momentum. Those lobby articles have a very limited lifespan. They've got a very small audience that read that particular stuff in Constantia in the Western Cape. That's all they read it. The mainline media that we spoke about, the locust outbreak, the tuta absoluta, the potato tuber moth, that stuff has a momentum that is still carrying on, despite us putting the first media out there 2 years from now. So maybe we are a bit oversensitive, I think, and even myself, I take it very personally when they write rubbish about us. But we take it too personal because that media outlet or that particular media event has a very short lifespan, whereas the main core stuff that we broadcast out to farmers about our training, responsible use, pest outbreaks, how to combat it, has a long-term lifespan. So despite the negative stuff, I think we should put it into context and be a bit more calm about this. I'm saying to my dear colleagues, let's not get overstressed. I know we're stressed, but let's not stress too much about it.
Thanks for that, Gerard. Right, Elreza, I know you shared a bit on the CPD and the basic course training, which I think I'd like to congratulate CropLife on getting that on a new platform. I think that's really going to be great and allow a lot of people to be involved and take up that training. So I think my question for you on that is, we had in the earlier session, I think it's Gideon, if I'm not mistaken, he spoke about being a responsible crop advisor. And when I saw you talking about CPD, which is aimed at crop advisors, now I wanted to ask, in that course, are you guys sort of touching on something like that, on responsibility, on what exactly are you touching about on that course, specifically for the crop advisors? Because it seems there's a huge trend of wanting them to be more responsible and to be more technical. Just give a bit more information on what the course involves.
Right, so there's two issues here. There's the CPD and the basic crop protection course. And I know a lot of people get very confused between the two. They think they do the basic crop protection course, now they're CropLife accredited. It doesn't work that way. So the basic crop protection course is the minimum requirement for a crop advisor to be able to participate in the CPD program. You can only participate in the CPD program if you are a crop advisor of a distributor member company of CropLife South Africa. So the basic crop protection course can be done by anyone. Anyone with an interest, it doesn't matter, you can be fresh out of varsity or fresh out of high school or whatever, as long as you have internet access and you can read. That's fine. But that course consists of 4 modules, right? The first 2 touch on technical things, plant structure and pests and pest structures, and it's very technical. The last 2 is very much aimed at responsibility. It touches on everything to do with the legal requirements. IPM is the 4th module, I mentioned that, and then you have everything covering from IPM. So half the course is purely about doing the right thing and responsibility. I hope that answers your question. And the CPD, sorry, just to add to that, in the CPD itself as well, the entire category 3 is aimed at stewardship. So that focuses completely on anything from responsible use, from warehousing, storage, transport,
Yes.
all those topics.
Okay, that's
So they do the course and then they do the category
Yes.
3 yearly. Every year they need to get those points.
Okay, I think that's really good. And then just to add on that, there was a question from Marius earlier where he was asking, do farmers know about CBD course? I will ask you that, do they know, and what is CropLife doing to try and make them more aware for their crop advisors or farmers as well?
Right, so a lot of the citrus producers and the export guys, they pretty much know because a lot of them need to comply with global gap. So there we don't have a lot of problems. I think it's more the grain guys sometimes, but that's why we have these excellent relationships with Grain SA. So there have been numerous articles in Grain SA where we have touched on it and why do you need to check who you're buying your agrochemicals from. And we're promoting it in that way. Again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. If they missed that particular article, they might not necessarily know, but I know Corné and his team puts a focus on their members and getting that message across. So we are doing it. We rely on our partners to assist us on that because we don't always speak directly to the farmer, but we do reach out to our partners who do.
Okay, thank you. Okay. No other questions on the floor? No. I think not. Okay. Thank you so much, Reza. That was really, really informative. And I really want to say we do recognize the amount of work that you do. As Gerard always tells me, Reza is very busy. So I would really, really recognize that. And as CropLife, and I think as industry members, we appreciate that. So thank you. All right, we will then move on to our next presentation, which will be by Shauna Lee. She'll just be giving us a bit of developments on the Agri Intel database. Over to you, Shauna Lee.
Thank you very much. Yes, so this morning I'm just going to touch very quickly on 2 developments on the Agri Intel website. The first one is the training videos, which Alriza has been working very hard on over the last few months as well. And also I'll be launching a new feature, which we probably launched about an hour ago on the website. So it's going to be hot off the press. So looking at the training videos, everyone is aware of the Agri Intel website, I'm hoping. And for those of you that have not yet registered on the website, all you need to do is click on the register button on the home page, follow the prompts, and you'll be registered from there. Those of you that have registered are probably receiving renewal emails. Remember, access to Agri Intel is on an annual basis, so you do need to renew your profile. So if you're not able to log into the website, please just log on to Agri Intel under the user profile and renew your membership there for the following year to access the information. Once you've logged onto the website and able to access it, underneath the industry resources and training section of the website, we have a page which looks like this, where there are a variety of documents available for your perusal. The first one, which might be of use, is the Agri Intel user guideline. And if we scroll further down the website, we've got the training videos available to you. These are available 24/7, and they've been divided into 9 different videos highlighting different sections on the website. So either by clicking on the blue link at the top, will take you to the CropLife South Africa homepage, or the YouTube page, sorry, where you can watch the video there, or you can just watch it on screen in front of you. So it's available at any point in time should you want more clarity about how a certain section on the website does work. Right, and now I'd like to launch a new section called the Weed Species section on Agri Intel. We've been working on this for a number of years now, and it's finally been launched on the website. So basically, this will be found underneath the label database section, where you can pick it up here in the weed species. You're able to search in a very similar manner all the other sections on the website, where you can search by either an active, a crop, a registration holder, or even a target. And the last step will be selecting the weed species that you'd like to see the products registered on. The report will then show you all the products, all the herbicide products at least, that are registered for that particular weed species. So we're hoping this will be a very valuable tool for the industry. looking where you can access this, on the left-hand side, you can access it underneath the label database. Or if you're already working in the label database, it'll be in a drop-down menu here where you can make your selection based on any of the starting search options. It works pretty much the same as the rest of the website, where you'll need to make the selections based on your starting point. And there will also be different optional filters available depending which report type you're choosing. The next step, you'll need to obviously select a further refine by search option. And then the last step will be to select the weed species either in its English common name, its Afrikaans common name, or its Latin name. Depending on the report type that you choose, you can select multiple or individual species, depending on what you're looking for there. And now, once you've made all your selections, you'll just need to click on the Submit button. And as this database is pulling in data from both the label database and our weed species database, you'll often see a grayed out screen with little circles going around. And basically, these reports do take longer to download because it is pulling a mass amount of data from two systems. So please just be patient while it does download. We've tried to work very hard on speeding it up as fast as possible, but at present, this is how it's going to operate for a while. And then looking at the report structure, again, sorry, it's very small on screen, but the principle is basically the same. You're still able to see the active ingredient, the trade name, the registration number, as well as the registration holder of the product. And if we scroll a little bit right in our report, this is where you'll be able to see the link between the different crop species, well, the crop that it's registered on and the weed species itself. And then obviously your English and your Afrikaans common names will be available for you. You'll also be able to see the application stages. So is it applied pre-emergence or post-emergence to either the crop or the weed? So that information is being pulled in from the label database, as well as the application type and how you need to apply it to that specific weed species. And if we're scrolling a little bit more towards the right in the report, there will be additional comment columns which pertain specifically to that weed species and any restrictions on its level of control or any mixing partners that need to be added to that. You'll also notice some tooltips on these reports. So if you're not sure about the information displayed in that section, a little pop-up will come up just explaining that information to you. Sometimes you'll also notice that there are cells highlighted in red. So we are aware that there are some labels which haven't specifically stated the weed species that it controls. They'll just say it controls most grass weeds or most broadleaf weeds. So in these cases, the system is automatically extrapolating it to all the broadleaf weeds or all the grass weeds. So just bear in mind that when a cell is highlighted in red there, the label has indicated control on most broadleaf or grass or sedge, and it'll be indicated at the top there. And also please note that this section is also aimed to give you a guideline of what you should be using and what is registered, but it's not the ultimate stop in the decision that you're making to apply the product, and that the label obviously can still be downloaded from all of these reports, and the label should always be consulted before application going forward. And data in this section is still currently being populated, and as it being a database, the information does change quite regularly. So please keep checking in with the website to see what is currently available. And that is all from my side. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shannon.
Good.
Congrats on that. I think you guys have worked a lot of years on trying to add that with speed. I know the amount of work that's gone in there. So congratulations on that. We'll take some questions on the floor if they come, but I'll start you off. You know, as someone who uses this database quite a lot for my work, and I wanted to ask, how do you ensure that the database content, because you manage, the content, how do you ensure that it's of high quality and up to date for the members that are using it?
So basically, we rely on the information coming from the registration holder. And I think in the last year or two, we've implemented that we need to obtain the stamped label that has been approved by Act 36. So we can compare both the commercial label and the stamped label before we add that information to the website. And we do this on a regular basis. The website is updated basically on a daily basis. So,
when you touch base on the stamp label, brings up my next question, which is, what can industry members do to really make your life a bit more easier or more efficient to make sure that you get this right information in there? And how easy is it to get those stamped labels from the members?
some members are very giving with the information and some not so much, but we do try to get all the information as early as possible. And obviously it does help if as soon as a product has been registered, that registration holder sends it to us directly so that we can update the information as we go. So we do heavily rely on the feedback from the registration holder.
Okay. Any questions from the floor? We have a question that side. Oh, and one. Okay, so yes, Rod.
Shonali, you mentioned earlier in your talk that we all need to renew our access to Agri Intel. I haven't noticed that. Is it as from a particular date that's going to happen?
Yes, so 2 weeks before your annual subscription ends, you will be sent an email from the system asking you to renew it in that 2-week period, so that your access will be continued from there.
Thank you. So we'll get a reminder from you.
Yes, yes, you will.
Thank you.
Great.
Pauline, yes.
It's a very powerful tool also in terms of just providing education, specifically on the different labels. Is this something that you think, like an emerging farmer, for an example, just to check if the crop advisor is giving you the right information, you can just empower yourself with this kind of information, specifically because it's products that are registered?
That's correct. I definitely agree. It's available to anyone that wants to access it and wants to have registered information available to them at their fingertips. It might be tricky in some areas where there's no internet access, obviously, but hopefully they can download reports before they go out into the field, per se.
Yes.
Well, Chanali, I'm impressed. I'm from Zambia, and I'm so jealous of you two. And that's my question. Is this available to the international audience?
Yes, yes, it is. It is available to anyone. There are different pricing modules depending on where the user is based. But being from Zambia, on Agri Intel, we do only indicate the South African registrations. But if that South African registration has an additional registration elsewhere in one of the SADC countries, then we do indicate that registration number there, so you can see if it is registered or not in that country. So it will also help Namibia and Zambia and Botswana and those countries.
Excellent, thank you.
Great.
Right, no other questions. Final question from my side, Chanali. I think as you're aware, we have GHS coming in very soon, which means a lot of changes to the labels.
Yes, yes.
Have you guys thought of an approach, how you're going to approach that? Because it's going to be a huge amount of changes that you're going to need to do to the database. Can you let us know your thoughts on that?
Yes, so we're still waiting for the regulations, obviously, to be published before we do make any changes on the website. But one of the things that we are looking at is including a new column for the GHS label to be updated, because obviously it's going to take us a lot of time to work through both the commercial and the stamped label and the new GHS label to make sure that the new label is correct. But we'll upload the GHS label alongside the commercial label, and hopefully both will be available until everything's been cross-checked.
Okay, no, I think that's good. It's going to be a lot of work. I wish you a lot of luck. But thank you so much for that. I think no other questions from the floor. I think we can move on. Thank you so much for that, Shonali. All right, we'll move on to our third live presentation from Mr. Gerard Verdoren, who, whenever I ask him, what do you like to do, Gerard says, Nomfundo, I hunt and I eat. That's all I do. Over to you, Gerard.
Good morning, folks. Thank you, Nomfundo, for that kind introduction. And I'm quite serious about if I don't hunt, I don't eat. So it goes hand in hand. And I got the privilege this morning of presenting to you one of our success stories in CropLife SA, and I just want to emphasize the point, it's only one of our little success stories. You heard from Shana, you heard from Elriza, you heard from Rod, we've got lots of success stories, but my job has always been in terms of running or guiding some of the forums And one of my pet hobbies in CropLife has always been the small pack forum, and Nufunda herself has been very much involved in that. But before we start off, I think it's time to pay tribute to the grandfather, the father, and even the current driver behind this. That's Bill Smith. He was the first chairman of the small pack working group back in the old days, long before I knew there was something like an FCASA. And over the years, he maintained the chairmanship, and eventually CropLife took over, or FCASA transformed into CropLife SA, and we transformed our working groups into forums. And Bill Smith is no longer a chairperson, but he's still on that particular forum with us every single time, still gives valuable input, and he still wraps us over the knuckles now and again when we just go off the straight and narrow. So Bill is online, I hope, this morning. So from all of us in CropLife SA, thank you very much, Bill. You've been a very good mentor. You've been a very good guidance person for all of us, and we hope to see you on our forum for a long, long time. So our forum consists of basically, I'm going to stand over here to see the screen properly. We have about 25 members involved in the small pack forum, which are supply companies. I'll talk about that a little bit more. But we also have the associates like the South African pest control industry that mostly use small pack packaging or small pack pesticide for the pest control operations. We also have the pesticide training academy involved in our small pack forum because, again, they train the pest control operators that buy our small packs. And then, interesting, our timber industry pesticide working group, which is highly focused on the timber sector, they're also very much involved in that because a lot of the timber companies only use the small pack sizes. So it's not a case of small packs which belong basically in the home. And the quarterly forums are pretty well attended. And one thing that Bill established in our small pack forum was to set ourselves certain targets. And you can only achieve a target if you have a particular objective and you design a program around that. So every year, at the end of the year, what do we need to do for the next year? And these are the things that we focus on, and that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today. So originally, in the back of I think it was 1976, Bill mentioned to me the other day when we had a telephonic discussion about the small pack working group back in the old days. The idea came about that in the old days, in 1947, it was agriculture, agriculture, agriculture. But as the pesticide world developed, obviously there was a need in the market for their own cockroach booties or the rodenticides and stuff like this. And these were spun off from the agricultural market. But it is very difficult for the consumer to take an agricultural pack or a agricultural label to interpret that and to apply it in a home garden or in a small pack arena. And that was why the small pack working group was established back in those good old days. It was to identify the issues that are particular to the small pack pesticides and to the small pack labels. And out of this then came out these annual projects that were identified and prioritized by the small pack forum to start attacking and to start addressing for the way going forward. But once you've got a particular prioritization of a project or something out there, you must have a strategy on how do you attack that and how to make sure you put the tools into place to make sure it will give you the desired outcome. Now, we all know, most of you know about project management. It's wonderful to run with an idea or a scheme or a project, but if you don't measure it, it means nothing. It's just media stuff on a day-to-day basis. So we had to also make sure that when we implement a certain mitigation measure for a challenge or we implement a certain project for the market, we gauge whether we were successful or not. And part of that is, unfortunately, to engage the authorities. Now, I'm not talking about only agriculture department. It might mean health, it might mean safety security. And we use the CropLife channel to go through or to give us the guidance or the tools from a regulatory perspective to be able to achieve the objective. But that can be quite a mission. And we heard it over the last day and a half, how difficult it can be to work with regulatory authorities. But still, we maintain the open communication channels. We are, I think, pretty successful. Sometimes we have to grit our teeth. We had in the past that we closed off, and some that we're currently running to show you what were the things that we addressed from the small pack forum size. So Bill told me one of the first things that started coming into the small pack arena was, what about this controversy between a small pack label and the agriculture label? I'm going to take the well-known molecule glyphosate. Okay, so you can have a glyphosate for agricultural application. Now, give that to a homeowner and tell him you have to apply 4 liters per hectare. No ways anybody will understand that. And the first objective of the small pack working group in those days was to make sure that the small pack label fits with the small pack consumer, whether a small farmer or a plot owner or a housewife or somebody who's a keen gardener or a home food producer. And that is one of the things that that confused the people in the market, and the objective was then to make the label so that the person who buys a small pack, a 50 ml bottle or up to 1 liter bottle, could easily interpret that label and apply it responsibly. You would have heard the word responsible today time and again, time and again, time and again. One of the big issues that I found when I started running my poison working group in 2003 is that the call rate quickly went from emergencies to advice. And one of the biggest problems that people face, but if you have, has now been tailored to suit the small pack consumer, if you say to me as a consumer on that pack, you can use 40 to 80 mils of this delta methrin 2%, confusing. So we said about 10 years ago to our members, listen, go for the optimal dosage rate and get away from the 40 to 80 or 60 or 20 or whatever you want to do and say, use the optimum one. And all our members, I'm glad to say, did that. And guess what? Nowadays, when I get the calls, there's no confusion about the dose rate. They know if they can find it, believe me, because I hardly ever read the stuff, they know that is the dose rate. 80 mils per liter or 100 mils per liter, whatever it is. So that was, I think, quite a successful attempt on our side to make the labels more tailored towards the small pack consumers. Something we identified, and that also came out around 2007, 2008. They buy a product, they don't use the stuff responsible, and the others are all defunct. So we identified that there's a problem in the market to say that if a mishap occurs at the small pack level, whether at the farm level or at the consumer, with unlawful use, with unlawful sales and stuff like this. And I'm very happy to say that I think our member companies have now all gone for an emergency number, and they've got a client service number. And it takes a lot of the stress out of the whole society about what happens with an emergency and who would I call to get advice on whether I can use a particular product at a particular dose rate to kill the cockroaches or to control the rats or to control the aphids on my roses. Now, I put there in the brackets, the customer will never be 100% satisfied. It is a difficult beast to work with. And I spent hours and days with them trying to guide them on what to do. They're not always happy, but we try and keep them as happy as possible because it eventually helps them to be responsible, and it helps us as an industry to say we are responsible for our small pack pesticides. Another thing which I identified, that was quite recently, about 4 years ago, what happens when the disaster happens at a depot or a retailer like a Macro, I'm going to use some brand names, a Macro or a Bill's Warehouse or a Plant Park. What happens if that bottle of malathion falls over? What happens if there's a fire? What happens if a pallet of small pack compounds fall over? Who do they call? What do they do? And I realized that many of our member companies did not have emergency plans or disaster management plans. And I think that was a very serious problem for me because if the pauper hits the fan, who takes responsibility? What are the actions to take to make sure it doesn't turn into total cataclysm? And this, again, we discussed at our members and said, right, we have a template in CropLife SA, a disaster management plan template. I gave it to some people. I wrote up the plans for some people. And I'm very glad to report to you that as of today, 50% of our small pack members have fully functional, operational, and tested disaster management plans. I have WhatsApp groups on my cell phone, which belongs to, for example, I'm going to mention Finagro, or a company like Avima, and so on. So if something happens, the message comes through, we activate the team, and we sort the problem out right there before it turns into a cataclysm. Because what Arisa mentioned this morning is the media love to go on to the negative stuff. Okay? And we don't want a little spill or a little fire or a road accident to turn into a disaster which becomes a media hype for the lobby groups out there. So this, I think, we started off. We're not there yet, but we're working hard to get everybody to start working on this. And in the near future, let's say 4 years from now, all our member companies should have properly functional disaster management plan. One of our biggest problems is this flurry of unregistered compounds into the country through Durban Harbour, through the border post at Risana Garcia in Mozambique, through Musina, through the Western Cape ports and stuff like this. It is absolutely a disaster for us. Not because it takes away the market share of the company, because it is stuff that we don't even know what's in the packet. We've had them analyzed. Sometimes they say it contains delta methane, it contains DDT, for example, or if it contains acephate instead of what is claimed to be permethrin. And a large volume. If I talk about tens of tons per annum, which we know about, which are confiscated by authorities, I'm not lying to you. And this is a big problem. So what we decided in our small pack forum more than a decade ago, every time we get a report or we see something at a shelf or being sold by a street vendor which is unlawful, we will get a sample, we'll get the sales docket or the invoice, we report it to the inspectorate at Act 36 of 1947. And I must say that the inspectors are quite good on this. They do their best. They confiscate tons. I think 2 years ago in Port Elizabeth, 18 tons of confiscated chemicals were actually destroyed by the department with incineration. So it shows that they try and do their best. Unfortunately, there's still this massive import of unregistered compounds, especially through the Durban Harbour. Now, I've had meetings with SARS and Customs about 6 or 7 years ago to try and get them to come to grips on how do we manage the illegal imports. The bad news, is to give you one anecdote, is that only 4% of containers coming in through the Durban port are checked by authorities for the contents. So if you bring a shipment in, I'm going to mention a country, from Nigeria, which is stocked with sugar, which is totally legitimate, but the half or the back half portion of it is like nearly bundled off, for want of a better word, and that is stocked with illegal pesticides like dichlorphos and acephate and methamphetamine. And you don't declare it on your shipping documentation, then the authorities won't know about it. So it comes into the harbour, it gets on a ship or a truck, it goes up to Joburg. We know of 2 major warehouses there, and from there they call them the runners. They run around the country with smaller vehicles, they get the stuff out as far as Cape Town and Port Elizabeth. So how we get to grip with this, I do not know, because it's at the level of the authorities, which are not properly, I wouldn't say don't think they're incompetent, but they're not properly geared with enough staff, enough resources, and enough knowledge to be able to clamp down on things. So this is something which is going to be, I think, a lifetime project or a program for our small pack forum. And I'm very happy also to report that all our members report to us on a weekly basis when they pick up these things. We buy them and we try and nail them. But I must also tell you that the Agriculture Inspectorate is absolutely hampered by lack of resources. And I work with them closely. They're nice people. They try and work hard. They try and do their best. But if they don't have resources, they don't have vehicles to transport themselves or go and confiscate something from an illegal vendor out there, then we've lost the battle. It doesn't mean we give up. We continue with our program to make sure we clamp down on illegal pesticides. We've also come across a couple of critical safety issues over the past 15 years in the small pack forum. I'm going to highlight, I think, 1 or 2 to you. And one of the most important ones was this issue of LD-carb. LD-carb as a street pesticide. LD-carb as a tool of the crime syndicates poisoning dogs all over the country. Now, there's not a single taxi rank in the country where you won't find LD-carb. It might be a bit more undercover now because of all the pressure we apply in the market, but it is still sold by many of the street vendors. It's used by crime syndicates, and the number of human mortalities in the country, I'm not going to tell you today because that is going to shock everybody. But the number of dog mortalities per month in the country is about 3,000 to 4,000 dogs per month, which are killed by crime syndicates with LD-carb. And we've tried a lot of things to come to the grips with this particular issue of LD-carb. So we approached the Registrar of Act 36 and we requested him to ban the possession of LD-carb, because by the time the Bayer discontinued LD-carb registration end of May 2012, the use of LD-carb was prohibited, because if it's not registered anymore, you cannot use it. The problem was in the Act that there wasn't a clause that the possession is also unlawful in your possession. So that was a very valuable tool. And I can tell you, over the past 4 or 5 years, we've used it successfully to prosecute quite a few people that were in possession of LD-carb. What we've also done, and I say we now, I did it on behalf of CropLife. That was 2012. In Zimbabwe, with the buses coming in with the people every week in South Africa. And I had a meeting scheduled with the Minister of Safety and Security a couple of years ago, and the day before I flew down, they cancelled the meeting. Nothing happened. So from the law enforcement side, from the SAPS that's supposed to look after you and me as normal citizens, nothing happened. We also tried to get ourselves entangled with the Joburg Metro to start a joint operation between CropLife SA, the Joburg Metro, the SAPS, Department of Agriculture, to do joint operation to go out the streets and inform the street vendors about the gravity of having LD carp in your possession and selling LD carp to normal people out there, because we know the stuff is so toxic. I'll tell you more about this. So what we also did, we drafted a little briefing document that's available through the WhatsApp system to community policing forums. It explained to them what happens in terms of dog poisons. What is happening with the criminals? How do they search? How do they point out? How do they poison? What do they do afterwards? Because after every dog poison, there's always a Schedule 4 or 5 or 6 crime being committed by the criminals. So this has been going out to our community policing forums all around the country. And I think the success story is now with the regulation which bans the possession, it gives the community policing forums a very strong tool to say, but if I find you on the street with a sachet of LD carp, arrest immediately, you go to jail, and you wait there for your court hearing. So that's been a valuable tool. And also the police community forums, and I think there was in Cape Town, in Roodepoort, Johannesburg, and some places in the Eastern Highveld, they were successful in really nabbing the guys that were the kingpins behind LD carp syndicates, that distributed LD carp along with all their runners and so on to the crime syndicates. Our problem is that we don't get any support from the South African police whatsoever. Nothing. I'm not saying the entire police force. There are about 10 officers we work with that give us excellent support. But in the broad scale, when people go to report a dog poison LD carp, the police won't even take a charge from them. They just tell them, if you don't know poison the dogs, we're not going to take a charge from you. So I think we're at our wits' end with the South African police on many levels. And unfortunately, the other thing that also went cold on us was the Joburg Metro. We had a stunning meeting. It was just after Elrisa started with CropLife, with a lady, very enthusiastic, but she got no support from the Metro. So that thing also went cold. But again, it doesn't mean we give up. We're going to fight the battle until we see not a single granule of LD carp in the country anymore in a couple of years from now. Another issue that we identified that came about in about 2019, when I started getting calls from people wanting to buy a 5-liter container of the 100% dichlorvos or the 90% dichlorphos. That's an agricultural remedy for crops. And I started getting worried when I heard that people want to do home fumigation. Okay? Because the moment you put that concentrate into home, you know all hell is going to break loose. And lo and behold, in 2020 March, a registered pest control operator applied the dichlorphos at a 50 times overdose in a home, and to today, the mother, the father, the young little daughter of about 6 years old now are still suffering from neurological symptoms because of a misapplication off-label of an agricultural remedy that's a high-value remedy in certain crops. So we found this all over the place with registered PCOs and unregistered PCOs now trying to get their hands on this dichlorphos. And quite a few times, I remember very well, a Zimbabwean national called me that's been a resident for a couple of years, and he bought a 5-liter container of dichlorphos from a vendor in downtown Joburg about 4 years ago, and he was about to fumigate the house, a guest house of all things. I said, whoa, stop the bus right there, because you could have annihilated all your guests in one single go if you did that. That's the gravity of the situation. So what we decided in our small pack forum, it was about April 2020, we sent out a notice to all 3 registration holders, and we told them, please guys, there's an issue. Your labels say it can be used for agriculture and it can be used for domestic use on the outside of the buildings to control certain pests. The problem is there's virtually no reading, or if there's reading, there's only scant reading. They see buildings and they think, oh, indoors. So all 3 companies agreed overnight to remove any domestic application from the labels. They took it off, and the success story is that I don't see any more of the calls coming in from anybody wanting to buy dichlorphos for that particular application. So I think that was a really good thing to protect an agricultural remedy for crops and get it away from people that want to do fumigation of homes. And then our last point here is our rodenticide story. I don't want to go into all the stuff because it's a lot of stuff we've been doing. Most of the poisoning cases I get in my poison center call and also Tigerberg are rodenticides, poisoning of children and dogs and even adults that accidentally eat the stuff. I don't know, you can make porridge with a little pink granule that contains rodenticide, but that's what people do. People are just very unprofessional and very slack in the approach with rodenticides. So what we propose from our small back working group is that every label of every rodenticide shall say only to be used in a bait station. Yeah. Secondly, that we design a poster which will go out into market to tell people about the principles of responsible pesticide or rodenticide use. That we also train the merchandisers because very often they tell people, oh, but this thing is friendly for owls. Rubbish, there's nothing like this. Or this thing is friendly for dogs. Guess what? Let the dog eat it. I get the call. And I see the vet bills of 70,000 rand for rodenticide exposure. So these were the issues coming up. And we proposed those particular measures. And I think our companies, all of them, embrace it 100%. And this post you see out there, which Alriza helped us to design with the help of one of our member companies, ProTech, it's now out there. It gives us the basic principles. And very soon it's going to hit the market in all the big stores and see or be in the face of people to understand that this is not a little box of candy. It's a rodenticide with potential harmful effects if you don't apply the stuff according to the label. We've distributed this particular protocol or our safety poster and a protocol to the veterinary network via Rural Vet. It's gone out to, I think, over 1,100 vets in Southern Africa, and I do get the call from them talking about how to treat dogs and how to advocate the responsible use of pesticides and rodenticides to their clients. I think the sales force belonging to registration of all the companies have been well educated and well trained. So we've given them a lot of training, and this continues from the companies themselves. So we've got a training model on rodenticide safety. It's been given to the companies. I did the first round for them, and they perpetuate this every year. There's a refresher course. The emergency number on the boxes also helps a lot because that's when I get the call, and I can tell you 95% of the dog poisonings never result in the mortality of the dog because when I get the call, we give them the protocol, get the dog to regurgitate, get it off to a vet, and the dogs are safe. So I think that's also quite a success story. The one thing we've been battling was to get the agreement from retailers to put up our poster, but that's now in place. It should start happening by September this year. And we also said that the liquid concentrates, which are only for the PCOs, must only be for PCOs, not on the shelf, not for retailers, not for the consumers. So that is also something which is, I think, about 90% there. Okay, so we're working on that one, and by the end of this year, we should also be 100%. So the problem remains that despite all the efforts of our small pack and working group and all our members, the call rate for dog poisoning with rodenticide is still very high. It can be anything between 3 to 7 calls per day that I handle on my own phone. Okay, and that worries me. It means that the clients out there don't read the labels. And this morning I had 3 calls about poisoning, and I told them that it's because you don't use a bait station. The call rate about infants and children buying these things also quite high. And unfortunately, the unprofessional claims made by salespeople at the retail level are still continuing. But we're going to address that. And I'll be closing off now. I think it's always good to thank people, and I think I would like to thank all our small pack members. It's been wonderful. It's been a fantastic journey, great successes. Thanks Mfunda for also stepping in when Bill stepped down to be the co-chairperson. Thanks Alriza for getting all our paperwork out and helping with all the posters. Bill, if you hear us in the background, thanks a lot. You've been a great father for us. Rod, for your inputs on the small pack forum. Always wonderful to get another opinion and some wise words. And then I would like to thank the inspectors that are not today with us or virtual, but they really helped me a lot. There are about 14 of them. When I call them up, there's always an action happening. Thanks to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gerard, for that feel-good presentation. It's always good to see the success stories as well. I may be a little bit biased because I'm in that working group, but I do recognize the amount of work that the members that are in that worker group, really go all out. It's not just about the companies, but it's about the industry. So thank you so much for sharing that. I will go into our questions for you, but I'd like to just take a step back because I just got one question for Shauna Lee, which I think is important, if you guys don't mind. Just one question, and then we'll go into you, Gerard. All right, Shauna Lee, there's a question that came in from Lawrence, and he was asking, can Agri Intel also develop a module for biological registered products, or is it currently integrated in the crop protection module system?
Right, so on Agri Intel, anything that is registered with an L number, we do indicate on the website. So there are biologicals and normal synthetic chemistry as well. But unfortunately, if it hasn't got an L number registration, we won't be adding it. We are looking at adding the M registrations in future, though, to the website once further developments on the website take place.
Perfect. Thank you, Shauna.
Great.
Back to you, Gerard. We'll open the questions to the floor, but I'll start you off. Thank you so much for giving us such great examples on the success stories. So I will ask you, could you give me an example or two of stories that were not successful? Maybe you've hit some sort of roadblock as a working group. It's something you're still looking at, trying to see how you can take forward, but just one example, one or two examples.
Yeah, I think one of our challenges is this conduit from supplier right into consumer. In the middle of that is the retailer. Okay, all of them, whether it's the small chains, the large food chains, or a small nursery. And we are of the opinion that there's not enough expertise at that level, and there's not enough understanding of the stewardship principles at that level. And we've been trying our level-based since about 2018 to get them to start buying into our stewardship principles, putting out our bulletins, our billboards, getting them to become trained by CropLife SA, by our members. And there's been a very strong opposition from that force. For example, one thing that happened during the COVID lockdown is that they basically canned the principle of having a merchandiser from a company at the retail sales level. Now, those young ladies that you see out there and the young men, they're very well trained. So you ask them a question, they can tell you about my particular rodenticide or that company's herbicide or whatever. They've been taken away. Now, the consumer comes there, he stands at the thing at the shelf looking like this, and there's no one to advise him. And I had the bad experience. I'm going to give you one anecdote. In Port Elizabeth, at a particular retailer where a lady walked in, and I stood back and I thought to myself, let me see what happens. You know who they sent to advise her? The door guard. I was horrified about that. So we've been trying a level base to get that responsibility that we've got in our small pack forum right through the value chain to the consumer. But if we don't get the retailer to act responsibly like we want to do, that's a big stumbling block for us. Okay, we had a workshop. You were part of the workshop about 2 weeks ago, where we discussed how do we tackle the retail sector. And I could see there was a reluctance from our members because we're scared about the fact if we anger them a bit too much, they will say, but we don't stock your stuff anymore. But we came up with some very good plans, a good strategy. We've dished out the work to individual companies, which is great. In other words, it's not me doing all the work. And we can start working with them. And we would ever have an open door with one of the big retailers, say, we will engage, we will take your stewardship documentation. We put our billboards at the point of sales and at the shelves. So I think it's something which bothers us greatly. It was a total failure up until about a month or two ago when we heard that they are open to this sort of thing. And what we like about this, people are like a flock of sheep. They mill around until the first one jumped the fence, and they all jump the fence. So by next year this time, we will see our responsible stuff about rodenticides and other pesticides at the retail level.
Thank you, Gerard. Any questions from the floor? Yes, Hank.
To Gerard and Elrisa, it's not a question, it's a remark and a rather silly one. Maybe you should, as a footnote to your nice poster for rodenticides, say, if you do not use these rodenticides according to the label, just ensure that your veterinarian is not only a vet, but also a taxidermist. That way, you'll get your dog back one way or another.
Thank you, Hank. Okay, any other questions? Nothing virtually. Oh, there's one. Yes, Rod.
Sorry, I'm asking too many questions perhaps today.
No, it's okay, Rob. Go ahead.
I've got two questions actually for Gerard. The The first one was where you said, as you come across any roadblocks, and the one that I am aware of, or I'd like to, or the approval of devices that are used for pest control, often in the home, or elsewhere, like in glass houses. That's the one question, because I know that you did a lot of work trying to get something approved through the regulator, and I'm not aware that these would, or at some time in the future, only be available through PCOs or to PCOs, and not on the shelves for general merchandise. Question is, how is this going to be achieved? Is this going to be done via the regulator to make it the law that only be done via the manufacturers and distributors, all agreeing that this is how they're going to market the product?
Good, thanks for that. Let me answer the second question first. That principle of the liquid rodenticides, which are mostly group 1Bs, it's already ingrained in Act 36, okay? So, and it's also in terms of the Hazardous Substances Act, it has to be locked away. It cannot be sold over the counter. It has to be locked away. It can be sold only when the person who wants to buy it signs a poison register, okay? So I think we've already solved that particular one by looking at what the changes were in Act number 15 and also in Act 36 in terms of what they're allowed to go on the shelf. Okay, there are still a couple of hiccups here and there because retailers might not always abide by this, but I think it's already, in terms of the legislation, it is there. Coming back to the devices story, the question is around, for example, the glue boards used in the HACCP machines that catch all the flies and stuff, and glue ribbons and things like those. I think we've already canned that particular one. We've had some very strong discussion with Act 36, and they demanded that all those things be registered. And despite the fact that the Act does not give them mandate to do it, they wanted to register. Until one day in 2019, when one of the main inspectors stood up in a meeting at Act 36 and said, remember there was a High Court order by the Judge President of the old Transvaal province back in the good old days, okay, that said, you don't have the mandate to register a glue board or a glue device or a device. Don't do that. And Act 36 pulled completely back, and now they do not regulate those things. That's it, finishing clause. And I think that was also something which I wanted to mention, but it was a bit too long for my presentation.
Thank you, Gerard. No more questions. I know we need to move along. One more question just from the virtual audience, and then we'll move on. A question from Vince. Is there plans for rodent bait stations also coming for the row crop industry? And then he also says, if so, that is a recipe for farmers going off-label. Any thoughts on that?
No, if you look at the labels of rodenticide which are applied in agriculture, not the home and garden sector, they also have the indication there that in the case of, for example, the gerbils, you must either put it into the burrow, seal at the burrow,
Yes.
or use a bait station. It's done, it's dusted, it's on the labels.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Gerard.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very informative session. We will move on to our next session, which is a pre-recorded presentation from Brian Karen, who is the Agriculture Liability Loss Adjuster. So if we can go through to that presentation, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Karen, and what a privilege it is to have been invited to address yourselves on behalf of the crop protection industry on the subject of where does the buck stop? Just as a matter of background, I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in plant pathology and microbiology. I'm a fellow of the South African Institute of Loss Adjusters and a member of the Insurance Institute of South Africa, and for the past 42 years have specialized in agriculture legal liability claims, and which of course includes, and indeed to a large extent, agrochemical or crop protection complaints. As we are well aware, the parties to a pesticide complaint include primarily, number one, the farmer or grower, number two, the agrochemical distributor, and I include the likes of adjuvants, nutritional fertilizers, biological products, plant growth regulators, and defoliants, amongst others. The product registration holder, the product manufacturer and or any toll manufacturer, and then lastly, any supplier of raw ingredients. Unfortunately, there is no easy answer to the question of where does the buck stop, and which perhaps instead ought to be rephrased as to where ought the buck to stop. To start with, Act 36 of 1947 distinctly states that no person, and that includes the farmer, shall in the course of a business, and that includes a farming operation, use any agricultural remedy for a purpose or in a manner other than that specified on the label on a container thereof. Hence placing a very significant onus of good governance or use of a crop protection product on the shoulders of a farmer. We operate in a complex society where basic common law is complicated by the intricacies of control. And for this reason, a farmer's usual and simplest line of recourse in the event of a complaint of either injury or damage to a crop, or the failure of a product to perform, which we call inefficacy or non-performance, being against the distributor or agent who recommended and sold, or merely sold, a pesticide product to the farmer, and which might include the likes of a cooperative type retailer or an off-the-shelf item. In any legal proceedings, that distributor is invariably said to have represented themselves to the public in general and in particular to the plaintiff, in this instance the farmer, as expert suppliers of and advisors in respect of agricultural chemicals, and having entered into a contract, whether in writing or verbally with the farmer, to amongst others take due care, to at all times act professionally and with the skill and knowledge to be expected of an expert, to at all times act without negligence, and to be accountable, diligent, and meticulous in the provision of its services, to provide expert advice in respect of all matters incidental and ancillary to the acquisition, supply, and administration of agricultural chemicals to the plaintiff or farmer's crop, established or still to be established, to periodically visit the farm to inspect the crop and to recommend appropriate applications, be it preventative or curative. And so the list goes on. Legal jargon as phrased in a recent action, but just an indication of how significant and important is the contractual relationship between farmer and distributor, and as the farmer's first line of recourse. In any legal proceedings, the onus of the farmer to demonstrate that a breach of contract has occurred and that the product or tank mix combination of partner products caused injury or was inefficient, and which was not as a result of any wrongdoing on the farmer's part, and such leading to financial damages, and which had not been within the contemplation of the terms and spirit of the contract entered into, either directly or even implied. In other words, the complainant would need not only to allege, but to demonstrate and prove that the defendant breached one or more of the contractual obligations which it owed to the claimant farmer under the contracts which it concluded with them, written or verbal, by way of advice or the omission of advice, and that such breach was the cause of the losses which they suffered and the compensation remedy which they seek. The onus would then rest with the distributor or agent to show that the damage was a result of causes unrelated to the advice afforded, or of the quality of the product supplied, and in the process raising reasonable and feasible alternative causation possibilities, and or that any product limitations are clearly indicated on the label of the product, and which is required in terms of Act 36 of 1947 to be attached to every container of product supplied, and readily accessible to the farmer to read and to acquaint himself with the directions of use, restrictions, and the like. A distributor may in turn raise as a defense an allegation that despite the advice having been erroneous and or a product having been defective, the terms and conditions of the written contract are so worded that as a distributor, it cannot be held legally liable for the consequences thereof. The question then is one of morality, and is it fair and reasonable for a distributor or registration holder to opt out of a liability which may otherwise have existed had it not been for the onerous wording of the written contract, something that every distributor requires to closely look into, as also so do the manufacturers and registration holders of pesticides. It may well be that a manufacturer or registration holder, or for that matter a distributor or toll manufacturer, in its relationship with its respective customer, agrees to waive such terms and conditions which are harsh and unreasonable, and under the circumstances prevailing. However, the same may not necessarily apply to all insurers, certain of whom on legal advice would argue that the policy issued is one which covers the policy holder or client's legal liability alone, and that if there is a valid defense on the basis of contractual terms and conditions, and which would stand up in a court of law, then there cannot be said to be a legal liability in terms of the policy issued, and on the basis of which such claim might then well be declined. It is also the registration holder's responsibility to ensure that the label, which provides written instructions for achieving the desired level of, for instance, weed, disease, or pest management, and which by law is required to accompany each product container, is so worded such as to adequately impart to the agrochemical advisor and the user the relevant detail of the risks and precautions to be taken in the use of said product, including the compatibility of the product with tank mix partners, not only in the sense of tank mixability, but also insofar as final outcome on the crop is concerned. Of course, in view of the staggering permutations due to the ever-increasing number of products on the market, such becomes a virtual impossibility, and hence normally only providing detail of those products which are compatible and warning the user and its advisor to ensure that they are satisfied that the combination of which they tank mix are indeed compatible, and that some or other synergistic or antagonistic reaction will not occur under a certain set of circumstances. In other words, placing a significant onus of care on the distributor to ensure that such combinations are safe, either by way of its own trial work or by inquiry of the registration holder of each of the products in that tank mix. The label then will become a legal benchmark by which the actions of the user and advised dispensed or recommended by the distributor or agent to the end user will be compared to the expected standards of conduct as outlined by the label. Use of an agrochemical contrary to its label directions and precautions may then establish a potential liability. Of course, in any legal proceedings, that label will be very closely scrutinized to establish whether said label is indeed sufficiently inclusive insofar as advising the user, albeit via a distributor, of all of the risks which could or should reasonably have been foreseen connected to that product's use. And to the extent that it is common in legal proceedings for legal teams to scrutinize the labels of similar products marketed, for instance, in the USA, Australia, and others, to establish the warnings and directions and precautions as are included therein. Insofar as legal recourse by a farmer under South African law is concerned, and as earlier mentioned, is that of the contractual action. As an alternative, and normally a more complicated action, and more difficult to show, is that of an delictual action, and where the claimant or plaintiff would need to demonstrate that the supplier or registration holder or toll manufacturer, etc., had been negligent and ought reasonably to have foreseen that its actions, or for that matter omissions, lack of warnings on its labels, verbal advice afforded to a distributor, farmer or the like, might eventuate in injury or non-performance or the like. Delictual actions are complicated, with at least 5 requirements being necessary for such action to succeed. but which action also allows for contributory negligence on the part of several parties and an apportionment of damages allocated dependent on the adjudicated degree of blame, which, as far as I am aware, is currently not catered for under the law of contract. Of course, under the law of contract, a distributor who may not have been the wrongdoer, although it may be liable in the first instance, is able to join, for example, the registration holder, the party with whom it in turn has contracted in the action, or to institute a separate contractual action against that party, and the onus then being on said distributor to demonstrate a breach of contract and why said party ought to be responsible and liable. Finally, a consumer may potentially also have a statutory recourse against a wrongdoer in terms of the Consumer Protection Act, Section 61, items 1 and 2 of which are worded as follows. Liability for damage caused by goods. Number 61, number 1. Except to the extent contemplated in subsection 4, the producer or importer, distributor or retailer of any goods is liable for any harm as described in subsection 5, caused wholly or partly as a consequence of number A, supplying any unsafe goods, B, a product failure, defect or hazard in any goods, or number C, inadequate instructions or warnings provided to the consumer pertaining to any hazard arising from or associated with the use of any goods, irrespective of whether the harm resulted from any negligence on the part of the producer, importer, distributor, or retailer, as the case may be. And number 2, a supplier of services who, in conjunction with the performance of those services, applies, supplies, installs, or provides access to any goods, must be regarded as a supplier of those goods to the consumer for the purposes of this section. There are, in terms of the Act, a list of areas where liability would apply, or at least limitations in respect thereof, and on which I am not qualified to provide input, and my experience being that the normal legal route opted for is that of an contractual action and or a delictual action, or both, and where several parties, including agent, distributor, registration holder and the like, may be joined in the action as first, second, third defendants, third parties, etc. In conclusion, the topic of where does the buck stop is a complex one and very much dependent on the facts of the complaint to hand, and including the terms and conditions, both written and verbal thereof. My advice to the industry is that the distributors or agents or agrochemical advisors required to ensure that they stringently comply with the provisions and requirements of Act 6 of 1947 insofar as the advice which they dispense to their farmer clientele is concerned, and which very importantly extends to the tank mix partner products which are applied in combination, and that such recommendations are only made following careful reading of the label, double-check inquiry of the registration holder, and obtain their advice in writing, inquiry via knowledgeable colleagues and respected technical advisors in the industry, and the like. Finally, distributors and registration holders, toll formulators and the like need to reflect hard and deep on the wording of their terms and conditions of trade and the reasonableness, morally, and from an integrity window of contractually opting out of or limiting their liability, where at common law they would otherwise and should have been liable. Trusting that my input will be useful to an industry with which I have been so closely partnered for my entire working life. Just thank you to CropLife for inviting me to give this presentation today. And should there be any further inquiries as to the subject matter of this course, you're welcome to contact me, Brian Kerrin, at the details given on the next slide. And the floor will now be open to any questions which you may have.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Brian, for that very informative and interesting presentation. Welcome to the panel. All right, and then what I'll be doing, before we go into the questions, just a little bit of housekeeping. A cell phone, if anybody's missing a cell phone in the men's bathroom, please see me. Just hold that. Thank you. Perfect. All right, to kick us off, Brian, I will open the questions to the floor and to the virtual audience. But just to kick us off, you posed a question of morality to all distributors and registration holders. And I will state this. You said, is it fair and reasonable for a distributor or registration holder to opt out of a liability which may otherwise have existed had it not been for the onerous wording of the written contract? You then proceeded to request that all distributors and registration holders look into this moral dilemma very, very closely. I really would like to open up this question to the floor to sort of say, colleagues, is it fair and reasonable to be able to do that, as Brian has put it in his presentation? Any thoughts from you guys? It's a debate. It's a very tough question, but it's that's why we are here today, to really think outside and debate about it. Is it fair and reasonable? Anybody willing to be brave enough to? Yes.
Can I come back now? Is it Nomfun?
Yes, it is, Brian.
Thank you. Good. Sorry, I have a very bad internet line here at the moment, so I hope you can hear me. Yes, is a tough question, but it's one that I believe that the industry needs to look at. And fingers are certainly not being pointed at any one company. However, right at the moment, we are dealing with cases where exactly what I have posed is the case, and where there ought to be liability, but terms and conditions are raised as a difference. And over the years, this has been the case. And fairly, attorneys will raise as a defense and as a disclaimer any terms and conditions that they can, which opt out of a liability, because it is not a liability if those terms and conditions have been accepted and agreed to by the parties in a contractual relationship.
Thank you, Brian. We have a comment on the floor.
Matthews from Granny Say. The question is it fair that a distributor or advisor then opts out of a liability? No, it's not fair. It's not fair. I'll tell you why. In my 39, this is my 39th crop that I'll be harvesting now in my career. In my 39, it was only last year during a meeting between CropLife and Granny Say that I got to realize that if an advisor gives me advice that's off-label, it's actually illegal. In 39 years, I didn't know that.
Sure.
The advice I was given that was off-label was always from a perspective of not having recourse to the company. Nobody ever told me it's illegal to apply product off-label. So it cannot be fair that they opt out of a liability. It's impossible.
Thank you, Derek.
Hence the subject matter of my talk.
Gerard, I think you would like to comment.
I tend to agree with Derek on the fairness of the issue, but I want to address another point, and that comes back to the base of the whole industry. This Consumer Protection Act, to me, is a very dangerous thing. It's moving towards what's happening, or what's happened always in the USA, where you can sue anybody for anything if you're an idiot. Now, if we have the principle in Act 36 that we have a label, the supplier, distributor, salesperson, and the farmer or the consumer has to abide by the label, And yet, if he or she doesn't abide by the label and they kill their dog, they come and claim against a company. That to me is a very serious dilemma we're faced with. And I see it sometimes coming to me from the consumers complaining about making a mistake. They poison the dogs by applying a methanol flybait. Now they want to sue the company, want to sue me because my number is on there as an emergency number. So we have to think about this in the agrochemical sector because it's going to bite us sometimes if you get the wrong auntie at the wrong day talking to the Consumer Protection Council. I'm just flagging this up as an important issue. Okay, so in other words, Derek can decide, despite the 100% advice, using a particular glyphosate on a GM maize crop according to label, he decides to go off label, he damages the crop, and he comes and he claims against the company. So that principle is something which I'm concerned about.
Thank you, Gerard. I think touching base on the Protection Act, when I saw it as well, that scared me a little bit, I'll be honest. And it poses a question to you, Brian, where we have the law, which is the Consumer Protection Act, but then you have the contractual. Brian is gone. Okay. All right, no, that's fine. I think Brian is gone, so if there's any other questions, please send them virtually, and then we will pass them on to him. Yes, Chris.
Thanks, Nomfundo. I think we all accept that the crop advisor is first in line. He's the guy on the farm. He's got the relationship with the farmer. He's made the recommendation generally. Mm-hmm. But Derek, I have to throw it back to you. I don't know if you're still there. That very often the farmer puts our crop advisors into a position where they are almost forced to make an unregistered recommendation. They can't get into the fields because their fields are too wet, and we have to spray by air with products that are not necessarily registered out of the air. Or they don't have enough equipment to spray everything in time, and the weed stage is past the ideal spraying time. So I'd just like to make the point that it's a little unfair, I think, always to point fingers at the crop advisor. There are other role players who make their life difficult for these guys to always abide by the rules.
Thank you, Chris. Any other? Yes, another comment there.
Thank you. In general, as well, there's a number of reasons why claim can arise. One is obviously incorrect use of the chemicals on farm. Secondly is the advice. But thirdly, there can also be product defects. Yes. So in general, I think if there's somebody at fault from a contractual point of view, to stand out of the water is not ethical. And I think that's something that we as an industry have to look at to say, if there is a real reason, then you have to take the responsibility. I think that's part of stewardship. And I hear what Gerard says, and I fully agree with him. But there are instances where contractually businesses or companies stand out of the water, which is not right.
Thank you. No other one? I think we can wrap that up because we had more questions for Derek. Oh, there is one. Marius, excuse me.
No problem. I just want to add to that, really from a suppliers and registration holders point of view, there's two things that's guaranteed. The one is that label and the drum or the product that it's on, that's the same thing. So you guarantee the quality of the product is really what's registered there. The second part is if you use it according to the label and you don't have the expected outcome. And I think those are the two careful things that one has to look at when you look at a case like that. The reality is these certain practices, like Chris rightfully said, you can't get into the lands, or you can't spray, or when it's not an aerial application, or you miss an opportunity, or the weeds are too long, and there might be many reasons. I think there's, within the context of a lot of the chemical products, there's a large opportunity for error. And it's because it's been developed under quite a lot of different conditions. So I'll give you some examples. Some herbicides in the central parts of the Free State are not registered there simply because of cold frost, which happens every now and then. So every now and then there's a complaint because there's been an applied acceptance of a certain use that started happening over time. And the reality is everyone is responsible. The buck stops with everyone. If you go to court, the court will tell the supplier, well, you've known about this, why didn't you do anything about it? The lawyer usually, or everyone reads that label in depth just before the court case. And I think these are, I just want to make that statement. Everyone in the chain is responsible for this.
Agreed. Thank you, Marius. No other questions on the floor. We have some comments virtually. The first one coming in from Graham Harding. What Gerard is saying is that there is a moral responsibility on all parties, in capital on all, all parties. Another comment from Andre Brooksma. Unfortunately, distributors of biostimulants, group 3 fertilizers, easily recommends their products with all insecticides and fungicides, etc., without testing the effect such mixtures may have on the crop in terms of damage to the crop or on the uptake of the AgChem product. If there is a problem, the butch always ends up with the AgChem product. It should become a requirement and guidelines to submit compatibility data for such claims to be made, and not only jar tests, but actual field trials. That's from Andre Brooksma. Thank you. All right, I'm sorry we lost Derek. I think we had quite a few questions for him. It was going to be a really interesting debate. Sorry, Brian, apologies. An interesting debate, especially with the Consumer Protection Act, because when we look at that, you can see it's going to be a lot for us as manufacturers. All right, so thank you so much to Brian. So let's move on to our last presentation, definitely not the least. We're moving on to Gerrit, who's going to be taking us through responsible journalism. It's a pre-recorded presentation. No, it's live. Oh, thank you. Okay, live. Sorry, they wrote pre-recorded. Thank you, Gerrit.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I'm Gerrit Besuidenhout, Landbouweekblad journalist and a Landbouweekliks presenter, of course. Now, this is the last presentation just before lunch, and I think I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I could really do with a long, drawn-out discussion on ethical journalism as it pertains to the agricultural industry. Well, if that's your thoughts, I've got bad news for you. And then secondly, you'll hear that I use the word we when I'm talking. This is, of course, the royal we, and it's not just to anyone specific. So disclaimer, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm talking about everything in general. So, how many of you have recommended a product or a service to a customer without the product or that service being tested first? Imagine arriving on a farm. You're fully prepared and you're armed with a solid foundation of Facebook hearsay and Twitter feeds and Instagram pictures, ready to advise your client on a potentially season-ruining problem. It will be a memorable visit, won't it? And yet, that is how we go around with the distribution and generation of content on media. I mean, I often receive messages and pictures on WhatsApp from my mother. And they usually will be something outrageous, a tsunami on the Vaal Dam. And then I'll send her a message back. I'll say, hey, Mom, pretty interesting picture. Where did it come from? And my mom will say, I don't know. And I'll be like, cool. And then I'll send on the picture. No, not really, I won't send on that picture. But how often have we sent around an image or a message that we can't really verify just because it fits the narrative? Now, we hear a vast amount of grumbling every day about the big faceless media, you know, that big thing that's owned by Deep State or the New World Order. I also don't know who the hell they are, but we see that all the time. Now, that is that machine which churns out propaganda and fake news and trickery, which is designed to bring us all to ruin and bring about the end of civilization. Now, while it is undeniable that some outlets do have an agenda, just as there are bad apples in all industries, the good news is that the majority of media outlets aim to be unbiased and ethical in their reporting. Our perception, of course, also colors how we perceive this news. Now, a little bit more about that later. For now, I'd like to move the spotlight a little bit and shine it into a mirror. You see, when it comes to pointing the finger at big media, I would be, like we used to say on the playground, careful that 3 little fingers aren't just pointing back at me. You see, the moment we use any social media platform, we become the media. We become the guy with the information that others would like to hear. Now, every day we share little bits and pieces of our lives with people and family and friends all around the world. How much did it snow in Sutherland? How much did it rain on your farm? I saw you went on holiday, and how big is that fish that you had caught? But now we move on to the bigger issues. How careful do I have to be of your products when it comes to my health or that of my workers? How do I know that the product that I'm putting on my fields is going to be effective and is not just a money spinner? Are you giving me the advice an impartial source would give me, or are you maybe succumbing to corporate pressure or the promise of a bigger paycheck? You see, we tend to forget that just like any reporter, we have all become information gatherers and suppliers. If this were the 30s, we'd all go Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall and wear trench coats and fedoras with press stuck in the headband. And we do not want to admit that what we tend to pass on, especially on social media, are half-truths, untested theories, and sometimes, because we are all a little biased, bald-faced lies. And this is why it is so important to test our source. There is a great saying in agriculture, garbage in, garbage out. If you put garbage products in fields, well, your yield will be garbage. If you collect garbage data on your planting or spraying or harvesting, your information picture on your sustainability of your farm, well, that will be garbage. And if you tend to draw the news and stories you share from garbage sources, well, there you go. Remember, people will share what you have to say. They know who you are. And if you share garbage, well, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but not all the people all the time. And once it catches up to you, the loss of reputation, clients and friends, it's just not worth it. So test everything like you would test everything in your daily lives. If you want to buy a new car, you take it for a test ride. If you want to buy a house, well, you go and check it out. If you're looking for a spouse, you know what, I'll leave that up to you. But if you want to be the person that is known for their honesty, their integrity, and their truthful reporting, test your sources before sharing anything. You see, we all have a responsibility when we share news with the world, with a greater community out there. By sharing information, as I've said, we become the faceless media. But I'm not faceless. You say to me, people buy my products, they see me in church, they talk to me at the co-op. You see, that's where it becomes dangerous. Because faceless media, it has a face. Ours. Remember that if you share an opinion or a message, and especially if it is a popular one, it will go like a rocket, at the speed of light. So Terry Pratchett, the author, once wrote, "A lie can run around the world before the truth has got its boots on." Isn't that the truth? Also know that the rise of social media gave all of us an exposure to an audience that is diverse and varied. So ask yourself, how would people interpret my message? Remember, your voice and your face gives an inflection and meaning to your message. This is not possible in digital or on paper. And a video is very short, so it doesn't give that context of your message. This may mean that your message could become twisted, which can lead to reputational damage. So what are we supposed to do, you ask, if it's really that serious? Now, there are 3 simple rules that I use in my own reporting. These are: be truthful, be accurate, and be impartial. Now, there are hundreds of other factors I can add, but we don't have the time for them all. So I'm just going to focus on these 3. Now, about being truthful. We all embellish in one way or the other, because humans are, in their core, storytellers. We love stories, especially the ones where we feature, where we take center stage. And this is especially true in our everyday lives. we like to make our own point of view because our point of view matters. So in the case where your audience is small and intimate, that they know you and is also not recording your message, I say go for it. Quintessentially, every man or woman are their own greatest hero. So if the fish weighs 1.5 kilograms and you're standing around at a braai telling people that you caught it, add those couple of kilograms, it's not going to hurt anyone. However, when we start addressing the world at large about serious issues, we have to keep it truthful right down to the parts where it hurt. We should be able to stand up, look the world in the eye, and tell them if a project or a product has not performed as well as it has, or as it should have. Be honest about these things, and you won't have to duck into the very first boerewors stand at Nampo to avoid an irate farmer. But we should also have an answer or an alternative when we do encounter a challenge like this. Only a fool or someone of incredible faith walks into the lion's den armed with only good intentions, eh? If there is an issue, apologize. Fix it. And you know what? Then report on the success of the solution. It is your win, and you should tell people about it. This is also how journalists should operate. Always truthful. I cannot bring your company's message to my reader or to my viewer if I doubt the truthfulness or the veracity of the message. And do not lie to a journalist either. Both of our reputations, the messenger and the journalist, both of our reputations are on the line. And if we are untruthful, we'll both be dragged into a pit of iniquity once the truth comes out. Remember, when the proverbial fecal matter hits the proverbial fan, we all end up spotty. So speaking of the truth, and this is where accuracy comes in. It's a funny old thing, isn't it? Truth. It can be twisted. It can be molded to suit any situation. And there are smart people out there who get paid the big bucks to do just that. I can tell you, each and every one of them find themselves at one time or another questioning themselves and crying. Crying into their $500 martini or on their $1 billion yacht or into the sunset, their vineyard in Provence, asking themselves if it was worth it. Now, if you do not care for your customers, but for the rest, it's excruciating. And they usually burn out within a short couple of years, cynical and soulless, but wealthy enough that their children do not have to work and can instead enjoy years and years of climate change, scarcity of resources, and seeing the emergence of new and exciting pests and plagues. So in short, do not bend the truth. Be accurate. Report exactly what is in front of you. Because riding the tiger only means you'll be feeling the teeth when you have grown too old and weak to fight it off. Lastly comes the point of impartiality, and it's quite a big one. None of us, not a single one of us here and out there, completely unbiased. Now, Koos Kombuis, the Afrikaans singer and the author, put it so nicely when he referred to people as which are engendered by that. Mostly, especially in a professional setting, we can contain the reservoir, and our walls are thick and strong, keeping our personal bias separate from our work life. But sometimes, life experiences start gnawing away at these walls. Bits and parts give way, and then we bleed our bias. Now, this can never happen to a journalist, and it should not happen to you guys if you are creating content beyond your inner circle of friends and family. It is one thing to shape thoughts and opinions after extensive reading up on the subject, studying it, discussing it with proven sources who have a wider knowledge on it. It's a completely different animal to enforce an untried theory, which is basically a lie dressed up in its Sunday best and with a solid splash of eau de BS on others. The values we as journalists should instill in our own work, and which you as an industry should instill in yours, comes down to the same things we got taught as children, and which we hopefully teach our children. The first, we do not lie, we tell the truth. Secondly, we do not cheat, we play fair with our other children. And lastly, we do not let Timmy from down the road influence us to do bad things, because then we'll get hurt. That, in essence, is ethical journalism. To pursue truthful reporting, accurate, unbiased, and grounded in solid, proven fact. It's been a pleasure sharing some of my thoughts with you today. I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gerrit, for that insightful presentation. I learned a lot and I enjoyed that. To start us off, you just quoted something. You said, we do not lie, we tell the truth. We do not cheat, we play fair with other children. And that hit me, and it makes me want to ask, is that how you describe ethical journalism currently in South Africa right now?
Oh.
Just to add.
Nomfundo, what a question. You would also remember that earlier in my presentation I said that there are some bad apples. It's just like in any other parts of industry. I think in general, on the professional and non-pony newspaper side of things, I'm definitely not going to name names, but you definitely have more professional journalists. I think it was one of the previous sessions that we were talking about pricing and how if the price is too high, you get shaken out of the market. If you lie some more as a journalist, you'll get shaken out of the market. And that is the important thing. So that when it comes to conviction, thank you very much, absolute conviction that when it comes to agricultural journalism, I think truthfulness, accuracy, and impartiality is something we all strive very, very hard to do.
I'm glad to hear it. I'll open up questions to the floor. Any questions? No? Oh, yes.
Gerrit, are there segments or parts of agriculture that you're seeing it's really difficult to apply these three principles, or where people find difficulty in applying these? Maybe for lack of knowledge, I don't know, but where they could be prone to not be straightforward.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I think it comes down to both sides of or both parties maybe lacking a bit of knowledge. Protection industry. If I look at the crop protection industry, there are a lot of abbreviations and terms and technical jargon that gets used, and I mean it's the industry's language, isn't it? If I listen to things like PCSs and VODs, and I mean it's Greek to me. So I think the onus for my viewer. At the same time, I think the responsibility is also on the industry to make sure that the journalist understands the message fully. And that is why I'm very much a proponent and a supporter of collaboration. We've been talking about collaboration. So when we are dealing with the media, and I know it's difficult if it's a hostile media, that's also try and find that golden midway, find that collaboration, because at the end of the day it's your message that goes out into the world. So make sure that what goes out is exactly what you wanted to be said. So that's how I see it.
Thank you, Heather. Any other questions? Yes, Larissa.
On that, Gerrit, we touched on in my session the hostile media, right? So perhaps maybe some advice from your part. If you do find yourself in a position where you can clearly see you are on the receiving end of a pre-established agenda, right? What do you do? What would you recommend? How do we approach it?
You know what, Alriza? Bribery works. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. We were saying, you know, it's very difficult to not take things personally when it comes to this. And if the moment that you see that there's a hostile agenda from the person asking the questions, address it. I'd say address it immediately. Not in a hostile way yourself. I mean, you know, don't throw chairs and stuff, but say, I'm getting the feed. I love the way that I don't actually like it. It actually drives me up the wall, but it works so well when you say stuff like, "I feel like." Yes. Immediately you disarm that person, because anything that they say contrary after that just makes them look like a fool. So just say, I feel like there might be a bit of a prefabricated agenda here. You've come in with a notion beforehand, but let me show you what the real story is. Let me tell you the truth about this. All friendly, all happy, all smiley. And then you give them your message. But make sure that the story that they leave with out that door is the exact message that you want to give. There can't be any grey areas when you're talking to a journalist with that background, or to an agricultural journalist for that matter. So make sure that the message is very clear, very clear from your side.
Thanks, that certainly is. As a spin-off, providing I did all that. I didn't, but in an instance, say I do all these things and I really put that effort in and I walk away and I'm going, yes, yes, I won. And they don't use any of the information and they still go ahead.
And
other than not taking it personally, what should we then do?
Then you talk to the editor of the publication.
So you would recommend
Yeah.
that?
I wouldn't go so far as to say, right, this person has maliciously damaged the reputation of my company, etc., ombudsman now. I wouldn't do that. I would go and have a meeting with the journalist and with the editor and say to them, all right, this is the situation, this is what I said, and this is why you have to be very clear about your message, right? And have to make sure that the journalist is absolutely knows what you said to them, right? So that afterwards, if there is a problem, you can say, all right, this was the message. I know that I gave the message to the journalist, but this is what came out on the other side. So now it comes back to that part of apologizing, fixing it, and then broadcasting. Nee? That is what you do. You have a meeting with the journalist, his editor, or her editor, and you fix the problem.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gerrit.
Thank you, Nomfundo.
Yes, definitely.
Just, I guess, a couple of comments again rather than questions. The point is that generally sensationalism sells. So choose your media carefully. If you're going to be reading things, read quality publications. I think that's probably as a defense for us reading or consuming the media is probably the best thing to do. And then secondly, what I wanted to just say to, well, there were a couple of comments from I think two people who said that they take things quite personally in CropLife. I think that's a good thing, industry. And so I see that actually as a positive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think just to finalize the session, Gerrit, your presentation referred to ethical reporting. You indicated 3 pillars. Be truthful, be accurate, be impartial. Now, do you think journalists follow these 3 pillars when it comes to topics such as pesticide usage and the effect it has on consumers? Your thoughts on that?
Straight up, they damn well should. I mean, that is, if you're going to be reporting on pesticides and you know what, I don't really like the word pesticide so much. I like crop protection. It sounds softer. But you should really put the truth out there. If something is harmful, say it. Because if you wrap it in cotton wool and something happens, yes, I would feel terrible. If I wrote something and I said, it's not that, it's okay, and something happened. So be absolutely truthful. Be accurate. If you're going to report on a product, make sure that you at least spell the active correctly, you know. And then lastly, be impartial. You as a journalist might not agree with using chemical crop protection products. You might be more into biologicals, which is fine. But don't let that color your reporting at the end of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I really like that. Just to finally, thank you so much to the panelists. I really, really appreciated your presentations. They're really insightful. Thank you, Alreza, for all you do for CropLife with the new courses. Thank you, Shauna Lee, on the Agri Intel. We love it. And Gerrit, thank you on the successful stories. And of course, Brian, who's not here. But thank you so much on that. Thank you very much, Gerrit. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much to the floor and the audience. We've had a great session. And enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please move through to the auditorium. We're about to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please move through to the auditorium. We're about to begin. Thank you. Please move through to the auditorium.
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome to the last session of our CropCon 2022. This is going to be a session about the end of the life cycle of our pesticides and our agricultural remedies. And we have 4 speakers lined up for this afternoon. With me on the stage is Michelle Govender. She's the Chief Director of Hazardous Waste Management and Licensing at the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And virtual will be Kirsten Barnes from the SA Plastics Pact, Mr. Walter Jordan from MyPlas, and then lastly Koert Himan from Drommonster. So we will get a lot of information from our speakers today. I would like you to listen and maybe start jotting down a few notes. And without any further ado, can I then call on Kirsten Barnes to present to us what is the problem with plastics in the world, and she's from the South African Plastics Pact, and that is an association of like-minded people that work on recycling of plastics.
So thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you today. I'm Kirsten Barnes, Project Lead of the South African Plastics Pact and a Circular Economy Analyst at Green Cape. So today I want to share with you on plastics and how we can re-envision them from being problematic to having sustained value in our economy. So plastics are often addressed as a problem, and this is in part due to the strengths of plastics, which also are their weakness. So in terms of plastics, they are durable. So some of the properties that make them useful, they're durable, which means they persist in the environment. They're lightweight, which means they can often leak from waste management systems. And the packaging, for example, is manufactured for very specific barrier properties. And there's a range of different plastic products that are manufactured for very specific performance. So there's a lot of complexity in the type of plastics we produce. And that's also not to mention the many different possible shapes and forms, which also puts pressure on our systems. So what we can see then is that this has very visible impacts. And this is a picture of a Durban beach after recent heavy rains. And we can see the predominance of plastics in the litter on the beach. So this has resulted in overwhelmed waste management systems. The scale of our plastic production, the complexity of our plastic production means, and the fact that we haven't specifically designed systems to handle those, means that our systems are overwhelmed. So at the end of life of our plastics, we're not able to manage the volume. And this is the same across developed and developing country contexts. So we have highly visual impacts of pollution. We see impacts on infrastructure such as blocked drains and impacts on human and ecosystem health. So clearly the way that we design and use plastics, manage them end of life, needs to change. And if we look at a different paradigm, so we currently produce, use, and waste our plastics in very much a linear fashion. So we look particularly in the packaging, it's predominantly at a single-use packaging. So we look to maximize production. The use phase is very limited. There's a very limited lifespan of usefulness for that packaging, and it gets wasted quickly and often ends up in landfill. So it's very much a linear system. If, however, we re-envision our plastics as a valuable commodity, we'll rethink the way that we design them and what we do with those plastics during their use phase and then after its first life. So if we look at a circular economy for plastics, we need to rethink the inputs to our plastics. We need to look at renewable feedstocks, and then we need to relook at the way we design and what we do with those plastics to try and maintain their value in our economy. So in terms of the plastics, the circular economy for plastics, what we are particularly looking at today is redesign in the upstream. So if we look at redesign in the upstream, we're looking for redesign for circularity. And if you look at that reuse loop, it's a very high value loop. So it's presented as a much tighter loop. So if we think of plastic packaging, where we take the same packaging and refill it with the same product. So we could think of a business-to-business model with agricultural chemicals, where the consumer of the product then supplies the container once they've used the product back to the producer or brand owner, who might then wash and refill. So in that system, you're thinking of your container, often a very durable product, a very high value container. You're seeing it as a resource in your business as the producer or brand owner. So we can think of reuse models. We can also, can we design our packaging so that that particular polymer, that material, has multiple life cycles through our economy for economic development and job creation? So we can think about designing our plastics so that end of life of our plastic packaging, that it has a very high value, which means it's likely to be recovered, that there's businesses, that there's collectors, there's recyclers that can get value from that product, which means it's then likely to loop back again through our economy. What we see in a worrying trend currently is producers designing for recycling or recyclability, but they in essence are only designing for one additional life. So they're designing their packaging that it has a low value end of life. So say it's highly colored, it's got a range of different complex components, which means that the collectors are not likely to collect it. And it often goes into a very low value product. It could be like a plastic wood, or it could be a hybrid material with plastics and mineral components in a construction material. So we're looking to design for multiple lifetimes. And also to note that when we're considering design for circularity, we're also designing for the inclusion of recycled content. And we'll emphasize that again a bit later, or I will later in the presentation. You need to create that demand for the recycled content to go back into packaging, to really drive the recycling, to draw that material through the system. So we're looking at redesign for circularity. We can also look at the supply side. So at the end of life of the plastic packaging, we need to look at the increased recovery of that material. Also, we need to think of if it's going into a recycling loop, where that packaging is getting broken down to be remade into another product, we need to think of separation at source. How can we access a high value product that can go into our recycling stream? So recycling is the same as any other process. Rubbish in is rubbish out. So we need to look at high value supply. We can also then look at the recycling system and closing that loop in terms of demand. So if you think of where our recycling rates currently sit for plastics in South Africa, they've stagnated over the last 3 years and even backtracked to some degree. And this is because we see a lag in demand for most polymers. And the markets where you see, so if you can see the other material streams loop that goes into an open loop recycling. So this looks like, for example, HD milk bottles as a packaging into irrigation pipes in the agricultural sector. So that open loop markets in many of the polymers, those open loop markets are saturated. So where we're lacking is the demand for recycled content back into packaging to really drive our recycling rates and drive our circularity. So demand is another important component that we really need to look at to increase the circularity of our packaging. And we do also need to, there will always be a need for some open loop recycling, so packaging recycled into other products, and we need to emphasize the recycling into high value products. So those products like the irrigation pipes are a high value product. They are often recovered and recycled at end of life as well, unlike something like a plastic wood or a hybrid construction material, including plastics and concrete or some other mineral material. So that's very important to note. So if we're looking at where can we drive a circular economy for plastics and re-envision our plastics as a valuable resource, what is the current state of circularity in plastic packaging in South Africa? And you can see that only about 48% of our plastic packaging on the market currently is recycled at a greater than 30% output recycling rate. So this means more than 30% of the packaging placed on the market in South Africa is actually recycled into new products. And we've called this recycling rate adequate, but just to note, 30% is not a good recycling rate, but this is in the adequate bracket. What is more concerning and what is a big barrier to our circularity is currently the plastic packaging sitting in a 30%, a not recycled or a very poor recycling rate. So that's a less than 15% output recycling rate. So that currently needs to be redesigned. Predominantly that looks like a redesign of that packaging or that redesign of packaging to be more recyclable. There is some movement. There is potential to increase, to actually institute recycling for some of these packaging formats. And then we have the poor recyclability, which is a less than 30%, between 15 and 29% output recycling rate. Some of those formats, there's possible with our new extended producer responsibility that the added investment will mean we're able to push that above 30%, but that is still a point of concern for us in terms of our circularity. So if we look at specific opportunities, I'd like to do a bit of a deeper dive on opportunities in reuse refill and the opportunities in increasing recycled content. So if we look at the reuse loop, so as I mentioned, it's a high value loop. You're really retaining maximum value in your packaging. What could this look like in South Africa? And here we've chosen a couple of packaging format and product combination in the rigid packaging. And I'd like to particularly highlight for this audience the B2B or the business to business opportunities in reuse refill. So here we have PP buckets, which sits in the currently 15 to 29% recycling rate, and the HTB drums, which are well recycled in the country. But we can maintain that packaging. If you think of a B2B model, this could be paints, this could be edible oils, this could be agricultural chemicals. Can we look at moving 10% of the market currently by weight into reuse, and what would this mean? So if we look at, assuming we've modeled here a factor of 12 reduction in production, so this looks like production of reusable containers. Note these containers are very high value containers. They're maintained for multiple life cycles. They're designed for not just the delivery of product, but the return of the packaging back to the producer. And what we find is in some of these formats, in some of the drums and some of the buckets in particular products, we don't get good recovery, particularly if these are markets which are far, where the product is sold in areas which are very far from recycling markets. We get limited recovery. There just isn't the business case to recover that material. So if we move it to reuse, and as part of that reuse model, there's the reverse logistics built in, and we see an incentive to recover that packaging. So we're modeling an additional 60% recovery, which might not have been recovered. So we see a higher value in containers, a reduction of packaging, of single-use packaging. So we're reducing the burden on our waste management systems, and we see a recovery of additional material. So we're increasing the supply at a high quality back into the recycling when those containers do reach end of life. So there's something of potential that we need to explore in reuse. And just to note, increasingly we see legislated reuse targets in Europe and other contexts, and brand owners committing to a percentage of their value chain in that action group, from resin producers to packaging manufacturers, brand owners, retailers, recyclers, the producer responsibility organizations. What can we technically achieve, and also what might be operationally feasible? So you'll notice in the PET that we cap it at 25%, because we currently sit at problem and demand for PET, or in supply, sorry, for PET. So what we note is these are the potential average. So if we look at what does that look like in terms of the supply of material back into packaging, we see an additional 63,000 tons of recyclate back into packaging by 2025 in South Africa. And just to note, this is not new additional recyclate in the system. Some of this looks like shifting our current high value recyclate, which is going into low value applications. And just as an example, HD milk bottles have a very high value at end of life. That's white HD milk bottles have a very high value end of life. What we see is a large proportion of those milk bottles are getting recycled into carrier bags for retail or refuse bags. We don't need that quality of recyclate in refuse bags or carrier bags. So what we're looking to do is to shift that current material flow back into a high quality application like an HDPE white home and personal care bottle. So there is additional tonnage we need to aim at here, but a lot of this looks like shifting it from a low quality application and maintaining the value of our plastic and our packaging to be able to get cycled multiple times through our economy. So if we look at the potential and the opportunities in including recycled content, we come up with two main barriers. And again, this is the action group discussion of the SA Plastics Pact, and members across the value chain have been active in this group. So what we see is there's not really a technological barrier on the conversion of packaging, so including recycled content at the packaging manufacturers or at the recyclers. We don't really see a recycling capacity currently. There's not a barrier in terms of the amount of capacity in the country to recycle products. We see predominantly two major barriers, supply or demand. And I'm going to focus on the polyolefins, so the HDLDPP. Here predominantly we see the biggest barrier to growing recycled content is demand from the brand owners. And there is something of a process to get recycled content approved. But just to note what we've seen recently, with our new mandatory extended producer responsibility, our recyclers have noted an increase in demand for their material, for recycled content to go back into packaging. And then more recently, with the Ukraine crisis driving virgin oil prices up, is we see even more demand at recyclers. And also very interesting to note what we see when brand owners have recycled content approved for their packaging is that they're looking to sign offtake agreements with our recyclers of up to 24 months. So we can learn here from the journey in PET, where the early movers, and including recycled content back into PET, so PET beverage bottles to beverage bottles, have secured that input to get recycled content into their products, into their packaging. And those that move late are struggling to get access to recycled content, which means they have limited opportunities, or they're struggling to reach their legislated recycled content targets in the extended producer responsibility legislation. So that's very important to note. We expect to see the same things in the polyolefins. The early movers will get access to the material. The late movers will struggle to get that. And we do expect to see recycled content targets in HD, LD, and PP for the plastic packaging as our EPR system develops. So then, in terms of realizing these opportunities, how do we go about this? And I think it's very important to note that there's no single sector, there's no single organization which can achieve this on its own. And what we see in including recycled content and achieving recycled content and pushing those to higher recycled content in terms of packaging, we see a very close partnership needed between packaging manufacturer, the brand owner, and the recycler to achieve this. So we definitely need to see greater partnerships developed. We also see as a driver, as I've mentioned, the extended producer responsibility. We'll see increased demand for recycled content. And just to note, for producers, so brand owners and packaging manufacturers, to achieve your collection and recycling targets in the legislation, we need to up that demand to drive those recycling rates. The recycling rates have lagged because of a lack of demand. We also see our export markets, their bold strides in Europe, Plastic Pack Network countries, and also to note we're part of certain initiatives, and there's growing interest in studies looking at driving regional circularity within the African context, so looking at Southern Africa, Western Africa, Eastern, so certain particular regional loops to increase circularity in packaging. And we recently had at the UNEA 5 meeting in Nairobi in February, we now have under development a global legally binding treaty to address plastic pollution, which has as its core a circular economy approach to achieve reduction in plastic pollution. And we'll see harmonized standards and requirements in terms of circularity, so including reuse models, including recycled content. And that treaty, we should see a full draft within the next 2 years. So we see in South Africa, and again emphasizing, we do have strong indication of the potential in a circular economy for plastic packaging in South Africa, with an additional GDP growth expected, and significant GDP growth expected above what you'd see in a linear economy model. So we see the opportunity and the potential. There are a number of key drivers that will be increasingly effective in our context. So there's opportunities to position our businesses to both create and maintain value in a circular economy for our plastic packaging. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Kirsten. Welcome to our session. She logged in live with us this afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for your good presentation. I think there might be an opportunity for 1 or 2 questions from the floor. If anybody has a question to pose to Kirsten about the problem of plastics and the opportunities, I think it was very well presented to us. Can I maybe just ask one question to Kirsten? This is the thing about the recycling industry, very much dependent on what the crude oil price does. You mentioned that now, that the Ukraine-Russia conflict is having an impact, so it is driving people to look more towards recyclable materials. But what is the long-term perspective on this in terms of if the fuel or if the crude oil price now drops or stays the same? Is it going to have a long-term impact on the quest from the market for recycling material back into containers, or what is your perspective on that? Kirsten, just unmute yourself, please. We couldn't hear you. Oh, there's a problem with the connection. Okay, we'll come back to you later. Thanks for that. All right, folks. I don't see any hands from the floor, so what I will do now is thank you, Kirsten, again. We might come back to you later with a question or two. The question is then, based on what Kirsten said to us today, that there must be this desire at the level of the manufacturer to take this PCR content, that's the post-consumer, recycle it into their new packaging. And I'm going to call on Walter Jordan, who's also logging in with us remotely. He's done a pre-recording of his presentation to tell us, from a perspective of a manufacturer, what's happening at that level. Do we see light at the end of the tunnel, or do we still face an uphill battle? So I'm going to hand over them, and then we listen to what Walter says about the manufacturers.
Good afternoon. I am Walter Jordan. I'm one of the directors of MyPlace Recycling in Bellville South. I would just like to present a presentation on the end of product life cycle management and our journey that we have been on. Thank you to Dr. Gerard Verdoren and Elrisa Tronk for the invitation to present our journey and progress on the management and recycling of the HDPE crop protection packaging. I'm going to explain to you where we are, where we came from, and hopefully there's a few suggestions that we can progress into the future. I would like to present to you the 3 Ds on our journey to closing the loop and the progress that we made by partnering with strategic role players. It was just an impossible journey for us to be doing it on our own. And I'd like to start with the don'ts. When we started the recycling business, we went to the farmers and we requested and asked them not to burn their agricultural waste. We've also asked them, please, not to dump the material because there's value in it. And in the recycling business, we can use it. And the one danger that we also saw is the selling of the containers to individuals that might reuse it in food or household applications. We'd still rather burn or dump the containers than rinse and give them to our collectors. Although we had a relationship with CropLife, we had to work much closer with them. We asked them for help, and fortunately, they needed ours too. Guidelines for the management of empty crop protection containers has been in place, and we just started to enforce them. A network of certified collectors and recyclers were established nationally, and it was published on the website of CropLife with contact details of suppliers and recyclers in the vicinity. It was now much easier for a farmer to have his containers removed by a certified collector. There were even guidelines. Caps need to be removed and the drums needs to be triple rinsed. Every approved collector and a recycler received a certificate as well as a Agri Intel document where all containers from every collection are documented and sent to CropLife for recording. An electronic version of the Agri Intel document will shortly be available for smartphone use, and the collection data will be automatically stored online. We made some more progress. In 2020, 76% of all crop protection containers were recycled. Slowly but surely, we are moving forward. We had to first ask them, then we had to request for cooperation, and it seems like we have to enforce it now. The third D that I want to present to you is the demand. We reached the ceiling, and the only way that we can improve and increase our volume and the viability was to work on the demand side. Our material went into conduit, it went into water transfer systems, refuse bags, This is how we saw ourselves. We noticed that we didn't close the loop. We had to close the loop to have a smooth ride. We made a little bit more progress. Mike sent samples to, once again, to converters, and we managed to close the loop. In a first for South Africa, we managed to get approval on Fuchs lubricants that will add post-consumer recycled material in a new range of their 5-liter oil containers. What is even more exciting is that we found approval for a 30% PCR content in a 20-liter crop protection container. There are containers out in the market that's been tested, and hopefully shortly we will get some feedback with the approval and the project can be rolled out. In a first for South Africa, I would like to quote the Managing Director of IPACKIM, Mr. Simon Morgan. IPACKIM has a long history of implementing sustainable projects like using solar power in our plant in Cosmo City to reduce our annual carbon footprint by avoiding 410,000 kgs of CO2 emissions. The inclusion of PCR into our drums was a natural outcome of our strategy to be the leader in sustainability. The project assists our customers to comply to even more stringent extended producer responsibility regulations and allows us to support the circular economy in UN certified containers. The project further contributes to IPACKIM's ambition to achieving EcoVadis Platinum rating in 2022, a level positioning IPACKIM in the top 1% of companies evaluated by EcoVadis globally. You can just imagine how excited we are, and I can only explain it in this video. My next question will be, what next? What can we do from here on? The IPACKIM drum is recyclable and it contains 30% PCR. Can we standardize the color of containers to only white? Is it possible that we can identify hazardous, toxic contents in a standardized red or orange container? Is it possible that we can identify products or product categories by different cap colors? Is it possible that labels will have water-soluble glue for easy removal in the wash process? Or can the label be made from polyethylenes to make the recycling process easier? Will we only use HDPE in drum manufacturing? Is it possible not to include barrier-layered material like nylons or polyesters? And is it possible that we can all work together to achieve our EPR goals? I was just wondering, if we've got to add a value to people, how will we value them? I just can't help to think that in 50 years from now, will our children's children, will they have to write songs like I Can Only Imagine? Or do you think they will be able to still sing with Louis?
What a wonderful
Good afternoon, Walter, and thank you very much for joining us. It's exactly the way I've come to know Walter, as a man of a lot of plans and a lot of humor, and thank you for your presentation. There's only one question I would like to pose to you, Walter. Do you believe that it is possible for our industry to manufacture a new pesticide drum containing possibly 100% PCR? That should be our ultimate objective, but is that an achievable dream, or is that a pipe dream?
Good afternoon, Gerard. I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
I've got a little bit of a bad reception. I think it is achievable. I honestly think that we can manufacture drums with 100% PCR content. There might be challenges, other challenges that we might face in the moving of certain, or in the, how can I call it?
Oops. Our signal is disappearing. I'm going to move over back to Kirsten. Kirsten, would you like to give us a 30-second response on that question I posed to you, please? No, we seem to have an internet connectivity problem. Okay, no problem. May I look around at the floor whether we have... I don't know whether anybody can do lip reading, but I'm not that good with lip reading, so unfortunately not. Okay, thank you, Walter. I've got your answer. So in a nutshell, yes, it is something we should drill to try and achieve. I would like to look around the floor and see if there are any questions that anybody would like to pose to Walter about the containers and including the PCR material in new containers. This idea of having a single tone or a single pigment type of container. Les, question for us, please.
Thanks, Gerard. Good afternoon, everyone. And hello, Walter. Mandatory is huge. But what they found when they started using that plastic to produce new containers used on the inside, because the multinational companies that were going to be using these drums were, let's put it this way, they were a little bit afraid that recycled plastic may interfere.
How to comply with it. So Michelle, can I hand over to you? Thank you very much. It's also a pre-recorded presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is quite an honor to be asked to present on a topic that's quite close to my heart, extended producer responsibility. My name is Michelle Govender. I am from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. I am the Chief Director responsible for hazardous waste management and licensing. As I indicated, extended producer responsibility is something that the department has been working on for a couple of years, and it gives me great pleasure to be at a position where we have implemented and we are extending this further than what currently exists. My invitation asked me to talk about what the pesticide industry really needs to do when it comes to extended producer responsibility. And I thought that in order for me to do this, I need to give an indication of what these regulations are about, what the responsibilities generally are, before I come to the pesticide industry in particular and indicate what specific areas we will be looking at. So at this stage, I want to then just give a very brief background. We commenced with the process to implement extended producer responsibility, or EPR, for the country in December 2019. We had extensive consultation that happened, which resulted in the EPR regulations as well as notices for electronic and electrical equipment, lighting, as well as paper and packaging sectors being implemented, or basically being published for implementation on the 5th of May 2021. Now, this just gives a background or an indication of the content of the regulations, which I will be going through in some detail a little later. Obviously, as any other regulation, we would need definitions. We'd need to indicate what the purpose of these regulations are. Who does the regulations apply to? What is the registration requirements of producers? What are the measures that we expect as a department needs to be implemented? What are the obligations on producers in this regard? What is the minimum criteria for an extended producer responsibility scheme to operate? Financial arrangements, monitoring, reporting, reviews, as well as offences and penalties. These are things that I will be going to in a little bit more detail in my presentation. Right. Some of the definitions that we've coined in this regulation is brand owner, who is a person or category of persons who makes and or sells any identified product under a brand label. A free rider means a firm or individual who benefits from the actions or efforts from another in relation to an extended producer responsibility scheme without fully complying with the requirements. So benefit from the recycling, benefit from the material or the product not getting to landfill, but actually not putting in any contribution towards that. And we've tried in these regulations to then is a person or category of persons that brings in identified products or items that contain identified products into the country from abroad. And they could actually be people who actually place it on the market or may not necessarily that item on the market first. It may go to a retailer, etc. So that's the definition of importer. Producer means a person who is engaged in the commercial manufacture of these products that have been identified in terms of Section 18 of the National Environmental Management Waste Act. So the producer will be identified in the Section 18 note, gathering of identified products at the end of their life cycle. So we're looking at post-consumer waste. And this product could be at its pull. When a waste picker picks up some of these materials or products, they take it to a storage facility before, or a storage area before it then is taken to a service provider for the actual recycling. Full costs, this is basically talking about the costs that are 10 minutes, which is really good because we don't want significant delays in this regard. Now we come to the important measures. What are those EPR measures that producers need to comply with or need to implement? Firstly, when a product or a class of products have been identified through the Section 18 notices, then the producer of that product must establish and implement an EPR scheme. And what this entails is involvement of the entire value chain. So right through, users must be accountable for the operation and performance of their scheme, and is producers to focus on in that life cycle assessment is product. That is not something that we're looking for. We're just looking for alternate designs that can actually result in less waste being generated at the end of the process. And what then happens is there is a reduction. There has to be a reduction. Collaborate with the Department of Trade Industry and Competition rather. And we also want broad-based Black economic transformation within this sector. So we want a charter developed with targets, timeframes, and implementation measures. And this has also been delayed because we're saying within 2 years of publishing the notice, that charter must be formed and it must comply with Section 1 special focus on women, youth, and people living with disabilities to be included in this entire EPR scheme that is going to be implemented at the end of their life cycles. And we also want an environmental label POPs or persistent organic pesticides, etc., etc. So we just need environmental labels to declare what type of product this is and what are the hazards related to this product. So if the product is non-toxic, then that actually is something that the consumer will look at and purchase these products, knowing that it's not going to have too much of an impact. These are obligations which may not necessarily apply to the pesticide sector, but as I indicated previously, producers can go on their own and develop a scheme and implement it. But when it comes to e-waste, lighting and packaging, we have allowed for PROs or producer responsibility organizations to be formed because some of the producers have said they don't have the capacity to do it alone. And we have PROs that were established in the country for many, many decades. But basically, that producer responsibility organization will do this for the producer. And part of what they have to do then, the obligations, is they must develop and maintain a system to collect fees. They must maintain a register of its members, conduct internal and external financial audits, and submit these to the department. The external audit report will be uploaded onto SAWIC for public access. That is what the department will do. And what needs to happen is the PRO needs to collect information, manage the data, and submit this data onto SAWIC or the SAWIS, which is the information system. What we want PROs to do is also contract with downstream value chain members for services that are needed and for that process to be transparent and fair. For producers that establish their own schemes, they will allocate funding for implementation of the scheme, and they will do the same, conduct internal and external financial audit reports and make that available, and they will also manage their data and make it available to the department. What we want producers to do is cooperate with all municipalities, where applicable. If a municipality is collecting the product, the identified product, liaise with them and come up with an agreement of how to use the municipality services where feasible to recover these identified products. Remember, I indicated earlier, informal waste pickers or waste collectors operate on a municipal space, and we need to integrate those informal waste pickers, reclaimers, into that post-consumer collection value chain, because they do add value and they divert a lot of waste away from municipal and other landfill sites. So they play a critical role, and their inclusion is something we want to continue. We want producers to develop and establish secondary markets for recycled content so that we don't end up having a lot of material that is now extracted or from the product, but it hasn't got a market to go to. So we need producers to get involved in that to ensure that there isn't a huge amount of supply and no demand for the recycled content. We need that to happen. We need producers to utilize new and existing infrastructure. So not necessarily just start afresh. Use what is there, do homework, find out who's operating in that municipal space or in that local space, and use them because they are a valuable resource. We also want producers to compensate the informal sector for the service, the environmental service that they are performing. And this is something that we've delayed implementation, but we have identified or a target date of November 2022 for that to come into effect. And like I've indicated, we're looking for transformation across the sector. The EPR fee, we give an indication of how that could be worked out or calculated. It's based on the weight of the product. How easy is that product to recycle, which would bring down the EPR fee to a certain extent? What is the current demand for the material? what what's happening in terms of collection, transport, and treatment. Are they separately collected? Are they part of the producer's collection? These fees can be used to implement or enhance that collection, transport, and treatment costs. There's admin costs, of course, and costs for public communication and awareness, which we need to do. There is the EPR fee could be used for litter reduction, separate collection for that, costs for appropriate surveillance to know whether improvements are being seen, which includes the auditing of this process. And of course, remember at the beginning I talked about net costs. So all of this, you subtract the revenues from the recycled material sales, and that's how you get the net cost for EPR. For a PRO established fee, the PRO will together with its members develop that fee, and it would apply proportionally based on the products that are placed on the market. And what we want as a department is that fee must be publicly available on a website, on a PRO website, so that the consumer also is aware of how this fee was calculated, what was taken into consideration, and they have a choice of whether to buy that product or not. This is what we're offering to the public. The admin cost of the EPR scheme, we have limited it. We have said that the admin cost must not focus on anything else other than salaries of the PRO staff, your overhead costs like your utilities and rent, and then of course your information system to ensure that you have data management. The admin costs are limited to 20% of the revenue collected in the first year, going down to 15% in the second year and 12% in the third year. The ultimate aim is that the admin cost must not be a consistent cost throughout the life cycle of the EPR scheme. It should reduce to a point where it's at its lowest, and these are the limits we have placed in the regulations itself. In a producer established scheme, the producer must determine the determine the funding that is required for the scheme to operate, and must ensure that there are resources made available to ensure that the scheme is then effective. So what we're also saying is that fee must be equal to the costs for establishing a collection system, plus collection, transport, and treatment costs, plus admin costs, plus costs for communication and awareness raising, plus cost of surveillance, less the revenues from the recycled sales. So I think we've just gone ahead and reiterated that. The latest fee must at all times be publicly available. I've indicated that. And they must have an annual financial plan, the PRO or producer established scheme, which indicates what money they have and what is their annual budget that they're going to be spending on the EPR scheme. So we want to know that as well. The annual financial plan must, as a minimum, have the EPR fee allocation, the manner in which it's calculated, and the total amount of contributions for this. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, we need interim performance reports, which is what the regulations indicate. And these interim reports will be measured against the individual targets, as well as the governance issues. And so the focus areas, rather, of the report would be unaudited interim performance against published targets, an unaudited breakdown of all the allocation in terms of the fee, as well as performance on the finance matters. So this is an interim report. So it's due to the department in July of every year, post the implementation of the scheme. And this is basically so that the department has a handle on what's working, what's not working, so that we can intervene and make necessary amendments where needed. We need annual performance audit reports, which must be submitted to the department 3 months post the conclusion of the year. So the calendar year ends in December. So the report must be with the department by the 31st of March. And that report must contain the following minimum requirements: performance against the published targets, the breakdown of the fee, performance and finance matters, governance report, and the number of jobs created. Excuse me. All producer responsibility organizations and producers who establish their own scheme must record and report on an annual basis to the SAWAS the quantities of the product that are placed on the market by members of the scheme, the product that is collected, what is diverted away from landfill, what is exported, what is landfilled, and what number of jobs are created. We, as a department, we've built into the regulations a performance review. And so that performance will be reviewed every 5 years post the implementation of the scheme. And the department may at any time review the scheme based on its performance, or the PROs or producers can actually approach the department and indicate that they want an earlier review of the scheme. Basically, it could be due to non-achievement, or it could be because there's overachievement of targets. So those are what we have built in. The criteria for a product or producer responsibility organization is that it must be an autonomous. What we have been working with Gerard and Rod and the team from CropLife SA to ensure that what we put out there is accepted and is owned by the sector itself. And so we've already drafted a notice, and I'll go through some of the things that we're looking at in the notice. And I think we haven't published this for public comment, so you basically have an early indication of what's going to be there. And when this is published, you have that opportunity to comment and provide your input on what you think works, what doesn't work, what couldn't possibly work, what is going to be a challenge. But ultimately, we are going to publish a notice that is going to talk about pesticides themselves. So the important ones are: what is an obsolete pesticide? What is a pesticide in fact? And what's a co-formulant? What is a container? These are some of the things that we're focusing on within the notice. And we are, like I said, working very, very much hand in glove with CropLife SA to ensure that we've got the terminology and the definitions absolutely correct. The purpose would be for this particular notice would be for a producer or class of producers of a product to set up procedures, processes, and invest resources to implement EPR at a post-consumer stage. So this is linked to collection, storage, transportation of their products. It talks about recycling, recovery, and treatment. And you will notice that we have not made mention of a PRO in this space, because that is not what is happening out in the sector at the moment. So we've listened. The scope would be that this notice would apply to products and the resulting waste which arises from the use by a consumer or an end user of pesticides and its related containers. The products that we're looking at in these proposed notice would be pesticides, pesticide co-formulant, as well as the containers in which these products come in. As I indicated, who's going to be responsible for the scheme? It would be the producers of those items that do so. The targets, and I apologize, the figures are, the writing is very small, but ultimately we're looking at what I need you to just understand and look at this in your own time is, what are the various products? It's obsolete pesticides, it could be high density polyethylene containers, it could be low density polyethylene containers, cardboard boxes, paper bags, whatever it is, glass bottles, aluminum canisters, steel drums, whatever pesticides come in whatever form it is, those containers or receptacles is something that needs to be taken off from the intended disposal and reworked or treated rather, to ensure that the pesticides in it is not going to affect the environment, and then that would have to be dealt with. The next this is the target for collection. So it's looking at, for example, on high density polyethylene containers, we're looking at a target of 80% of the material put onto the market annually. That's just one example. So you will see there's 5 columns, the gray columns. It just basically indicates the targets per year of implementation of this scheme. And that, remember I said, the scheme will operate for 5 years and then we'll review it to see what happens next. These are the targets on recycling. So similar thing, and apologies, the table did not want to cooperate with me. For example, HDP or high density polyethylene containers, we're looking at a target in the first year of 85% of collected materials being recycled. In the second year, 90%. In the third year, 90%. In the fourth year, 90%. And hopefully in the fifth year, 95% of that material would then be recycled. So this basically sets increasing targets based on what is happening and the available resources within the country to deal with these pesticides and pesticides containing containers. Thermal treatment is an option that exists, and it's one of those options that then deals with these pesticide containing material, so your containers, your cardboard boxes, because this cannot go into the environment, because then once it gets into water systems, then we're going to have issues. So thermal treatment is an option. I know there's only 2 facilities at the moment that really are geared for this within the country, with a few more that are being developed. And I know probably Gerard will tell you about something new that's coming up in the Eastern Cape in this regard. Then in terms of obsolete pesticides, I've got a question mark in terms of pesticide thermal treatment, which is something that you would have to comment on when these notices are issued. But essentially, we're looking at targets in year 1 of 50%, the quantity, or rather 50 tons of this being disposed. And the reason I have a question mark there is my next slide, is something that we need to consider, and the industry itself needs to consider, is that we have a regulation currently within the department called the Waste Classification and Management Regulations. And what we have done in those regulations is we've restricted or prohibited the disposal of pesticide containing waste in the country. So disposal of pesticides or pesticide containing waste is not allowed in landfill sites. And these prohibitions came into effect as indicated there. So for POPs pesticides, it came into effect last year, the 23rd of August, but all other waste pesticides were not allowed into landfills from the 23rd of August 2017. So this in a nutshell is what we're looking at. We need the industry to consider what is being produced out there, who's importing it, who would be the producer in this case. So if you're importing it into the country, you're a producer. And if you're doing that, you have a responsibility to implement a scheme which then makes sure that all of these pesticides and pesticide containers are removed from the environment and effectively treated so that they do not impact on our soil structures, our water resources, our air in the country. So these are issues that will be looked at. These are the considerations that the industry need to make in order to ensure that you're ready for the notice when it gets published. And on that note, I would like to end by saying that we envisage that we would have in the next month, or at least in the next month, the notice for pesticides published for public comment. At the end of the public consultation process, we would consolidate those comments, revise the notice as and where it is needed, and by March 2023, we would envisage an implementation of this notice. So that pretty much gives the pesticides industry another 9 months or so, or maybe a year, let's just say a year, to get everything together so that when this is implemented, you hit the ground running, as it were, and there are no challenges. So I would like to invite the industry to comment on these as and when it comes up for discussion, and that would make it a set of notices or notice and regulations that are really owned by the industry, by the communities, and so there would be maximum compliance against or to it. I want to then thank you for your attention, and hopefully there are some questions. We are available as a department to answer these questions, and thank you really again once more for the opportunity of addressing you on this very, very important subject. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michelle. It was pretty but it was quite a revelation, I think, for most of us. I think I'm well versed on what you said there today. The big question before I open the floor for any other questions is, what is the current status of the draft regulations? When do we see it?
Well, Gerard, as I indicated to you earlier offline, the norms, or rather the notices, were signed by the minister, so she approved it today. So we are hoping to have this gazetted in the Friday Gazette that goes out. So it is imminent. It is here. I know we've waited a long time. We've worked a long time on it. So I'm very excited when I got that notification, so I could come and indicate to you as well that this is here now, and we're hoping for maximum compliance. I'm very, very excited.
Thank you very much. I share that excitement. It's like a little birthday cake with 20 candles all lit up. It sounds wonderful to me, because that's the one tool that we will use within CropLife SA to start really going ballistic on container management, and then also start looking towards what do we do with obsolete pesticides. So we're very pleased, and I think from our side, thank you to you and your staff, to Sharon in particular, for all the open communication, the fairness in your communication with us, and taking your hands and taking this process forward. I wonder if our members have any questions for Michelle, because I've got so many questions, but I wouldn't like to steal the floor here. Yes, there's a question there.
My question is regarding the definition of who the producer is. Does this apply to producers who are not engaged in importation of products in country? Perhaps is the first question. And a follow-up to that is, you might have actual manufacturers but not manufactured in South Africa, for instance, but they are actively involved in the marketing of the product and may or may have legal entities in country. So just for clarity. Thank you.
Shall I?
Yes, you can respond.
Thanks for that question. And so there's two parts to that question. So the first one is, if there is somebody manufacturing the pesticide, let's say let's say India, and they have agents based in the country that bring that product over, then that agent is defined as a producer the way we've defined it in the regulations. So when you are defined as a producer, you already have an obligation to comply with the regulations and the notices. The second part is, if you're a manufacturer of that product within the local space, you are also defined as a producer. So I hope that's clear. So if you're making the product here in the country, you're a producer. If you're bringing it from another country, whoever's bringing it, whoever is importing it into the country, that person or organization is defined as a producer. Clear? Good.
Any funny questions from your side, please?
Regarding what is considered product, I think we still confronted with growers who actually consider the can that the product comes in as our industry's property somehow, and we must deal with it. And maybe the question is to both of you, Gerard and Michelle, is there enough communication through to end user level to ensure that also the responsibility lies with the owner of the product right to the very end, and not just the manufacturer?
So this is the little bit of a change in tact, as it were, in terms of government. So the focus, Fani, on these regulations is actually the manufacturer. It's actually the producer. So if you put something on the market, you must put measures in place as a producer that when that product is used by the farmer, that there is a take-back system, or there's a way in which that goes back to the producers, and the producer then has that EPR fee, which is dedicated towards recycling and recovery. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, you are right, we need as much advocacy around this as possible, because people need to be made aware of what is happening, and they need to understand how they fit into this. The presentation was long, but I think when you read it and you get to grips with it, you will see that we've tried to include the retailers. You've tried to include Joe Public, basically saying, you too have a responsibility. You too must make sure that you don't throw this in the bin, that you keep it, and find out from your co-ops in the areas, where does it go to? And the co-ops must then liaise with CropLife SA, must liaise with the producers to make areas available, so that this doesn't just get dumped or buried on farming areas. But we have a long way to go in terms of advocacy. We really need to create more awareness so that everybody from the producers right down to Joe Public know this is my responsibility in terms of the regulations and in terms of the notices themselves. So we're really pushing for that.
Dr. Mkhize.
A question that I have, on the regulations, you actually have a point where you say that if people don't comply, there will be, imprisonment. As far as I know, now not everyone has actually met the deadline of 5th of November. How is that being handled by the department, and is there anyone already in prison?
Not yet. We're getting there. But so we must also remember these are brand new sets of regulations, because it's predominantly been voluntarily done in the country. And so we have a long way to go. But we already have offenders, and we've already got letters written, enforcement letters written, to those facilities saying, we don't actually want to take you to court. We don't want to waste taxpayers' money. So can you please comply? So we're going with that approach first. And if you don't comply, we will then take you to court. We will then prosecute you and we'll make an example because we need compliance. Gerard and I were talking as well, and you also have a responsibility. So if you know of somebody who is willfully ignoring these regulations, we've got a toll-free number at the department, but we also have contact details of all of my team that work on EPR, and we will then make sure that the Green Scorpions get onto it. We're looking forward to that, but we want compliance first. That's a last resort, but when our hand is pushed, we will then not be afraid to move in that direction.
Thank you so much for the great presentation. My question is on those like waste management contractors that get government contracts or private sector contracts to manage waste. Some of them, they do manage pesticide waste, but we know that there are stories where they don't do what they said they'll do with that waste. They probably dump it elsewhere. There are a lot of illegal dumping of waste in South Africa. So in that case, then who is liable? Because I'm thinking, let's say as a producer, you hired somebody to actually be managing your waste, but then they decide to do illegal things and dump it elsewhere. But you've already paid them a fee to do that. So how is that going to be handled?
Good question. And I think this is why we wrote the regulations the way we did. Producers need to make sure they follow up and they understand what their recyclers are doing. So because of the enormity of the responsibility that falls on producers must be absolutely certain that the recycling is actually happening. If the recycling is not happening and you contract with that recycler to deal with your product and we find it in a river or in a gully, we will come after the producer. We will obviously take on the recycler as well, but the producer needs to be oversight done. There needs to be monitoring done on the recyclers that exist so that you're getting value for your money, and this is not just some fly-by-night company that's throwing away these pesticides and then impacting on people and the environment. So that's built in.
Thank you, Michelle. Thanks for those good answers. We've come to the end of this particular presentation and the questions and answers. I can just tell you that the recycling network that we have in CropLife SA, which is sitting at about 139 companies and about 240 individuals now, we've all vetted them. And we have cancelled certification of some companies, not that we pay them, not that they owe us anything, but if they don't abide by the current regulations and by our standards in CropLife SA, we do not certify them. And they rapidly lose their market share against other people that are certified and act within the confines of the Act and our own set of standards in CropLife SA. So coming back again, that there's the ethical thing to do, and the ethics will eventually override the compliance issues. Roddy, have you got one last more question?
Michelle, we've had, as we've gone out to our members and told them about the EPR and our EXCO has agreed that we will offer our members a PRO, the producers who are interested. We've had some people coming back and saying some of their other packaging suppliers are automatically charging a levy on their invoices. Now, our understanding is, and from what you've said today, it's actually voluntary. If you want to participate in a PRO, you have the option of either setting up your own or participating in a PRO. Is it right then that some suppliers of packaging material are already automatically charging a levy without giving people the option of opting in? We don't believe that's right, so we just wanted to know what your opinion is when that's happening so we can give feedback to our members. Thank you.
So, Rod, I think there's something not quite right there. So we will have a long conversation afterwards. But just off the top of my head, maybe just a little bit of clarity. If your product has been identified in terms of the notices already published, You don't have an option. You have to register, and you have to make sure that your product is dealt with in an environmentally responsible manner through recycling. Now, how you do that are the two ways that I talked about. One, you as a producer, you do it yourself. You get your fees, you allocate resources, and you get it to the recycling facilities. However, if you opt to go the route of the PRO, it's not a voluntary thing. It's basically, it's giving you options. You either go it alone or you go with a PRO. And if you choose a PRO, then the PRO is going to charge you a fee for that service they are providing. So that's why I'm saying something doesn't sound quite right, and the regulations are very clear on that.
That's how I understand the regulation being very clear too. So to be a bit more specific, it's our members who are buying empty containers to put their product in, and the supplier of those containers is automatically charging. They weren't asked if they wanted to participate. It just automatically appears on an invoice. We don't think that's right. So the guidance we've given so far to our members is you need to go back and say, sorry, our interpretation of the EPR is that you need to give me the option of doing it myself or participating with you. No one has been given, those people who've reported it haven't been given the choice. The supplier of those empty containers is automatically invoicing them. So are we correct in the advice we're giving to our members is that they must challenge that supplier and say, you haven't really asked me if I want to be part of your PRO, you've just assumed it and you're automatically charging me. Are we correct with that interpretation?
You are correct, and I would go one further.
Yep.
Please report that to the department, because we want to squash any practice out there that does not align with the regulations.
Awesome.
And we want it to be fair. People must have a choice, which is why we didn't just say there'll be one PRO, multiple, and you have a choice.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Rod. Thanks, everybody, for contributing. So our last presentation today is From the Heart. Kurt Human, who established Drommonster, it must be 20 years ago. He was one of the first people we certified in the CropLife SA network of recyclers. He's been a very staunch supporter. He's learned the hard lessons. He's paid the school fees for going into this. And we have Kurt not online today because he told me he's completely shy of any audiences or any public presentation, but he's done a really heartfelt presentation to us today in Afrikaans on the challenges faced by a recycler, the person who collects and puts it into a machine to shred it up to go to market.
Drommonster begin met 'n onmiddellike uitgawe. Die dromverwydering, die trok self, slytasie, diesel, drywer met sy 2 personeel wat laai, die haaglike toestand van ons paaie, hy's 'n baie hoë tol. Goeie voorbeeld, verlede week het ek op 1 trok, op 1 verwydering, 3 bande en 3 rims verloor. Ons verloor weekliks bande, wat 'n reuse uitgawe is. Toestand op die plaas is ook nie altyd goed nie. Ons trok het al rekmerke soos wat hulle uitgesleep word. Volgende groot uitgawe is by ons fabriek. Ons het 'n klomp personeel, werkers wat aflaai. Die drom moet weergespoel word. Die plakker moet afgetrek word. Die drom moet gesaag word, gegranulate word. En dan na 'n washplant en dan na 'n extruder. En natuurlik kom dit met 'n helse kragrekening. Ons het ook 'n werkswinkel met 'n permanente motorwerktuigkundige, wat gelukkig is hy 1 dag in 'n 7-dag week af het. Van die 6 trokke wat ons het, is ons bevoorreg as 4 van hulle 'n verwydering 'n dag kan doen. 'n Ander groot probleem is wat ons noem die drompouchers, die fly-by-nights, die hand-to-mouth ouetjies. Hulle neek die hele mark op en kom weg daarmee. Ons stuur byvoorbeeld 'n trok honderde kilometer ver om 'n verwydering te doen met 'n afspraak. En as die trok daar kom, is die dromme reeds deur 'n poucher opgetel. en hy het sommer die boer daarvoor betaal. Hulle skep 'n mark wat glad nie volhoubaar is nie, want daar is nie voldoende fondse in hierdie mark om boere nog te vergoed vir die dromme nie. Let wel, ons diens is gratis, so ons kan nie sulke finansiële probleme bekostig nie. Dan ook is daar 'n maatskappy wat hulle geregistreer het as Drommonster RSA. Hulle gee hulle self voor as ons maatskappy, waar talle boere al teespoed opgetel het met hulle Eurogap audits. Hierdie ouens het geen akkreditasie nie. En ons kon met CropLife se hulp hulle nog nooit vastrek nie. Die groenskerpioene sal hier definitief moet inklim. Drommonster is al 14 jaar met die dromverwyderingsprogram besig. Hierdie was beslis nie 'n maklike leerskool nie, en is beslis nog nie 'n maklike besigheid om te bedryf nie. Omdat ons so bitter baie uitgawes het, en net sente maak op 'n drom, is dit regtig nie winsgewend nie. Ons sal graag wil sien dat op 'n manier, dat ons 'n rebate kan inwerk van die verskaffer se kant af. 'n Goeie voorbeeld is, die verskaffer laai 3000 dromme af teen 'n 10 miljoen rand se rekening. As ons byvoorbeeld net 'n rand op 'n drom kan kry van die verskaffer se kant af, het sy aan die boer se rekening of van die verskaffer af, sal geen entiteit eers dit voel nie. Die chemiese agente moet die boer laat verstaan dat die drom nie die boer se eiendom is nie, en dat dit moet verwyder word vir herwinning. Hulle moet ook boere bewus maak om hulle dromme te spoel, soos hulle die chemikalie in hulle spuite gooi. Hoogloopspuite het almal klare rinser in, waar die chemikalie trek tot in die tank. En so spaar die boer klaar duisende rande. Hoekom moet ons vir 'n checkersakkie betaal, wat baie minder skade aan die omgewing doen, as 'n chemiese drom? Die volgende punt waaroor ons al vir jare lank kla, is pethouers. En die houers wat glad nie herwinbaar is nie. Die verskaffer sal dadelik aandag moet gee daaraan, sodat alle houers HDPE houers is. Hulle skep vir ons 'n groot uitgawe om dromme op te tel, wat ons nie kan gebruik nie, en wat ook nie herwinbaar is nie. Ons sal graag ook wil hê dat hulle moet kyk na 'n manier hoe ons die plakkers makliker kan verwyder, want hierdie proses is tydrowend. Dan nog 'n punt wat wel werk en waarop ons baie goeie samewerking kry, is die produsente wat uitvoer. Hierdie boer het 'n verwyderingssertifikaat nodig om sy produkte kan uitvoer, of aan Woolworths ensovoorts te kan lewer. So, ek stel voor dat alle boere 'n verwyderingssertifikaat moet hê om sy produkte kan lewer. Maak nie saak waarmee hy boer en aan wie hy lewer nie. Dit sal die herwinningsprogram dadelik op die map sit. Ek voel dis baie belangrik. Hoekom geld hierdie wet net vir die uitvoerboere? So sal ons die drompouchers ook beter kan hanteer. Drommonster het deur die jare op sy eie onkoste al talle hokke op verskillende provinsies en areas opgesit, om dit vir die boer makliker te maak. En steeds kry ons geen samewerking. Dan wil ek graag afsluit met hierdie vraag. Hoe gaan die regering en die verskaffer ons kan help om ons wetgehoorsame verwyderaars met die nodige lisensie en wat deel is van die CropLife program, hoe gaan hulle ons help om die onwettige poachers van ontslae te raak? Dis hoekom ek voorstel dat ons die vorige punt implementeer. Ons wil ook maar net te bestaan maak. Ons het 'n liefde vir ons aarde, en ons glo dat herwinning 'n baie goeie ding is. Baie dankie.
In the quote's absence, I think I owe him an apology and an applause for being so resilient through all the hurdles over the years and doing a fantastic job. He's one of the people that's been hanging in with us, collecting literally hundreds of tons of plastic per year and supplying back into market. So thank you to Koot in your absence. Two things are important for you to take home today as suppliers into the market. The PET containers are an issue. We have to sort them out. And I would like you to consider rapidly, whether you're multinational or local, to get rid of PET containers and to go for the high quality HTP containers, either with fluorination or a heavy gauge that do not panel. Because we can't tolerate PET containers long in the country. So by the end of 2022, I would like to see that we have no PET containers. The other thing that was mentioned this morning, I think, or this afternoon by, I think it might have been Kirsten also, that we look at a new way of attaching the label to the container because that water insoluble glue is a big problem for us. So it doesn't have to happen now. We've got an EPR coming towards us now, a notice to us. We've got targets set. If we can move towards, let's say, 3 or 4 years from now to have water-soluble glues on our labels for the packaging, it'll be a dream because it makes it easy to remove for the farmer and for the recycler. So these things I want you to take home with you and start implementing that. Our last contribution this afternoon, before we go into the wrap-up session, is a short video that was produced by Brand Republic on commission from CropLife SA about the recycling of our empty packaging in the country. And I'm not going to say much more about this. This is our Hollywood event for our CropCon. And I'm going to stop talking now and let's watch the video and take it home with you and make it part of your life. Well, CropLife South Africa in 2008 was part of a big program with the government, which was called the African Stockpile Program, in which we recovered quite a large quantity of old pesticides from the Limpopo province. But in the of talking to farmers and to government institutions, we realized that there were literally thousands upon thousands of empty containers, unrinsed, lying around the farms, that we were sitting with a human catastrophe, an environmental catastrophe, because the burning and the bedding and the unrinsed containers were definitely posing a risk to human health and environment. So I went to the South African Plastics Industry Association, which is called Plastics SA, and they guided me to talk to people that were already in the recycling business of bringing plastics in from refuse dumps and whatever. And we started handpicking a couple of individual operators like, for example, Dealco and like MyPlast.
MyPlast het begin in 2012. Ons het 'n mandaat gehad vir die landbouindustrie. Dit was hoofsaaklik ons teikenindustrie. Ons het landbouafval soos besproeiingspype, die landbouchemiese houers en verpakkingskratte het ons mee begin as roumateriale.
Ek het so 21 jaar terug betrokke geraak. Ek het swart besproeiingspyp uit die landbousektor begin verwyder. En die leë chemiese houers het begin 'n probleem raak as gevolg van die proses waar dit moet voorbereid wees voor die ouens by herwinning dit wil aanvaar. En ek het op daai jare het ons met die leehouer vereniging begin en so het ons deur die jare dit opgebou waar ons vandag is. CropLife het gehelp dat ons sertifisering in plek kry waar die mense wat met uitvoer betrokke is, hulle papierwerk kan regkry. En die proses het baie goed gevorder. Die boere val baie mooi in met die proses.
Want dit is vir ons 'n baie groot voorreg om deel te kan wees van die CropLife leehouer bestuursprogram. Met die een rede is, ek meen dit gaan oor om ons aarde te beskerm en ons natuur te beskerm. Die goed word verwyder van die plaas af. Ek hoef dit nie in 'n grond te begrawe of te brand wat nadelig is vir die natuur en vir ons aarde nie. So dit help my bitter baie om deel van hulle te kan wees sodat die goed kan verwyder word en ek kan my plaas beskerm, ek kan my mense beskerm en ek kan die natuur beskerm.
Our standard is very often much higher than that what the national regulatory framework dictate to us. And our principle was that we want the drums to be totally clean. They must be put into secure, lockable storage spaces and then going off to processes where they're being processed into other commodities
ek maak kontak met die boere vooraf en ons reël 'n spesifieke opteltyd. Die boere besproeiing oor sekere gebiede wissel. Baie van die vrugtebedryf en die koringbedryf is verskillende tye, so ons is die hele jaar besig om chemiese houers te verwyder.
Terwyl hy spuit die dag word die kan dit as dit leeg is, word hulle 3 keer gespoel voor hulle weer teruggaan in die container in en dan word dit die aand afgevoer plaas toe weer en dan word dit in 'n aparte kamertjie vol gate gesteek sodat daar nie weer middels in die kanne kan gevoeg word nie.
Ons kom uit met 'n voertuig na die perseel toe waar hulle in 'n chemiese kamer wat toegesluit is, die kanne wat leeg is en reg voorberei is vir ons het. Die kanne word uitgepak. Ons stel die kanne, 'n papierwerk word uitgemaak vir die hoeveelheid kanne vir daai plaas wat opgelaai word en dan word die voertuig gelaai en ons neem daai goed dan na herwinningsaanlegte toe wat gesertifiseer is by die Plastiese Federasie wat dan weer die produk verder verwerk in 'n plastiekformaat in.
So wanneer die materiaal by ons aankom, het ons kwaliteitskontrole om te seker te maak dat die materiaal nie gemeng is nie of dat nie regte standaarde voldoen. Dit gaan na 'n maalproses waar ons dit dan sal maal in vlokkies van 10 tot 14 mm. Van daar af gaan dit in 'n wasaanleg in wat ons net skoon water gebruik en van daar af sal dit dan in 'n extrusion proses soos ons dit noem waar die materiaal gesmelt word. En dit word in 3 mm pilletjies gesny en van daar af sal ons kwaliteitsbeheer doen, vloeibaarheidstoetse om te sien of dit aan ons kliënt se vereistes voldoen voordat dit uitgestuur word.
Triple rinsing is your guarantee to have a totally clean container. You remove 99.997% of that chemical. There's no more risk. There's no more hazard linked to the container. When you get to the point where you get the little plastic pellets, that pellet is technically 100% clean. There's no pesticide residue in that. And you can make a totally palatable thing out of it for people. It's important for all the role players in the value chain of a pesticide container to be involved in the process. If you look at the world currently, we're sitting with this mass of humanity of nearly 9 billion people. The pollution footprint is immense, and the plastic pollution footprint is horrifying in the world. We see plastics ending up in the ocean, killing dolphins and whales and turtles and fish and seabirds. Our job as an agricultural sector is to make sure every piece of plastic on every farm in the country is coming back into recycling and used to make a new plastic commodity. What CropLife always says, why do we do recycling? Simply because it is the right thing to do. We don't compel anybody. We don't say to anybody it's because the law says you must do it. Just recycle because it is the right thing to do. Don't you think that deserves an Oscar? Well, thanks to Elrisa for organizing this. Thanks for Brand Republic, for Walter, the farmer, and for Dani to agree to be part of a video. It's going to go out on YouTube this afternoon, and please get it, send it. It must become the gospel for the industry to make sure every container comes off every farmer back into recycling. Thank you very much for the session, Michelle. Thanks for all your kind words towards us. Thank you for all the support, and thank you all the members for participating. So we're going to move on now to our wrap-up session. Michelle, you're welcome to stay on that important chair, or you're welcome to join the audience. I'm going to call on our industry leaders now to give us each a 5-minute wrap-up on the sessions we had during our CropCon 2022. And I'm going to start calling up on Quentin Cross, who's our current president of CropLife SA, to do the wrap-up for us on the international market forces, which was our first session of yesterday morning. At the podium, please, Quentin.
Good afternoon, everybody. There we go. So, yeah, thanks, Rod and team, for a great conference. I think you've set the standard quite high, so well done. Secondly, just as a background to me, 2 years as the president of CropLife, and that I'll continue to do for one more day. And then we'll have the successor taking over, and I wish him or her all the best going forward. So international market forces. For me, I think this was a good introduction, and it set the foundation for the last 2 days. I found it extremely interesting in that regard. So now we can put up the presentation so I could give a summary. Marcel, I'm going to take as long as I can because I know you've got a flight to catch, so I'll have to do yours too if I take too long. All righty. So the main takeaways, 49%, I found it very interesting that 49% of our exports are, or 49% of our produce is export bound. So bottom line to this is we cannot ignore the impact of what the global marketplace is telling us. Ignore it at your peril. That to me was quite profound. Thank you. Thanks a lot. There we go. Come back. Forward. The big one. The big one. Okay. That's pressing the wrong button. Need a degree. Okay. I think we then moved into the EU Green Deal, and this has been a big deal for quite some time now, actually, a raging debate. And again, the goals that are set for reducing chemical usage, although it's not legislated, I think it's going to gain momentum. It just simply has to. Consumers are playing too much of a role in what we do globally in terms of climate change and environmental responsibilities. My one opinion I have is the export crops are most affected at this moment. But it's a matter of time before all crops are going to have to participate in this whole compliance environment, whether they like it or not. So ignore it at your peril. Having been introduced to that, the identified challenges, well, I think the reduced chemical usage or options seems to be the biggest touch point for most of the farmers. Whenever I go around, and anybody else that discusses it with me, that seems to be the biggest concern. The Green Deal also seems to be prescriptive and not descriptive. So a lot of what we want to do, but not a lot of how we're going to do it. And I think this is where we as industry members and CropLife itself and associated industries need to play a greater role in lobbying that process to get a better understanding. And of course, it then introduces the concern we have in Africa about the mass economic and socio-economic challenges. That cannot be ignored. Food security is a real problem in Africa. May not be that much of a problem in other countries. And so that needs to be considered. The other challenge is if we're going to move towards the Green Deal or compliance in that regard, we're going to have to up our game on R&D. And I think it was pointed out that we lag quite significantly behind in terms of that R&D. Question is, are you being rewarded for it? Right through the supply chain, all the way through to the users in these foreign countries. So, yeah, and then needless to say, whenever you have changing legislation globally, if you lag behind in terms of your own regulatory bodies in your own country, this presents a serious problem, and I probably don't need to say much more about that. I think it's been spoken about at length, but something needs to be done. And I know as a CropLife organization, we've really pushed this very hard, this agenda hard, and sometimes you hit a brick wall. And boer maak 'n plan. We're going to carry on doing this. We're going to come up with these solutions, and we're going to win this battle. May it be in my lifetime. All right, opportunities, commercialized innovation. And I know the word was emphasized on commercialized because it doesn't help to have these wonderful innovations and everything for everybody and create all the confusion around that. But certainly we've got to look at the commercialized opportunities, and not necessarily all of them will be monetized. It's got to be a collective collaboration to bring about these. And we can do this through digital data. We can do it through mechanical options, the IPM. Marcel, you're going to talk about that, if I don't take much longer. Emerging smallholder farmers can play a significant role in this whole innovation process as we move towards this environmental responsibility. The culture, Gerard, you spoke about that, and then the multi-stakeholder collaboration. We can't operate in silos in this whole process. Suppliers, distributors, the farmers, R&D organizations, and of course institutions such as CropLife need to collaborate to come up with the solutions. This next point I think I found very interesting relative to the discussions that I've had today. This presents a wonderful opportunity for those that are not adding value in the supply chain to step up, because innovating around the whole Green Deal and this move towards biological, etc., is complex. I think we've said it's unique to species, but it's also unique to each farm. And each farm has its own complex set of problems. And if we're looking at an overall solution, a holistic solution, then I think there's an opportunity for that crop advisor to get involved and up their knowledge and experience and expertise in that regard. And then, I think the approach about taking a proactive approach to the green deals before it's legislative, I think the EPR is setting the standard, Gerard. Let's get in before we're forced through legislation. And finally, the question of lobbying stakeholders. And this is going to be lobbying for a dysfunctional registrar or regulatory body. And this is also lobbying for more understanding of the Africa challenges that we've got. And it's easy to say it, it's a lot harder to execute. And this is where we're all going to put our heads together to try and come up with it. Thank you very much. I hope that gives a summary of the first session adequately.
Thank you very much, Quentin. That was a very nice and strong message to our members. Our second speaker will be Ben Kroch. He's the commercial lead for Anlamat Madumbi. He will summarize the second session for us. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, everyone. I'd just like to thank you for Chris and Fani and Bertus for their input on this summary. Just on the main takeaways, we celebrate 75 years of the Act 36 of 1947 this year, and we've agreed upon that it's still a very good Act. There's a big difference between the compliance, you have to comply, it's non-negotiable, and versus stewardship. We want to comply, and as an ethos, it comes within. It's a foundation for integrity. And then we have to live stewardship, the life cycle approach. It is the right thing to do. I think we've discussed that in length. We feel that there's no need for the government regulation of the crop protection stewardship as such. We'll come to that point a little bit later. There's a growing compliance requirements for export producers, growers face to maintain market access. And then crop advisors, we feel that they are the contact point or the representatives of the registration holders, and they have to be properly trained and be professional experts in their specific fields. The few challenges identified, the backlog of outstanding registrations at the registrar office remains a massive hurdle, not only to the crop protection industry, but also for the growers, producers to stay competitive in the international market. That came from Fani. The label instructions, deviations still cause problems. The regular updates of regulations, and I think we've seen it in this session, of Act 36 of 1947, addressing the latest innovation and developments in the local and international agricultural unit, is very important. The changes in agricultural practices, example, the nets on orchard crops came out very strongly, the effects of pests and diseases and their behavior, efficacy of crop protection solutions. The residue management is not only critical to any export grower or producer, but becoming a greater challenge to maintain market access. And then that important question of Fani, who is the registration holder? I think there's some opportunities to address that. And then just on the opportunities, the transparent communication campaign, advocating broader stewardship principles through the entire value chain, from the registration holder to the consumer, the cradle-to-grave concept, a direct communication channel. I think you must investigate it. And then the ongoing awareness that crop protection products are not gif, or the old term of gifsmose. It actually remains a good stewardship message opportunity. More research to be done by registration holders on crop protection molecules, behavior in new agricultural change in practices. This IP must be able to be protected, and that came from Henk. And the basic crop protection product stewardship principles need to be included in the new regulations of the Act of 1947. And that's bringing me to the first point. It's not been regulated, but at least that basic principles of stewardship needs to be included in the regulations, the new regulations of Act 36 of 1947. And then the ongoing training and responsible use of agricultural remedies stays paramount. And then from CropLife members, more CropLife members have to get on board. We need more active participation and involvement from our member companies. Thank you, Gerard.
Thank you, Ben.
Folks, that's from the horse's mouth. Take it home. Make it part of your life. Our next, now we seem to be playing musical chairs. Is it going to be Marcel presenting, or is it going to be, okay, Marcel is going to be presenting, and then after him, Chris. So Marcel will be tackling the IPM session, and then after him, Chris will tackle the stewardship compliance section in terms of crop advisors. I'm running out for a second.
Good afternoon, everybody. I was asked to summarize integrated pest management, and I've got to look there to see my crib notes, so apologies if I stand on the side. The session was started by Andrew Bennett and basically explaining us the history of IPM and the change of view from total pest control to pest management by using a variety of solutions when an economic threshold is reached. This is when the economic benefits is greater than the cost. The solution can be either preventative or curative. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of solutions in IPM, but the ones that was relative to us, so we focused on chemistry, and it was asked by the IREC, HRAC, and FRAC teams to present what they are doing. And these teams focus on the prolonging of chemical effectiveness by focusing on resistance management. And this is part of our industry, and there's a lot of people that's in the audience that actually participates in these forums. There was also a discussion that was had on plant biotechnology as part of an IPM toolkit. So there are different ones. We've focused on BT seeds, herbicide-tolerant technologies, and environmental stress resistance genes. So that's more for the seed producers, and as also a part of a tool in the IPM strategy. Lastly, the biosolutions are a combination of multiple solutions that include biostimulants, biofertilizers, and biologicals that can be very species-specific, but is an excellent tool and a focus area within our industry. If we look at the identified challenges that was mentioned, it is in IPM it's quite difficult to determine the economic threshold because it changes from year to year, and different factors play a role in setting the so-called economic threshold. The HRAC requested participation from the audience, and FRAC requested that companies share their resistance data so that they can make better decisions and follow-ups. A general call on the industry to work together and to resolve the resistance challenges that we face within our industry. The plant biotechnology group is basically said that they're not a standalone solution and must be part of a whole program. And one of their challenges is obviously they need a refuge crop to delay resistance that must be close to the fields that use this technology. And biologicals is one of the factors. We need to have realistic expectations because you cannot have a direct comparison, and you need to make sure that your biologicals is part of a program and not a standalone solutions. On the opportunities that was mentioned is that we need the future is to move from IPM to this agroecological crop protection way of thinking, and the main focus is to focus more on preventative options than curative options. So it is a completely way to prevent that we create a crisis and even a threshold. It was also mentioned that there's definite focus to or an opportunity to train our farmers more on IPM, that they don't necessarily must go only for the chemical solution, but also consider other solutions within our options. IRAC, one of their great opportunities is the new classifications of the nematicides, to make sure that we manage them better and to prevent resistance. And the HRAC, they bragged about their following invasive weeds, the fact that they develop resistance guidelines in a very short space of time, then followed by a pamphlet. And then the last statement that include on the biological option, that firstly, if you've got realistic expectations and you make sure of the cumulative or the compounded effect of multiple actions actually makes a project effective or a program effective. So it's not a standalone solution, but if you use a lot of tools together, you can reach, I think the number was given up to 97% control that was given. I hope that is a short summary.
Welcome, Chris. You have been introduced.
Do I have to make it work, or does it work? Okay.
Yeah.
Presume it's that one. That's not mine. Ek sal like om daai net gee, maar is nie myne nie. Reza, have you got my one?
Yeah, they're sorting it out now.
Let's try that one. That looks better. Righto. Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity. I think I have the advantage of giving a summary of a very lively session. And my takeaways, I hope to make as interesting as well. Some of the keywords that came out of that talk were that they expect our crop advisors to be experts, trust was mentioned, affiliated to CropLife, hold our hands, responsibility is important, solution providers, value adders or not. And then we had the parable from Gideon of the paracats. And what are the possible impacts of doing things wrong? And I think I made the point in that session that there are crop advisors and there are crop advisors. And there are agronomists, Peter, with respect, and to your son. And there are agronomists and there are consultants and there are consultants. And please choose wisely. Ask your crop advisor if he's accredited. Ask for his CropLife card. And demand the service that he should be providing you. A lot of these questions came up in each of the presentations that were given by the farmers on the panel. Monitoring and scouting programs, resistance management that should be incorporated into those programs, container management, the session we've just had, MRL management, even managing farms. Some of our crop advisors, when farmers go on holiday 3 weeks over Christmas time, they ask our guys to look after the farm, and they do it. It's a hell of a responsibility, but there are people who do it. So there are crop advisors out there who do the job, and the man behind the can, or behind the can, the man achter die kan, I don't see that as a derogatory term at all. We talk about it at Life of Agri quite proudly, our man achter die kan. He's the guy who's got the relationship with the farmer. He's the guy who's got the knowledge. He's the guy putting across the message, not only hopefully from our company and the suppliers, but also from CropLife. So some of the identified challenges, probably be remiss of me not to mention our friend the registrar, who doesn't do his job, but enough said. Rising costs, which was well pointed out by Derek, and we're well aware of the impacts of what's going on at the registrar's office, why we've got reduced options, and why costs are rising, and the difficulties now of being cost competitive in farming. Fingers, I feel, were pointed at our crop advisors, particularly so in the grain industry, where they feel that the guys are not perhaps pulling their weight and maybe just throwing prices out there. So there's a challenge. There's a challenge to our guys not in the high value segment. And I'm not only pointing fingers at you, in fact it's not me who's pointing the figures. But we can lift ourselves up. Derek accused the guy, is one chap that he asked to leave, of selling on margin. His program that he presented to him to choose his crop protection products was based on the margin he could make. Our good crop advisors are not doing that. So I put it to ourselves there, we need to raise the standards. Yeah, the whole value chain needs to be involved. And I confronted Derek, and I confronted him at lunchtime, not confronted him, we had a very amicable chat, I think. The onus is on the farmers too, our agents, our suppliers, everybody, to raise our standards and only use registered products and follow the label. Jou uitdaging, meneer Dr. Verdoren. Don't know, the challenge to bring these guys to book, and I'd like to mention an example. We sat in at a SAMIC meeting the other day where the topic on the table was unregistered products. There's a trend now because Group 3 or M registration seem to be easier to bring to the market than L registrations with what's going on at the registrar's office. Skalk Skuman, who's with SAMIC and a very knowledgeable entomologist, pointed out the fact that one of the producers in the Lowvelds had R1 million worth of damage because he bought an unregistered product from a non-accredited guy, from a non-recognizable company. And I questioned the farmers. You'll challenge our accredited crop advisors for 50 cents on a product, but you'll go and buy from a nobody a product that you never heard of before, and there's a risk. And read the label, please. I think that message has come through quite clearly a number of times, and I want to give you another example. Farmers too don't read the label. We're dealing with a complaint at the moment where our crop advisor gave the correct recommendation for insecticide. The lady in the depot was busy with her admin and she gave a price by mistake through on a herbicide. The farmer walked in, bought the herbicide, and sprayed it. Didn't ask if it was the right product, didn't check the label, didn't ask for advice, sprayed it and did a lot of damage to his cucurbit. So the responsibility rests with all of us. The opportunities, extend the CPD, the Continuous Professional Development Base, on all levels. There are a lot of our crop advisors out there who are not accepting of the system, try to take shortcuts. So I'm appealing them all to you. I think what we've been talking about the last 2 days has shown the commitment that CropLife is showing to raising standards and to uplifting our industry. A lot of people mentioned the fact that the pharmaceutical and medical industries have this as regulatory, and I think a lot of us would like to see it go that way. We're pushing. In fact, Marius told me he's not going to get off Exco until he sees it happen. So we might have a very grey-bearded Mr. Boshoff over there. Yeah, and there's an opportunity to show the merit for those of us who still haven't recognized the merit in CropLife and belonging and the value in the CPD, and hopefully that message that we're carrying across to farmers to support only the accredited guys, the proper chaps in the industry. Raise standards, I say it again, I've said it before, I thought I'd put it in again there, and my last point is CropLife still toothless? I think we've proven in the last couple of days how serious we are about this industry. And the appeal is out there to everybody in our industry. All you, all my colleagues, all us guys, we're friends out there. I don't think CropLife's toothless. The fingers point back. Somebody earlier said the 3 pointers point back at us. Let's be part of the solution and not part of the problem. We're not a toothless industry. Thank you, Gerard. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chris. I could hear there's a bit of personalization in your feedback there. That's very good.
A bit of emotion.
Yeah. Without emotions, you're not a human being. Thank you very much. Our last wrapper up is Marius Boshoff, and he will be talking about the advocacy session.
Also, first time I'm using this. Oh, great. There you go. It's on. Huh? Just press it. That's it. Great. Yeah, I can't other but reflect on the last 5 years and maybe even a little bit further. And I see Marcel was here. Essentially, we, as an industry, as members, we got together and we strategized and we said 5 years ago that effectively we mandated, then appointed a new team and led by Rod. And that team had to look after a few things. One of them, engaging with regulatory authorities, setting up training, managing stewardship, and communication. And I think if we listen and see a lot of what has been happening and throughout all of these sessions, you can take that view and say, so from my side, certainly Rod and team, Elriza, well done. You guys have certainly moved the industry, Gerard, into a new direction. So no, we're not toothless. I remember we said towards 2021. We're in 2022 now. So again, well done. So if you just look at some of the communication, so Elriza coming in and talking about these things, it's really good to see it. We still struggle with those things, the science versus the beliefs. And how do we communicate in the industry where we've gone through COVID and data and science and anti-vaxxers and vaxxers and so forth, and everyone struggles with this communication. And how do we communicate that? Because sometimes I still believe that we lose the customers out there. So I'm taking that and the value that we have brought, the level of communication that the industry has really come up with, from Twitter to Facebook to all of those things. So please go and like and share whatever is posted. So, and how do we get in front of those negative narratives? I think, Mfundo, that's one of the key things that we need to get in front of and say, do we engage? And when do we engage? And I think it closed out very nicely with the talk around the journalism. Agri Intel, it's been one of those tools that has been developed. It's a what? It replaced the old bots books. You will not believe me when I move in the industry and I still have people asking me, when are we bringing out the new books? And I just want to tear my hair out. So we've moved on, but we have to remember, and there are constant evolution in that tool. And Sean Ali and team has done a tremendous, the amount of data that has been over the many years has put in the air. I don't know, can we put a value to Agri Intel? Probably not. It's going to take you 20 years to do it. And just moving that into the next phases, it's not over. There's new things that's coming, and I think what we can get there is also, the wheat module that's been launched, and there's now the adjacent technologies that's interested. Let's call it the M registrations or the bioproducts or the potentially, the sky's the limit. There's interest from other countries that might be looking at that. So I think Agri Intel is here to stay, and we're still going to work on it. And we're probably going to have to upgrade it to smartphone at some point as well. The next point I think that came out really nicely through Gerard's talk is the collaboration. I love the word collaborate. It's either co-labor or co-laboratory. So Gerard and team, you guys did really well in driving that small container forum or small pack forum. And like you said, without these are people who do this for the love of the story, not for payment. These are member associations. So thanks for that. And I think that's also a really nice feedback that we got from that. In terms of the product labels, I think we still struggle. Again, we're a data science, data-driven industry, and we tend to over-communicate data. And it doesn't come through. So the labels are sometimes ambiguous on the one side and sometimes too overly legally written and detailed that people don't understand what they read. And it's therefore a requirement that we have to make sure that we can transfer the knowledge. And we look at these things, especially Brian Caron's talk. Brian thinks like a lawyer. He thinks he's sitting in front of the judge and he's thinking of all of those things. And those of you who have dealt with that before will recognize that you've got to think about those things. You usually have a contract only when things go south. And that's when we have to look at these things. So these were the identified challenges for us in the industry. I think just want to go back, and it's really connected with the main themes as well. So I'm not going to go back to the main themes at this stage. So what are the opportunities? There's always opportunities for us to take from these projects. The one is communication. And I love the way that you've put it. It's not communication, it's from lobbying to advocacy. And that makes a lot of sense. But don't forget, communicating is, you've got to be out there in front of the consumer and in front of everyone in order to educate and inform. And that is what we need to do more. Well, not just what, how and why. If we as an industry understand why we do things, if we believe in what we do is significant for sustainability, then that why starts coming and it starts speaking to people's hearts. And consumers have values. They don't think with their minds, they think with their hearts. It's what I love and and it's very important aspects that we need to think about how we communicate and then why. Farmers need to understand that training and the power of a certified, qualified individual that gives that advice. And I think that is something, it's an opportunity for us to, you were jokingly saying, but I kid you not, we need a statutory situation where it's a pharmacist that makes that recommendation, not just any guy that spends 2 or 3 seasons in the field. It has to be statutory in order for this to get there. So I'm going to stick around until you retire, Rod. Agri Intel, again, the de facto standard. Fantastic tool. Let's engage with government. I don't think we should keep it. Let's use it to engage with government and let's go forward in providing this information to the industry. And I love the idea of, I've been hearing that there's a barley passport, there's Global Gap, there's Tesco's Nature's Choice, there's all of these secondary protocols or standards that we have to comply with. Why not the grain industry? Why not the whole of the industry? Is that if we're really serious about food safety, food security, and if listening to the legislation on extended producer responsibilities, if we're really serious about that, then I do believe that these type of passports are going to help us to get there. And those who've been around, Europe Gap was implemented in South Africa in 1997. It's now, how many years is that? Freaking long time ago. And it's now called Global Gap. And it's constantly evolving. And it is a system that if you export, that is the minimum you've got to do. And part of that is compliance criteria. It's complying to certain things. And I think these passports will allow to drive quality, drive the qualification, the certification of the advice that we get. I hope I've said enough. I don't want to keep on. I think everyone wants to go to the pub. Good. Thank you very much. And thank you for organizing this. Also, I'm sure on behalf of all the members here. Thank you, Gerard and team.
Thank you, Marius. I need to do a quick wrap-up of the session on the end of product life cycle. Now, I don't have a presentation because Arisa put me into the management chair there, and I didn't have time to type it up. So I'll quickly give you a brief rundown of what came out of that session. First of all, plastic pollution is a global nasty reality, and our industry does contribute something to it, albeit a very small percentage. It doesn't mean we shy away from our responsibilities, and our pesticide packaging need not to be a contributor to the global plastic pollution. In South Africa, we have new regulations coming to pass very soon. We just heard from Michelle, it's been signed off by the Minister. Within a couple of days, it would be in the Government Gazette notice. So that is something that came out very positively from the authorities towards us. We also heard from Koot and from Walter often that there's a very strong recycling ethos in the country. There's a strong recycling network. We also heard from Kirsten that recycling seems to go in sine waves, up and down, up and down. The market demands seem to go up and down. But we heard from Walter now that the demand for the HDPE, which is our primary type of package in the country, that is increasing day by day. So these are the key messages I got out of the presentation this afternoon. The challenges are the following. We only had the first manufacturer of an empty container, of a new container now, looking at PCR content into a new container. Walter told you he's been up and down between manufacturers himself, and I've been talking to them for the past, I think it's between 5 and 12 years we started talking about this. Only now we come to the fore. So the challenge is, how do we get all the other 6 or 7 drum manufacturers, for want of a better word, to also start looking at using PCR in the new containers? And how do we push them to start getting us to a point in 5 years from now, we say we've got an 80% or a 90% or even 100% totally recycled new plastic container for the pesticide in the country. A challenge for us is the end user, meaning either the consumer or the farmer is not fully on board yet in terms of recycling ethos. And it becomes a challenge when you listen to Koot. We heard something from Walter also on the note that we still battle with this triple rinsing principle. We still battle with the principle that many farmers say, but I've never heard of the recycling. I don't know who we can engage to either take our empty containers to work and collect the containers from our farms. So that to us is one of the biggest challenges. We know there are plastics. We know they are available. But the question is, can you transport them? No, you can't, because they're not triple rinsed. So they are classified automatically in terms of the NEM waste that as a hazardous material, and you've got compliance issues. So we have to overcome this challenge by making sure every container is triple rinsed by every owner. We also have 1 or 2 problematic waste streams. We mentioned the PET containers in the pesticide industry, which is a big challenge for us. We have to overcome it. The only easiest way to do it is to say we move over to HDP only for the plastic containers and nothing else. And then we also heard from Koot, we heard from Kirsten, we heard from Walter also that the attachment material for the label onto a plastic container is a problem. Okay, so these are the challenges. The opportunities, I think, that I took home from the presentation, the EPR to us is a fantastic and a valuable tool to give responsibility and the sort of management up to us in CropLife SA as the pesticide industry to take over the thing and say, right, now we can take control. The government gives us a mandate to say, we're going to manage all packaging in the country. We're going to be managing all pesticide obsolete stocks in the country also. So it's a grand opportunity. What we heard from Walter, and which I'm very confident about, is that the market demands for good recycled HDPE are enormous. Our industry cannot even meet 5% of the market demand. So it means that no pesticide container on the farm should lie there. It's a valuable thing that can go into the value chain, can be used by somebody to create job for people and eventually make a new commodity like a pesticide container or a good plastic pallet or even a low-value commodity like plastic wood and garden furniture. And I think the last thing from my side in terms of opportunities is our current network of recyclers is now virtually saturated. All right? Do we need more recyclers or do we need to certify more people? I don't think so. So we cannot take away the business from our current recyclers that have been supporting us over the past 8 to 10 years, but we need to give them more capacity. We need to give them a bit more kickback from our side, and we need to help them to be more known amongst our farmers out there, And I would like to believe in 5 years from now, no farmer can say to us, but they don't know what to do with the intercontainer. And folks, with that, I wrap up myself, I wrap up the session, and I'm glad to hand over to Rod to do the final thank yous for the conference and the wrap up.
Thanks, Gerard. Michelle, it was an absolute pleasure to have you here for the last session, so thank you for that. If you remember back to me standing here to open yesterday, excuse me, I said you'll see there's a common theme, and that common theme was stewardship. You might have wondered that we've maybe moved to an aviation theme with Henk's awesome presentation and the paracats that we heard about today. But seriously, I hope you can all see the theme and the thread of stewardship went through everything we've discussed the last 2 days. It's a non-negotiable for the industry association. We also say a lot all the time about CropLife is a non-statutory body. It's a voluntary body. It's an industry association, but you're not forced to join it. At the same time, however, it's only as strong as the participation of the members. And again, led very strongly by Henk and other of our EXCO the last 2 days, we do need more and more participation by members. If we're going to continue to meet the new goals that we set every year, we can't do it with a small team. Yes, it's the best team I've ever worked with. Yes, they're all damn good, but there are limits. We have capacity. We can't keep bringing things in. We do need assistance from the industry. So thank you for your future support, I will put it that way. So as we close down, we would like to thank all of the participants who joined virtually. Again, sorry for the connectivity glitches at the beginning yesterday morning, but we're grateful that Brand Republic fixed those very rapidly. Thank you for all the participants in the audience. You have to agree with me, we would not have had such great and entertaining discussions if there wasn't input and interaction from everybody on the floor and also online. I'm not going to single out people. Yes, Alriza drove getting this conference going. It was hugely supported by Gerard with his experience. Of course, Shana was involved. Nadia was involved. Fikile, wow, poor Fikile when it comes to regulatory. So I don't know how we're going to face Jonathan with some of the comments that were made, but we'll get there. We've got colleagues down in the Cape who didn't make it up. Luigi is about to be a mom again in a few weeks. And Liesel also. And if I've forgotten somebody in my own little team, of course, the plant biotechnology, and of course, Chantal, who's joined us as well. I cannot thank the team enough. We do everything as a team. We're small enough to still do it. So everybody has a finger in everything we do. So sincere thanks. And of course, to the CropLife Exco for agreeing to our crazy idea to bring this conference along. We're certainly not disappointed, and I certainly hope EXCO is not disappointed. I believe we hit all the boxes we said we would, and hopefully even more. So I thank you all. Those of you who are in the room, come join us for a bit of networking, and till the next CropCon. Thank you, everybody.